Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the education don't pay off. But I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, it's a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐.
네가 누군지 알아, 걔도 누군지 알아. 빛나던 너한테 속았어. 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라. 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라. 넌 날 속였어. 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어. 완전히 밸런스 잡았어. Not to left, not to right, just right at the center with the word. 네 시간 이제 끝나가. 나보다 네가 더 잘 알잖아. 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어. 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 눈부시더라고. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세 될 줄 알았어? 짱 먹을 줄 알았어? 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해. 네 다리는 황새 줬다 아파해. 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히컵해 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 걔가 완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어 깨끗하게. 너는 완전 다졌어 비참하게 다졌어 비참하게. 걔가 완전 이겼어 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 스웩은 완전 간지 네 스웩은 정말 먼지. 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy.
show them how we do it every day. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 이건 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. Don't give any more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的way now，不断往前，oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，giving it all more。No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어. 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까. 하지만 너무 어렸던 난 도무지 알 수 없었지. 영원이란 단어보다 더한 거짓은 없다는 걸. You break me every time. 더 이상은 견딜 수 없어. 남은 것은 상처뿐이야. 이제 나를 보내야만 해. You hurt me every time. 너에게로 다가갈수록 우린 더 멀어질 뿐이야. 나만 희망이란 아는 걸. 소중했던 시간조차도 아픔이 되어 내 맘속을 파고들고 있어. 하지만 너무 어렸던 난 도무지 알 수 없었지. 영원이란 단어보다 더한 거짓은 없다는 걸. You break me every time. 더 이상은 견딜 수 없어. 남은 것은 상처뿐이야. 이제 나를 보내야만 해. You hurt me every time. 너에게로 다가갈수록 우린 더 멀어질 뿐이야. 나만 희망이란 아는 걸. 높은 구두 폼마다 헤어 날 유혹하는 수많은 손짓. 입에 발린 많은 얘기 지긋한 속삭임에 지쳤어. The night is bright. 그 수많은 조명 거리의 불빛 그 속에 만나 처음 만난 네 모습에 새로운 나를 만났어. 눈빛이 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰. 불빛이 사라져가는 밤 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴. 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아. 날 바로 만들어야 하겠어. 뒷모습 바라만 보지 않아. 이제 넌 내 거, 넌 내게 빠질 때고 거절할 수가 넌 없을까. 출구가 없는 나인 걸. 매력이라는 종착역. 지나가는 사람들의 시선 한치 앞도 못 보는 그 비전. Black and white 섞여버린 회색 빛을 띠는 도시. 방황하는 널 찾아온 무지갯빛 도로시. 위아래로 둘러봐도 돼. 여기저기 돌아봐도 기억 구석엔 두 다리 뻗고 잘 수 없을 때 내 생각에 밤들이 적이 돼. 고민을 더해. 커민해 내게 밀고 당기기 내게 한 통에 눈빛만 봐도 이없이 통해. 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰. 불빛이 사라져가는 밤 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴. 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아. 내
look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Don't tell me now, I got everything I want to. Don't stop me now, I'm not juggling all ahead. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, hey. We'll say it loud, saying everything we want to. We'll take your time, we won't hesitate, hey. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Got you, we turn the page, because we want to, yeah. Yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Tired of living in this age. We're tired of losing, turn the page. We're tired of repeating this day. I drive you out of this city. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, we run that, we leave this place.
disappear. I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 달리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud, real, real wild. It'll light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold all on my chest.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it.
Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러 물든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit? 그 문 열지 마, that's a rock day. I'm giving you more 'cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 메시지 monopoly. 온종일 돈이 나 real 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못 떼, 못 떼. 그래 너도 get it, 'cause I got it different.
All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep, though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling on my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep, though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out, 感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow. 这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more. 准备好就一起走， Giving it all.
NG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up.
Against the top teams internationally, it's a huge different stage. There's a lot of teams that will punish you for what you will get away with in our regions.
Cũng vì lẽ đó nên mình càng quyết tâm đem hết nhiệt huyết để thi đấu hết khả năng của mình tại MSI lần này.
Our real challenge starts now.
Yeah, you better.
We had the best start ever.
13-0. Oh my words.
Last year, BRTT beats Holy Phoenix. I'm here to do the same.
Yeah, you better.
Bu sene daha da intikam peşindeyiz.
Yeah, you better.
Deep em có kinh nghiệm nhưng mà bọn em có sức trẻ.
やっぱりいろいろすごい若いチームだとそのアグレッシブにいろいろもうおじけづかずにやってくるってことは結構あると思うんですけど、まあ僕たちはすごいそれに冷静に対処してやっていきたいなって思ってます。
Yeah, you better.
We're really good at just taking our opponent's strengths and just turning them into weaknesses.
Every mistake you guys make, we'll exploit.
Yeah, you better.
Evil geniuses, we'll live up to our name, and we're out for blood.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea. And just a quick call out, the graphics, the animation, the video, the style of everything on MSI is the single greatest I have ever seen in League of Legends. I freaking love it all. And our opening match of the day, I freaking love that too. G2 Esports will be taking on Evil Geniuses and getting ready at the Busan Esports Arena for another EU versus NA clash. I'm Quickshot, joined by Orcs and Raz. Raz, tell me, my friend, are you ready for another exciting loss? Day of matches as EG take G2?
I'm going to ignore what you just said because the dub will be coming.
Matches.
Hey, don't worry, you have a chance for 2 losses today.
Oh my God, I forgot you're also European.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. He may be European, formerly European, I should say, actually, but not representing them at the event. Let's take a look at the most surprising outcome of yesterday. I think it's PSG dropping their game to Red Canids, in particular because PSG, if you look at last year's MSI and the dominance they have for the region, they were favorites, but we're not too surprised they lost the game because they are weaker. It's how they lost the game that was surprising, Raz.
Yeah, it was surprising simply because a lot of what we recognize PSG and the PCS for being slow play, smart play, was actually what we saw from Red Canids. And so we need to see them pick it up a little bit. That's the one thing that we need to focus on. And also just individual play. Bay in the mid lane had a catastrophically poor performance.
And to turn to the other side, I've got to say, I love the composition, the fact that you have these 2 artillery champions with the Jin and the Zoe, and then you had the dive threats. And you really need the Wukong to be ahead to work in ages, which is absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, it worked really well. When we were watching, setting up for the pregame, we did mention that PSG Talent may not be the heavy favorites for second. And now seeing how they were defeated by Red Canids, and you look at the group standings right now, PSG 0-1 along with the Wildcats, Team Ace, Saigon Buffaloes with losses. I think every other game went to expectation for the results. But Orcs, do you think the manner in which most of those wins was picked up was surprising at all? Because I thought it was quite stompy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the big one was the T1 series because they came in as heavy favorites in most people's opinion to even get challenged, especially in the bot lane where everyone has said T1's bot lane best in the world, to get double killed repeatedly. It's not what we expect.
Yeah, I remember hearing there was a podcast with Flowers and Perks. He was talking about the fact that when T1 is in an even state in game, the most interesting part about them is the fact that they're such a smart team that they can excel in those instances. And that was in a situation their bot lane was failing. Owner and Faker came out incredibly well. And so even with disasters happening on the bottom side of the map, they equalized and got the better of it.
I tell you what, I held my breath for a few moments because when Shogun was 5-2 on Tristana and had Kraken Slayer and Rapid Fire counter at like 11 minutes, I was like, this is winnable. This is winnable. And then Ono was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And I was shut down completely. I do think let's touch on a Dead Nation Focus Me as well. We saw an interview, yes, I believe it was with Ashley Kang, where the Ornn pick for Ebby in the top lane was accidental. It didn't matter. They still won the game. But DF DFM looked pretty good, and I'm interested to see how they will develop as well.
Yeah, I think similarly we saw a really strong performance from the bot lane in that one. I think a lot of people talked about the fact that we have a new mid and support for them, and I think particularly in the support role, Harp has just been stellar. So great.
I mean, his Renata yesterday was great, right?
100%, 100%.
It makes me kind of frightened to see Renata going on in the rest of the tournament, because just seeing how Harp was not only just able to use him later on in the game, where you expect to see Renata scale, but just in laning phase, bullying straight. I want to see more of that.
I mean, those handshakes were fantastic. Literally just waiting for Samir's W to time down and like literally yoinking back time and time again. Talking about the Samir, talking about some of the champions, we're still focused on the first day of play. We are on 12.8, and at the top of the show, we looked at all the changes from 12.6 to 12.8. I want to ask for some key takeaways and how things are developing. I want to start with my boy, Gangplank, because he found himself on the ban list a whole lot, and everybody in solo queue is being terrorized by the fella that's going to be on my shoulder in a moment. I also saw a lot of Lucian. I saw Wukong, way more Wukong than I was expecting. Yar, matey. Raz, what do you make? Let's go through the list, starting with Gangplank and some of the bans.
Yeah, it's funny enough, we kind of expected to see more GP. In the 3 patches from a lot of the region's finals to this event, he did get the get a buff, but also just people started exploiting builds. The Bezos build, when you're getting, we started to see a little bit of that. Some the bank plank, a little bit of that. Yeah. But then, of course, like the Prowler's Claw, also Collector, things like these. So we expect to see a little bit more of them, because he is just a strong counterpick to like the tanks like the Ornn that you mentioned earlier. So that's something that I want to see, but you're right, it's been banned quite frequently.
Yeah, and I feel like Lucian as well is something where we've seen a lot of bans towards it. We've only seen it in the bot lane. It's ultimately a flex pick, though, and I feel like that's why it gives it such a wide berth and be able to be played in pretty much any lane.
Yeah, I don't want to see Lucian top lane. We've seen way too many Lucian top lane domestically. I know in North America that has flopped. But you're right. If we end up seeing Lucian mid, especially with AP junglers that we've been seeing in the meta currently, with Evelyn being the threat from Kevi, but also Karthus, that's been a constant. He's a great mid laner, and also such a bully in the bot lane. You got to see what Yugotapan was able to do this with the 2v2 that we mentioned.
They're actually disgusting, those clips.
Yeah, 100%. Just able to completely take over the game. I think something else to mention is the fact that we've seen so much play from Wukong in particular. The jungle pool has completely shaken up. The fact that Wukong has emerged as this really heavy skirmishing pick is also excellent in the team fights. And also Graves is something that's shown up that's been really interesting, because he didn't actually get any buffs between the patches, but Umbral Glaive got buffed. We saw 100 gold cheaper, and the cooldown got lowered on the active, and we've seen him just completely take over some games.
Are we going to see more Vi along with the Wukong? Because there was some discussion around that, and both of you are smirking. Yeah. What does that mean?
I think Ona made the Vi work. Do I think it's going to come in firmly in the meta? Probably not.
Such a cheeky grin. Raz, what's your take on the Vi there?
Look, it might come into favor with teams that just have that one carry, looking at Evil Geniuses and Danny, that you just want to pick apart. But it is a fun pick, especially in the first stage when it's not super competitive. Kind of piggybacking off Wukong, we saw Wukong alongside in the Red Candid games Leona. It's just such a real dominant way to start fights if you have vision control. So I expect to see more of that duo.
I just want to say, Wukong, worst version of Diana, Vi, worst version of Nocturne.
Oh my goodness.
Moving on, just for its sake, every single one of the groups today has got incredibly important stakes. Now, these are the groups, right? So as a reminder, the top 2 from each will advance to the Rumble stage. And when you take a look at the wins, DFM T1, RNG Red Canids, and G2, with EG and Order looking for their first wins, let's take a look at the schedule and highlight some of the important matchups. I'm going to start with 2 of my favorite regions, Turkey and Brazil. The Wildcats will be taking on the Red Canids, with Red Canids picking up that upset win against PSG yesterday. If they beat the Wildcats, they have a very comfortable 2-0 start and are favored to make it out of the group.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is Detonation focused me against Saigon Buffalo, because for me, when we came into the group stages, I feel like this was the fight for second, with T1 likely to take first in the group. So I'm hyped to see them go up against each other, especially when they both had really aggressive early games.
Unsurprisingly with me, it's the first 2 games that you see on the board with EG and going up against G2 and going up against Order. Anyone that is a North American fan that's somehow still awake out there will remember when we got flipped over by Pentanet in the last MSI. We can't have that again. We do not want to be starting that far behind in the group.
Don't want to be starting that far behind. This will, in fact, be our featured matchup. And I want to ask you exactly what EG have to do differently, because, Raz, there's a lot to unpack. I do want to focus, first of all, very quickly on the featured matchup of the day, presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's RNG versus PSG. Now, RNG yesterday, they came into day 1. they smashed, right? They were heavy favorites, but Augs, did they play as well or better than you expected?
Honestly, I think it was better. I mean, I expect them to come out strong in groups, but my big concern over the playoffs in particular for RNG has been Wei and Bin. They've been a little bit inconsistent, particularly if Wei isn't on his signature pick, but he got Viego and was just absolutely monstrous. And honestly, Bin as well, really a lot more respectful than we typically see him be, and he just completely flourished on this one.
And generally, when you come into the first group for LPL teams, they tend to play to their opponent, play a lot more scrappier. So the fact that RNG was just on the ball and just looked insane. Specifically, I look towards Shahu's Ari, and he just felt confident on the pick. I know it's a current dominant pick right now for mid laners coming into the tournament, but he just made it look easy.
I particularly appreciated in the draft 3 bans targeted towards Holy Phoenix as well.
Yeah.
Like, really clear strategy, really clear prep, research, and
feels like a lot of respect.
I don't want to, like, the word respect is like, it was like they treated their opponent appropriately,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And it worked because Holy Phoenix and Jin didn't necessarily work out, and the team obviously struggled. Now, these two teams, of course, against PSG, they're no strangers. They played in last year's semifinals. It is that rematch where PSG made it to top 4. I do think, Raz, it is fair to say PSG not definitely at the same level as last year, and especially after yesterday's loss, they have a lot to bounce back from.
Exactly. It's going to hurt when you lose top talent like River and Maple. And the fact that we remember way back last year when PSG went up against RNG and they played spoiler to them in the Rumble stage. They ended up beating them. They went to the semifinals. Of course, eventually lost, right? All of those memories, I don't, for them, it's going to be a tougher climb, and RNG is going to look a lot stronger. But we've seen PSG start slow in the beginning of tournaments and ramp up when people less expect them. I expect that to happen, of course, here today.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, there's some redemption here. I think RNG is a tough matchup to get it, but I just hope to see a bit more promising play than we got yesterday.
It's a tough task as well. I took a look at some of the stats for RNG, and I'll break it down in the pre-match, but they have a 74.5% win rate across every international group stage they've ever appeared in.
Oh, no.
Think about it for a second.
That's a lot.
That is a lot, okay? Anyways, let's bring it back to the first match of the day. NA versus EU, the Spice Wars Part 2,
Oh my
Revenge Boogaloo.
Get this off my screen.
Raz, baby, can you look at this graph?
I don't want to hear it.
Can you briefly summarize and remind me what the game looked like yesterday? Because I'm struggling.
Let's get some analysis,
I'm
Raz.
struggling to recall.
for a bit.
How was it, a little bit more seriously, how was it that G2 were able to pick up the win yesterday against EG?
I thought their draft was exceptional. We don't get to see a lot of teams really exploit the red side of the draft. The Anivia pick into the Rise is a tried and true. I know that the caster specifically mentioned Froggen because that was a pick that we kind of expect from that one.
I mean, he played for EG historically as well, so the positive bit, but yes,
Oh my goodness. This play was incredibly smart. The casters mentioned it on the day because the full focus was Dragon. This is going to be the third Drake for G2. The full vision was played towards bot side, 50 seconds left. EG's thinking about it, and right on the blast cone, on towards Baron buff, and snuck it underneath Evil Geniuses.
And I think critically as well, this is the Umbral Glaive Braves coming in, and the vision control you have with that. We saw a similar Baron from DFM where there was just, it's impossible to contest vision.
Yeah, it really is. We saw a lot of Umbral Glaive yesterday, actually. I think it was one of the things that maybe we should keep an eye on throughout the course of today. We will have several post-game content. And what I really love from our production team and from our observers is highlighting that after G2 snuck that Baron, they then set up for the fight, and I got a tad nervous once this began. And as soon as G2 fell back into the choke point and EG chased, Raz, I knew it was over. They won the team fight and they got the Dragon.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses got more desperate and desperate, especially after Baron, moving towards Dragon because they didn't want to lose it when Karthus was not alive because he tried to contest Baron on the last play. And so that's something that G2 already showed their greatest strength. They had a lead, they expanded on it, they didn't lose cool.
Okay, I want to start with Augs first, as the less biased, less invested member of today's Stay Farm Analyst Desk, okay? We've looked at what happened yesterday and why G2 won. I think it was a clever draft. I think it was clever play that unlocked the win. What do you want to see changing from EG to prevent that happening today?
I think you need stronger mid-jungle. I think it comes down to picking champions that are able to facilitate and contest Caps and Yankos. I mean, you had Ryze and Karthus, which is just not a strong duo. And honestly, Raz, I got to ask, do you know what Anivia passive does?
Ooh.
Because EG don't. They don't. They got stomped by Anivia, and they never even saw the egg, right?
Look, let's just say G2 had a great strategy of making it so Rise was just never in the game.
Yeah,
They never had a chance of contesting the egg. It's actually hilarious just how dominant Caps was, that he was able to have an 86% kill participation on the Anivia, the roaming Anivia, Trevor.
I do think it's very crucial to call out as well that the very first pick of that draft was in fact Pyke.
Yes.
And I have to give huge kudos to Yinsu, who in her research for the event, frankly speaking, couldn't shut up about G2's Pyke and how previous iterations of the rosters could play it in every role. And then she was so excited by it, I almost wanted to be like, it's not going to happen. And then it gets first picked. So I had to sit down first.
There we go.
But Targamas's roaming, the way the team synergized was great. You have to assume that not only have G2 come in prepared, they have come in also respecting their opponents. They ensured that Jojo was shut down. Danny never got rolling. I think the meta shifted away from them a little bit. How much of an uphill task is it turning around yesterday's defeat to today's rematch? Because there hasn't been a lot of time, Rez.
It's going to be tough. I think not only are you going to be addressing what the draft is, all teams are going to be exploring in the meta. And it feels like G2 is just generally speaking comfortable with all of the picks that they do have. And they're just a better macro team. So that's going to be the tough thing to take away from, is that not only you're learning the macro points that G2 was able to show you in the last game, the drafts as well. From the drafting point, I have confidence, Trevor, okay, that they will learn from that one.
I also think with G2 being on the red side, it unlocked the interesting draft you saw. I mean, Pyke, Zeri, Anivia, that is not something we've seen this year. Like, that's the first Anivia that Caps has played since 2017 Rift Rivals. Frankly, that's the first professional Anivia he's played. I don't think Rift Rivals truly counts.
Yeah, I think ultimately G2 are a team who can throw out a lot of curveballs, and being on red side allows you to be very reactionary, right? You see what your opponent offers, and you're able to go, okay, we have this out of nowhere Anivia we can pull out that just completely shuts down your composition.
This is what I'm scared about. Because in the Yinsu interview that Caps had, not only did he mention the fact that he was practicing the Anivia throughout the split, so it's something that they always had, but he talked about the fact that they had more in the tank, and knowing Broken Blade, he's going to have more.
He brought this out in group stage. They're not going to throw all their aces up their sleeve out in the group stage, right? There'll be so much more.
You do not know G2 and Carlos's orders. They will throw everything out as soon as it is possible.
This is the grudge match.
Okay, it is time to check in with what you guys at home think with your MasterCard fan predictions. Please make sure to follow us and let us know every single day who you think is going to win MasterCard Nexus at Twitter account, because today's vote, very surprisingly to me, is 81% G2, 18% frankly Twitter. I cannot believe 18% of you voted for EG. I thought it was going to be much lower. That is what the fans are saying. We are 2 minutes away from draft. So, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to give me a prediction, and more specifically, what will make your prediction come true in the following game? Who will win, and what will make it come true? Orange gets to go first.
Keep it short. G2 are going to win. It's going to be Caps Gap, and if they don't fix the mid-jungle issue, which I don't think they can, it's just over.
During the playoffs, every time I voted against Evil Geniuses, they ended up winning. I'm voting against them. Look, I'm putting as much caster curse as possible on this one. I do think that G2 right now is just the better team, but we'll see if the underdogs of Evil Geniuses can take them.
Now, very quickly, as we are about 40 seconds from heading to our Shoutcaster duo, can you tell me what effect EG is going to have to deal with knowing they also play Order in the very next game? Because that is also a different mindset. G2 were able to 2-0 yesterday. EG now have to look to do that today.
I think not only does it warm them up, it also gets them a better understanding of the mistakes they made in the previous game. I don't think they're a tilt-worthy team. In fact, the biggest surprise with the new members, when they were on that big stage in the finals, just lived with it, right? They reveled in the moment. So I don't think that they're going to get tilted off of a bad performance.
Yeah, I don't think tilting is definitely anything that team's going to do. I'm very interested to see how the draft adaptation will happen. And frankly, I just want to see and hear more from Jojo. I want to hear the spice. I want to see the drama. And that does it from us here at the State Farm Analysis. We're going to head to the Shoutcasters to get to the first match of day 2 of MSI 2022. 2-2-2.
G'day. Thank you very much, Trevor and the gang. I'm Pastry. That's Moxie. I guess we have to reinforce the caster desk, given what EG experienced yesterday against G2.
You talking about the caster curse?
Yeah.
G2 easy dub here, number 2. Just we can skip this game. They're gonna win, right?
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
No. It was a pretty big shellacking, I'd say. There were some plays by EG, but more or less G2 controlled that game from moment one into it and never let go of the reins. There was some, things you can be like, oh, they should clean that up. But, that's kind of nitpicking at that point. G2 definitely established themselves as the favorite in the group based off that game. We'll have to see if EG can bounce back.
Yeah, EG's draft felt very comfortable for them, which I think is a smart thing, opening up for this team on the international stage. It's their first time, and obviously a lot of these players, well, not a lot of them, but at least 2 of their players' first time, the 2 young guns we've talked about a lot domestically, but they've got veterans. They've definitely got lots of ability, and they do have time as well. This is a long group with many games. Obviously, G2 is going to be the team to beat in this group based on pre-tournament expectations, and after yesterday, I think we can only say that's even more of a thing. But obviously, they have the ability. I think they did show some good things in that game, but G2 came very well prepared, and there are no easy wins against a team like G2.
And to be fair, to G2 as well, they have their own young guns in the bot lane with Targamas and Flacket. So it's something that both teams are going to benefit from this kind of longer ramp-up portion. And we'll just have to see if the mid lane Caps will continue to dominate. That was the big...
A lot of claps yesterday.
I mean, he was smurfing that run up through playoffs and has kind of continued that streak. It's a 13-game win streak now, I believe. Actually, 14, including yesterday's win over EG. So a 14-game win streak for G2. I wonder how far they can take it and when people are finally going to be able to snap a game away from them.
Well, we have swapped sides as far as drafting goes yesterday. G2 are going to be on the blue side. Wukong and Zari both taken away. Lucian continuing to get respect, and Ari, the other obvious one, basically don't want to give that one away to any team at MSI.
Yeah, definitely not. Seems a lot of mid lane focus. I will say, during that insane run that I was talking about, G2 is still currently on with 14 games. The vast majority of them have been on red side. They have 3 blue wins, no losses recently, but at least you can say, hey, you know, maybe blue side is a little bit weaker. It did feel like a lot of teams were preferring red side in the previous pre-12.8 meta, and we'll have to see if that's still the case. It doesn't feel like there's currently anything insanely OP where you're like, I must first pick this, and it's a lot about targeting the stronger parts of the meta, but not like, if this goes through the draft, we're screwed.
Yeah, I agree, and I think red side seems like the better side right now, but we'll have to see. Of course, both teams will feel confident drafting on either. First pick Graves here. Again, Umbral Glaive is everywhere. Jankos continues to be an Umbral Glaive enjoyer.
Yep, running that one back again from yesterday. Had a pretty good performance on it. Made some impact early on, which is sometimes tough to do on Graves. Him and Caps have insane synergy together.
Oh, yeah.
And we're able to punish the younger Jojo Pune.
All right, well, looks like maybe easy lined up here for the first pick. Big shift in AD meta, as we've noticed. Danny is obviously excellent on the kind of big hyper carries, the Jinx, the Aphelioses. Can still play them, although I don't think Jinx is anywhere near the meta right now. So Ezreal is something he's very comfy on, but not something we've seen him on a lot in their run throughout spring.
Definitely, and it is something that's a champion that can play 1v2 a little bit easier if you want your support going out and roaming. And I thought that was one part of the game yesterday that G2 really exploited EG in, was Targamas on the pike. Being able to get out of lane over and over again, harass Jojo Pune, and the bot lane for EG could not punish in any way. Flacket was completely even in CS, even up at points in the game, and so that's something that now might be a little bit easier to match, with the Ezreal being a little more independent for EG now to have Vulcan get out of lane and also start roaming.
Yeah, it looks like we've moved away from AP jungle for now. J4 the lock in there for Inspired, I believe. So moving towards something that they're a little bit more comfy on, perhaps. I think Karthus is very powerful. I think Inspired was just fine on it, but obviously a very different style of comp you're bringing to any game.
Yeah, for the run that EG was on, because they had been on an 11-game win streak prior to that loss yesterday. Part of that was Inspired playing like that MVP level that he was in Europe, and he was a primary engage option. Even in things like the Nocturne, you still kind of say, hey guys, follow up on me. I press R, let's go. And that is not what Karthus does at all.
No,
he did not look comfortable on the champion with the flash on top in the top lane gank onto Broken Blade, where there's just no hope of ever getting a kill there. So this is something that will be easier for EG to follow up on. And like you said, it's back, baby, the pike.
So that's a spicy one. It's a good one as well in the hands of Targamas, alongside Kai'Sa there for Flacket. Obviously, another champion I think we'll see quite a lot more of, although we were seeing it a little bit in the old meta game as well. Don't see Rakan all that often, but Vulcan obviously has plenty of reps on the champion, so we'll be happy to take it here, I hope, as we move into phase 2. See what the teams want to take away here as they line up the rest of these drafts.
Yeah, really interesting to see the support meta evolve just beyond Leon and Nautilus. It still feels like those are kind of the two staples in the meta, but with the Pike being taken right away by G2, I think we were talking about, does EG want to have a little bit more roam potential to match? And Rakan playmaking is quite strong, and maybe that's one of the answers they want to have, is you can then get in shield, charm people up, knock them up, make it a little bit easier. And I will say, you know, the Pike specialty of Europe is something that most regions in the world don't have a lot of experience, I bet. And even if you have played against a random Pike or two in competitive, they're probably not the European Pikes.
Yeah.
And there's definitely something in the water about just them being able to pilot this champ super well, the roams, the craziness, Hylissang, Targamas as well. Like, just people have made this pick work in Europe more than anywhere else.
I think definitely, as you mentioned, the impact it can have on mid lane, especially. We saw plenty of good roams from Targamas alongside Jankos, basically picking on Jojo with Caps as Anivia, setting things up very nicely. So definitely a pick to watch out for here, but can't respect them all, as Syndra's going to get banned away from Caps. Mordekaiser taken away from Impact. That's an Impact special. So G2 doing their homework.
They did the homework, yeah. It is one of the things that he played into Orange specifically, and I think that's why you see the answer ban from EG saying, all right, if you're going to get rid of Bonapartes, we're going to get rid of some yours. The GP taken out was an interesting discussion that we were having about, is the GP priority going to be really high? There is the ping that has been put into this game where, you know, you're at 30-ish ping, 35 is the number. Does that impact triple barrel combos? Because GP can be mechanically more intensive a little bit with that. I've watched this NA player called Zig. He is an insane GP, do triple barrels on NA solo queue. So I think it's still very possible even with the ping, and that's why you see it banned out here. It's still going to be a very strong pick in the meta.
All right, so Zoe, interestingly, is going to be picked up there by EG. Jojo throwing down the gauntlet, which is perhaps a touch risky, as Galio already going to get picked up there. And Nasus continues to be hovered in the last position. I think this is a nod to Corporal, actually.
Yeah.
The order support in this group.
Well, I also got baited. This is just a European hover. That's what they told me in the cast.
Okay,
So it's just a Europe thing. I'm not quite sure where it comes from. Galio Camille would be a really interesting combination that we haven't seen quite too relevant in the meta for a while, but it's always a pick that you can lock in together. They just have such insane synergy. And this is a comp for G2 that has so much playmaking around the map. You want to split it up. Then you want the Galio Pike showing up out of nowhere. Kaisa can come flying in from the back line. Kaisa Galio was often paired up together as well. It's just so easy to isolate a single target and absolutely explode them. Even Graves can just shoot his ultimate over the top. There's like someone on EG is dying at the start of every fight as long as there's a semi-clean engage from G2 here.
Yep, and definitely a nice lineup there for G2. Last pick is for Impact, actually. Had Jojo blind this Zoe. Galio, not the most threatening 1v1 champion, although it can set up very nicely, so gonna have to watch for potential Jankos and Targamas for Rims again. But as you said, definitely picked more for the comp in general, whereas EG are just opting for Zoe, Ezreal, plus some other champions, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it has the bones of a poke comp, but lots of engage as well, and the Gwen is just a strong generalist pick. I know that a lot of people think you have to, like, you want to dive backline or whatnot, but with the immunity, you can actually play on the front line quite a bit. And this is the first Zoe for JoJo this year, I believe.
Yep.
So this will be a bit of a different look for him. Plays usually more as a playmaker, and Zoe snipes from long range. Yeah, you can pick up all those summoners and start running through a fight, but definitely not something we have seen out of him thus far this year.
No, definitely a different look, and obviously against a player that knows the champion extremely well, so is going to feel confident in the 1v1 and setting up and potentially exploiting JoJo, particularly if he is inexperienced on the pick.
Coach Dylan, the one that got away.
Yep.
The NA import to Europe that we come back. We miss you.
Been on a lot of successful teams, this one included. See how he does here with this next draft here. You're going to see, again, a lot of these teams back and forth throughout this tournament. Always fun. See EU and NA play international, and we're going to get maximum EU NA just in this opening stage of the tournament.
I'm so happy because it's been so long since I think we've had an official best of 5 between NA and EU. So while this is not technically a best of 5, it does feel like it because we're guaranteed 4 games between them. It does have that feeling of a best of 5. So we'll get to see them trade punches back and forth. Starting the day off fresh in the morning for European fans. Could you ask for anything else?
Yeah, and if you're in NA, it's a little late, and you might have to wake up soon because G2, are sending it to the top half of the river, all 5 together.
This is the second bum rush strategy that they did. Yesterday was into the bot lane. This time it's the top lane. And you can see EG kind of giving them the respect. Inspire just starts E, throws it in the brush. It's kind of like a mini ward there, and he sees them all come in. Predator for the Galio as well. You can see kind of the strategy. They love the domination tree, I guess. They got 2 more Hail of Blades in the bot lane. Graves as well going in that tree, so a lot of that. But yeah, they're trying to just rush in there with the Galio. I'm sure he would take up W if they found someone in there, and then with the Predator move speed, it's probably very easy to lock someone down and insta-give them. Did not find anyone. They retreat out. They didn't even drop too many deep wards, just that one actually in Tribrush. Surprised not to see them ward out the red camp. You can see EG moving in to kind of check to make sure they're not camping in there, but now that they show on this ward, they'll feel safe.
Yeah, nicely done. Oh, that was not going to get caught either. Sweeper barely misses it. So Yanko's going to go back because he wants to go top lane.
Is my bias showing with the nice?
A little bit.
Maybe, okay, I'll tone it down. There's no EU guys to balance me out today. I'll be much more balanced out.
All right, this blue side start for Jankos. Going to be same side start there for Inspired. But I do like the EG are like being diligent. I think against a team like G2, they have so many different weapons that they can bring out even as early as level 1. So just making sure that no one was hiding in the brush trying to gank you around your own red buff. As Targamas already starting to get off, but they go back through. Vulcan going to get the knock up there. Danny trying to fire back here on the Ezreal.
Yeah, we'll see if EG wants to play this bot lane relatively aggressively. While they did see all the people in the bot lane, that ward not getting swept out means they also know that it was not a red star. I think G2 maybe tried to big brain them by going through the bot, then going back to the top side and hoping that Jankos' clear would not get spotted out. But EG, with that ward not getting swept, do know that it's a top to bot clear. It looks like they're going to give this level 2 up.
Oh, very nice Q there. That's big problems. Danny getting ignited. Vulcan with a good save, but it's not enough. Flacket finds first blood.
There we go. G2 popping off again right away with the Pike Targamas on the level 2. You can just see that EG are not comfortable playing against this pick. The gap close from the E forward into the pull back gets Danny. Does not flash the hook. Doesn't respect it. Gets pulled in and killed, and off to the races again now.
Yeah, level 1 Ezreal, no Arcane Shift available, so an easy pick-off here, so well set up here by G2.
So you can see what I was talking about. They want to sack level 2. They do back off the wave, but they're just not comfortable with how far the engage range of a Pike can actually be with the E forward into the Q, pulling him back. And that was the mistake they made there, was they acknowledged, okay, you guys are going to hit 2 first, but did not respect the potential there and end up giving up first blood. For EG fans, you've seen this before.
Yep.
You've seen Danny die in lane, and then they still win the game.
Don't worry about it.
You're hoping it's one of those games.
All right, well, top side, we'll check in briefly. Broken Blade feeling pretty good here in his 1v1, but Impact will be just fine. Don't think we'll see too much of that lane until the mid game. I'm sure they'll be alone, just hanging out with their ignites and their teleports.
Yep, this is definitely a comp for G2 that's going to turn online more at 6 with all of the kind of global ults that come in line, both with the Galio, obviously Camille locking them down, a little bit of a face check between supports here. But yeah, it's definitely a comp for G2 that is going to turn more online at 6, going to target top lane most likely, though they could go bot. And we see Broken Blade already roaming down to mid lane, but EG have a little bit of a cover.
Yeah, Jojo Ill is going to be the target. This time the flash does flash indeed. It is a hook back onto Vulcan though, but the sleep happens. Broken Blade not going to be able to get anything, and EG dodges that gank. 2v1 in the bottom side because Jankos is joining in, and Flacket gets kill number 2.
All right, I think Danny thought that because there was so much attention in the mid lane, it was a 1v1 and he wants to go in there and hop on top of Flacket, but Jankos was covering that play already, and so they take the 2v1 on the bot side, bait Danny into engaging. Another kill already onto the Kai'Sa, off to the races for Flacket at 2-0.
All right, Broken Blade again going to meet Vulcan, but Vulcan going to dash back towards Inspired, and this was the thing for G2 that was on display. I mean, it's not uncommon, we know this about them, but the way they move around the map and just constantly shift all the pieces around is beautiful to watch, and this coverage by Jankos is exactly that.
It's an understanding of player psychology more than it is game information. A lot of the times when people talk about being like really smart players, you're talking about like, oh, their game knowledge is so good, they know this matchup well, or the rotatos or whatnot. But for me, if you understand, hey, if a bunch of people show mid and I look like an idiot bot lane, you're going to jump on me and my team will have someone else there.
Impact in the 1v2 should be okay here. Level 5 on the Gwen might even fight his way out of here. Broken Blade going to get ignited. Impact looking for it, but Targamas going to make it happen. Jankos up here as well, and there's no smite because it's just ignite, and Impact's going to go down. Impact tried to make it happen, dashes out to safety. Dancing out of the 1v3 there.
Wow. Impact does not find a kill, but absorbs so much attention from G2 there. First off, taking the 1v2, you can see the power of Gwen just when scrapping people out. They bring the third man in Jankos, but the Gwen cooldown on E when you get an attack off, making it so mobile. We saw yesterday that baited Inspired into flashing in at the wrong time here. You know, Jankos does potentially save his team from dying. It was still a good play to show up there and make sure that Impact did not walk away with a kill potentially.
Vulcan continuing to stay active as well. Jojo did get a bit of a ward down and clear things out with the Scry's Bloom, so they don't know. The Vulcan's just chilling as Jojo is going to hit level 6. Jankos could be the one in trouble, knows that there's something potentially wrong. He's going to now see Vulcan. Going to try and turn his attention back around, but Jojo's here as well. It's 3v2 right now for EG. Inspired should be able to finish his steal, and indeed he will.
Yeah, I think EG showing a little bit of restraint there, given that they were not 100% sure if the Pike was coming up or not, and the 3v3 would be a little sketchy, and so they just grab some camps back off, reset, and now here's that 6 we're talking about. Caps can start having the easy follow-up plays if anyone wants to go flying in. This is the first Galio for Caps this year, as far as I can see, as well as only the third Camille game for Broken Blade. So not a combination that they have practiced on stage a lot, but it is one of the easier to execute strategies, as well as I can assume that they've played this a bunch of times in Scrim. So we'll see if they can start abusing the side lanes now.
Again, Targamas looking. This time, Danny dodges that hook, but it's 3v2 right now. Jankos off to the side. Level 6 as well for the Graves. Gonna try and sneak into this brush. G2 setting his gank up very nicely. Vulcan's only level 3, so it's tough for Rakan to find an angle. Because now Targamas is going back in, finds the Q. They're going to back off. No, Vulcan wants to go back through. Whew. Yankos, I still don't think it's been spotted, but G2 decided to call off the play.
Yeah, nice little use of the wall there to get a little bit longer range, look like, for Targamas. As Broken Blade, here's that
there's the Galio, and Impact is going to be trapped. The W actually stops the knockup, and Impact's going to keep on going, but Gwen is not immune enough. Impact is going to run back towards the enemy tower, and who's going to get the kill is the only thing left to decide, and the gold goes to Broken Blade.
Nicely done there by G2, coming in with the Ignite down for Impact means there's no threat for him being able to turn that one. Punishing, even though he did a good job surviving last time, did a decent job surviving this time, just the extra man too much for him to outplay. And if G2 pick up their 3rd kill of the game already, EG still looking to get on the board. Only 1,000 gold down, so it doesn't look that bad. They've done a decent job staying even through farm, but the playmaking from G2, just their ability to get on the map and make things happen is unparalleled.
That's why you pick Predator Galio, right? You are going to side lanes as often as you can afford to. And Caps once again is going to push and roam. He's going to try and get some vision. Inspired just chilling in the Rift Herald pit, hoping no one spots him. Will get away safely to base. But Jojo's out of mana, so you have to go home.
Jojo gonna have to head out. He does have Unsealed Spellbook. We'll see if, I'm not sure the last time he used his teleport, might be able to just heal in base, swap out or something. We'll see what he chooses to do. But that will lead to a free Rift Herald. G2 knowing after the kill on the top side, the mana down as well in the mid lane, that this is a free one to take. I'm not sure EG would have wanted to contest no matter what anyways. Just feel like G2 have a pretty firm grasp of this game yet again. This is kind of how the game yesterday felt, where G2 are the ones making the vast majority of the plays. They're slowly accruing these leads over time, and next thing you know, it's 25 minutes in, and it's a 7K gold lead. They have Baron.
Yep, and you know, EG aren't the fastest team in the world. They're pretty deliberate in how they approach games. Their mid to late game, especially their 5v5, is really what got them so many of their wins. Obviously, the AD meta was different then, so the comps they have to build do function a lot differently to their run in spring. But EG are a team that are more than happy to be patient. They'll take their lane leads when they can get them. They'll take their ganks and their roams. But for the most part, they're happy sitting back as long as they're not too far behind. I would say this is an acceptable series of losses so far, but G2 are a team that can snowball very aggressively.
From purely a game state angle, if you took the nameplates off, I would say the EG comp is in an okay spot. The Camille having a kill, starting to maybe get a lead, and then the side lane is what you're concerned about, just the playmaking that can come in. But from 1,000 gold down, yeah, this team can still, in team fights, if you can kite out that initial engage from the Galio Camille, then you can start poking them and blasting them with all your range advantage that you have. But the concern is when you put the nameplates on, G2 being the favorite team already, having the lead, looking very clean so far this game, start getting worried.
Yeah, we should get a lot of value out of this Herald as well. Trying to set up here in mid. Jojo with a bubble, not going to connect. Picked up a Reverie as well, so he could pop it for a play here. It's 3v3 right now. Q's going to miss it. Inspire jukes it. Inspire wants to go back in, but Pike's very tricky to pin down, and they're not going to commit.
Okay, I hate Pike. I'll say it. Before it was not just because G2 is the one piloting it. I get so frustrated always seeing this champ get out like with 20 health, heals back up to 70%. He's just one of those annoying champions to play against. And sometimes gets frustrating to watch too when you just see him be so slippery. But that also makes him such a fun champion to watch sometimes too. This well-piloted Pikes are so aggressive. They can take such a beating and still survive and then come right back into the fight.
Yeah, Pike's also a champion that, like, you get them to 10% or whatever.
Doesn't matter.
Even if they say you're not safe, right? Like, one reset and everything's just gone completely wrong. So, got to be careful, got to really do the damage to Pike when he's in the mix. But EG haven't had to play any sort of extended big skirmish or even full 5v5. Not rushing towards his first dragon. It's just a Mountain Drake. Kind of being contained very well by G2 so far. Impact's having a decent time, but in general, game's just pretty slow and steady right now.
Well, I think from the angle for G2, you don't really care about dragon stacking. Like, obviously, dragons are good. You want dragons. Everyone wants dragons. But for their comp, they don't necessarily want 5v5s. You enjoy having a split-up map state. And so if you're not stacking the dragons, G2's not going to contest you. Or EG's not going to contest you. If EG's not stacking the dragons, you're not going to be forced to contest the soul point or anything like that. And you can go for these kind of split-up fights like this.
Okay, Caps can't come, but I don't think it's going to matter. Yanko should have enough, but indeed he will. And now Targamas is already here, Inspired and Vulcan far too late to this play.
Yep, if they had the right read on it, just a little too slow to get there. Yankos had the inside track. Targamas showed up around the same time as Inspired and Vulcan, but by that point, Impact's already dead. That means that they get to take a couple plates off this turret, drop this Rift Herald, funnel some more gold into Broken Blade, and this is the concern as they actually go in.
All right, they're going to go for it. There's the combo. Vulcan finds two with the knockup after the ulti. Jojo's moving on in. Broken Blade is low, and there is Inspired with the double kill.
Meanwhile, on the bot
Onside,
lane,
Danny at it again. Flacket exhausted, but I don't think that's enough. He's so strong on the Kai'Sa with those 2 kills. Danny's going to get out, though.
yeah, all right. So EG finally find an opportunity to answer back. A little bit of greed by G2 in the top lane, trying to get that Rift Kill charge off and not respecting the Jojo Pune roam. But Caps is going to answer on the bot side. Danny is trapped between a rock and a turret.
Yep, and a Galio, as Danny is just going to get 1v1. Yeah, Flacket just takes it, doesn't even need the assistance. Caps holds the ulti. Danny goes down.
All right, Danny answered after Flacket pre-chunked him out, forced the summoners as well. It was off screen, but Flacket actually landed a nice W from River to set up an engage onto Danny and chunked him out. And that's when, because Jojo Pune had just shown on the top side, G2 have this great answer play on the bot side, find another kill, find some more turrets plates. Gold League continuing to explode now because while EG does find some answer kills, they're underneath their own turret. There's no real objective for them to grab. I think Jojo got 1 plate in the top side before they had to back off that situation.
And again, another great bit of team play by G2 across the Rift. Yes, Caps didn't even get an assist for that play, but him being there is the thing that basically traps Danny. There's nothing he can do.
If it doesn't show up on the scoreboard, it doesn't count. No. That was absolutely a kill, assisted by the Galio. You still see it on the scoreboard.
Doesn't get gold,
and it's one of those things that, you don't necessarily see in highlight reels. You don't see it in, talk about stats or anything like that. But those are the kinds of plays that win you games. And that's something that Caps has always been incredible at, the roaming windows that other people aren't ready for.
All right, well, Jojo continuing to throw Qs, just activating the passive, trying to get some damage on to the turret. Doesn't even throw it. Flacket doesn't want to take a tower shot, would rather take the plate there. EG trying to get aggressive here, overloading this top half of the map, protecting Impact a little, trying to catch this Pyke in roam. This is a good setup here for EG, but again, G2 will counterpunch very quickly. And Vulcan recognizing this is going to back away as Caps actually the one to take the first tower down in bottom lane.
Yeah, I wonder if EG thought that they were going to have G2 overload into bot side to take the Dragon. And they were hoping to get a trade play on the top side during that time, but G2 only left the Galio down there alone, and you had Targamas up there kind of protecting Broken Blade and stuff, so EG couldn't actually grab any turrets or anything like that, just a little bit of vision control that's already being swept out. Double Umbral Glaze will be coming in by G2. Jankos has his already. Targamas still working on his, but that will mean it will be very difficult for EG to keep any sort of wards up deep in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, that is one of the really nice features of Pyke in this day and age, when Umbral Glaive is such a popular item. Pyke is a champion that absolutely loves to build lethality, so slots right in nicely as EG will eventually take this dragon. But to your point, this game has not been about stacking these dragons, and given the pace it's going with G2's lead, they have now about 3,000 gold. In fact, more now as Broken Blade takes his turret in topside. I just don't think the dragons are going to matter that much.
No, not at all. I think G2's very intelligent about what objectives they actually care about, as we see a bubble land. Not going to result in anything, I don't think. Too many other members of G2 around. But even in the game yesterday, there was a period of time where they gave up the second Rift Herald, which is something that I think a lot of teams don't want to do. You don't want to give that up. It feels like a lot of gold. But because EG were already behind in tempo that game, they ended up getting a charge off mid that chunked it from full to half. But who cares? It's still a half-health turret. Doesn't actually give you any gold. And meanwhile, G2 were getting other things done on the map. And I think they're very intelligent about knowing what objectives will actually advance their game plan.
That's just TP, but EG don't have the presence to fight. Danny's busy catching top wave. In fact, was roaming up, but he had no TP because he was pushing in onto Caps. So G2 actually with a kind of a risky-ish looking play, but they do manage to take that second Herald without any incident.
Well, assuming you have your timers down, you know that there's no way that EG can pull the extra man card on you, so you can go ahead and take that one. And the reason the Rift Herald is more important for them in this game than, say, the previous one was this is much more of a split push composition. Even if you do end up moving men to each other, you do want to use this to make a play, drop the Herald, and then end up being able to really push that advantage. If you kill Gwen in the side lane with the Galio, that Rift Herald becomes a lot stronger. There's also still the mid lane up, and I just love using second Herald to break mid lane turret if I can. That is such an important part for map control.
3v3, Spider the Brush trying to set the trap. There's the ulti out of Ezreal, but that's not enough damage on the Jankos, and Danny is getting 1v1. Inspired got one, but he goes down on the other side, and Broken Blade has already finished off the Camille, and now Jojo has to contest with his Kai'Sa, but the sleep is just so they can run away. Bottom side, Impact's doing what he can on the tower, but G2's still chasing. Caps won't find anything else, but G2 still won that exchange.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in G2's favor with the man advantage. The global mobility of their comp coming in right there, making sure that they could actually protect Jankos, make him live a little longer than I think EG thought it was going to have to happen. That means during that time, Danny was also just getting messed up by Broken Blade,
Yep.
who's off to the races. I've seen some people memeing on Broken Blade a little bit for his performance yesterday, where he was struggling into the Fiora versus Aatrox matchup, and then on the second Aatrox matchup was one of the people that EG were able to make plays on, but I think hadn't received a lot of attention despite playing these carry picks from the team. This time G2 has more tools to help set him up, and you're seeing what Broken Blade can do. That he was really good during their run in playoffs through that loser's bracket, but I think for a lot of international fans tuning into that run, they're like, oh my god, Caps is amazing, he's making the run, but Broken Blade was a very important part of that.
And look, we've seen him in the LCS too, right? Was a bit hot and cold at times, but when he's hot, really on as a player. And you know, Danny wasn't there when Broken Blade was playing in the LCS.
And a lot of players who have that kind of, I don't want to say coin flippy style, it's just like you are willing to take risks that other people aren't. They sometimes draw more negative attention than the safer players. But I always,
the Ornn players?
Yeah, the Ornn players, yeah. But I always respect players who are willing to take the risk to actually win the game.
It's okay, he's also an Ornn player, so he's got it all.
He can do both.
Very well rounded.
Find you a top laner who can do both.
Well, G2 certainly have found that. Vulcan in the mid lane trying to get him to Blackett, but that's a beautiful supercharger away. And now the kill is going to come. Blackett finds it there as Vulcan going to go down.
And with that, they're going to have pressure in the mid lane. You have to assume Jankos might drop the Rift Herald here. It is going to get used to finalize this turret. See Caps in a little bit of a weird spot here.
Gallagher's level 12. Everfrost is nice. Danny shifts in on Blackett. Oh no! Whoa. Comes on in, scoops one up. TP's coming on through, and Broken Blade thought about the dive, holds it this time, but G2 find 2 and the mid tower as well as the Herald gets used.
Who's baiting who? Caps looks like he's out of position.
Oh, again, in fact, gonna get baited. It's just so easy. Blackett, 6 kills, man, dominating in this game.
Absolutely running away with that level 1 first blood onto Danny. Has not slowed down since then. 6 kills. Blackett is just playing clean up here. Caps keeps baiting him in.
Still sleepy, but the damage just isn't there. They don't have the burst. Jojo's landing the bubbles, but there's just nothing else they can do. Picks up an Everfrost, pops it for the wave, I think, and Danny's ulti's going to get a bit of poke happening, but G2 just going to run away. I think EG might get mid if they can counter push, but G2 got so much off that play.
Yeah, G2 absolutely running away with the game now. That's what I was talking about. It starts slow, and the snowball just keeps going downhill up to about a 6,500 gold lead now. And Caps, yeah, just getting caught out of position, saying like, hey guys, look at me, and then just overstepping by EG, not knowing how strong they are. Starts first with Vulcan, again, going in, gets baited, just too clean by Blackett, too easy, just pop the E, walk out of that, and then they get that return kill, and then here's Caps. You think he's caught out of position, you think he might be in trouble, but it was a pretty nice Everfrost as well. When Danny shifts in, he's already rooted. He kind of buffered his own CC to be caught out in the front line, so it's very easy for Blackett to actually go and get that kill there. And now he's at that Kaisa level, you know, where you just pop R, pop Q, someone's deleted instantly.
Yep.
Ooh, coaching staff feeling good. Was that like was he flexing the wrist, like shaking out? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it was, it's good for G2. Not so hot for EG right now, as you can see damage dealt. Blackett overperforming on the Kaisa, has now 2.5 items as well, maybe even a third off the back of that gold. No, not quite there yet, but worth 700 bonus gold if he can kill the Kaisa. That's going to be the hard part though, as G2 take this dragon.
Kraken Collector, someone might be looking at that. I think it's actually good here, given the relative squishiness on the enemy team. It's really only Inspired who can get kind of tanky. The fact that your team has so much raw damage in it, you can very easily collect those kills with that item. So this is a great time for it, I think, given that you're going to be flying into the backline with other people trying to assassinate them. Definitely a defendable purchase as Broken Blade.
Little Loopsy.
My man.
In the EG jungle.
I was singing your praises. I was trying to hype you up, dude.
That's why he died. Let's be honest.
No. This is exactly what I was talking about. You know, he's trying to work for his team, trying to get some deep vision. You can kind of see there's a pink ward on the far side of the wolf wall. And he was just trying to be a team player, got caught out of position. Does give EG a window, excuse me, to push into G2's side and start clearing out some of this vision. But you can still see, even with that kill, EG know they're much weaker. Like, you have to make so many mistakes like that for G2 to give up control of this game that it's pretty defendable from a risk-reward perspective. That, like, even if I die, does it change the game state? No. It's fine.
No. Just gives a little bit of gold back. EG will take it, but G2 not too flustered. Broken Blade's already back on the map. Doesn't have TP, but it's cooling down relatively swiftly. He's going to go down and catch that bottom wave. Thinks better of it. Going to go now towards his team, who's looking around the Baron area, at least wanting to bait EG into this play. Ooh, Targamas almost eats a bubble there, but good little dodge to the left. Gets out of it there as Jojo's still fishing around these objectives.
Still looking around. We'll see how G2 wants to advance the game plan from here, because without the dragon stacking, it's a little less telegraphed of go dragon, enemy team contests you, you get a nice engage with Camille Galio. Because EG can kind of sack these, the only thing they can do is pressure the Baron. It is still relatively early. I can understand G2 maybe playing it a little slow, but they're also not necessarily known for that. We'll see what they do.
Doing a great job in this vision as well. EG with defensive pinks trying to make it happen. Targamas looking for the Q. Does not land. Flacket dodging that bubble as well. The terrain here is kind of interesting for Zoe. Not as many chokes, actually, for you to throw things through. So G2 dodge all that as they look for a bit of an invade.
There we go. Unlucky for EG. Not our fault. We got the Infernal map with Zoe. Nope. Unlucky. GG. Go next.
You know what? It was Infernal Rift last time, too, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So from here, I want to see what they do. I'm really excited to see Flacket popping off like this. I think I said this with Dracos on the Diephoria podcast. It felt like, as an outsider looking into the European region, it did feel like there was not as much emphasis put on him during the regular season, and it was a lot about Targamas being incredible. And during the run, with the kind of swap of Broken Blade to being a little bit more on the Ornn, Flacket got to shine more and more, and it feels like that momentum has continued for a young player stepping in. First game on Kaisa this year as well. This is exactly what you want to see out of him. He is absolutely smurfing, showing that he can be the primary carry in some of these games, you know, where I can just get insanely fed off laning phase and carry the team. It feels like such an important step for the young player to be proving himself. I mean, this is just EG. We'll see how things go further on in the tournament, but this is incredible momentum from him carrying on through the playoff run.
Definitely a good-looking game here to kick things off, as teams are just jostling for control of this Baron area. EG know they have to be very respectful, right? G2 are willing to pull the trigger in basically every situation, whether it's, you know, 1v1, 2v2, or even a full-on 5v5, and they don't really have good vision control, so EG are being very methodical, trying to clear things out, trying not to get baited by caps again. But that does mean that, you know, you kind of just have to push your waves and see where the enemy wants to go. You are getting dictated to a lot in this game, and G2, they are so good at controlling the pace of the game. I think it's one thing to be like, oh, you know, they play quickly, and like, the answer is they play quickly sometimes, but they're so good at setting up plays. This is an example. Cap's gonna come on in. Counter TP is gonna be a little too late. Impact trying to save the day, but it's not enough, and Jojo now just has to turn tail and run.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the TP there. Maybe would have been able to be turned around if he was right on top of it, but had to find a safe location to TP in, I believe, and that gave the time for Broken Blade to get that kill. The Camille also very strong right now. Just there's so much face check potential between the Jarvan flag, the Zoe skill shots, the Ezreal skill shots. Like, it's very easy for them to actually contest vision somewhat if Broken Blade's not there for the engage. If Broken Blade's dealing with impact, it's much harder for G2 to find that engage unless it's a Targamas hook kind of landing or a total face check into Galio.
The G2 did get, you know, the minions moved up in mid off the back of the bottom lane play, but couldn't really get into the tier 2. Again, not wanting to run towards the Baron. The Dragon wasn't up. It is up now, but no rush here for the teams as EG. Do you want to find some of these objectives? Obviously, they'd love a fight win, but I think at this point, you'll take whatever you can get. Impact still trying to make something happen in the bottom half of the Rift, but he knows off the back of that last play, he can't extend too far, and G2 is going to go ahead and swoop up this Infernal.
Yep, just commit as few resources as possible to it. Black and Yankos make quick warp of that one before going back to the lanes to push out. And with that going down, EG know, okay, that's where they were. We can go back to our lanes as well. And now this is when I think you'll start seeing the actual real Baron pressure come in. The Dragon's down. I don't think G2 want to wait another 5 minutes before making a play, so we'll see how they can control this Dragon up on the top side. But things are looking good for them. Looking like they're going to head out to a 3-0 quick lead. That's half their games done through group stage. There'll be 6 for each team. And halfway through as well, the specific matchup of EG versus G2, NA versus EU.
Looking good. Still eyes on Flacket. Hasn't finished item 3 yet, but he has to be somewhat close. Been out on the Rift farming for a long time. Again, all those kills, all that extra gold that he's worth, and a huge CS lead as well. Just absolutely running over this game right now, to your point earlier. EG still trying to find something, but this, I mean, even this tower being up still just makes EG's life so miserable.
It's very frustrating. I don't think they'll be able to grab this one unless G2 make a big mistake. At this point, you're hoping that you can kind of get a split with Impact grabbing it, and I think for the side of EG, it's a little disappointing. Like, everyone was like, the NA talent, the NA talent. I don't think, you know, realistically, we thought they were going to come out here and smurf on G2. They're so good. But the mistakes that we have seen thus far, while slightly characteristic, are still disappointing. I would have wanted more out of Danny to not be getting caught out so often. Yes, their laning phase can get exploited, but as we see the split push, Galio.
What is going on? Caps doesn't even have TP up. Doesn't need it right now. Doesn't have rank 3 ulti either, but Caps is just pressuring this tower. No one to answer him so far. He's going to take it if there's no one there to hop on over. There's Impact finally showing up, but that tower took a beating while Caps is just split pushing. Again, credit to G2's creativity around the Rift, and Caps is like, I'm not afraid of you. Maybe you should be afraid of Jojo as well, but the Everfrost is coming down. Impact's going to try and make it happen. Good interrupt there on the Justice Punch. They will get the kill, but G2 are onto the Baron.
Yeah, G2 are on the Baron, but they don't have too much damage on it yet. This will get time for EG to get over there and collapse.
Took a lot. He's still eating damage to the Baron. The Ezreal ulti's almost there, but Inspired's in the mix. Now EG are going to go back through. Inspired gets one. Inspired gets two. EG are going to get the Baron as well. Are you kidding me?
G2 at the Baron, they throw back to EG.
Oh boy.
Caps wants to do the split push. It's very common that if multiple members collapse onto the the split pusher, you go and start the Baron, but they just don't have a tank without the Galio there. He's realistically the tankiest person on the team, so everyone's getting obliterated by the Baron, and Broken Blade is too chunked out. There's a really strong engage by EG. If you mess up, J4 Rakan can mess you up, and that's exactly what happened. And with this, the gold lead has catapulted back into EG's favor because of the bounty shutdown. So here you see Caps wanting to split push. I was talking about without Broken Blade being at the Baron, it's hard for them to turn. So I understand the lane assignments have put Caps in the bot lane, but that interrupt, making sure they can kill Caps, puts pressure on G2 to start the Baron to get something on the flip side, but they're just not tanky. Their damage wasn't there to actually be on it the entire time, which gives a really easy combo for Inspired and Vulcan to punish them, get those 2 kills, and right away they're going objective, objective. They cannot stop us. That's the smite down, finish this off, and off the end of this fight, they also grab a ton of gold. You can see G2 not feeling good about that one. I mean, when I was talking about those kind of mistakes you can make, that was the big one.
Yes, you know, G2 had really only made minor errors so far this tournament, but a big misstep there. EG punished to the maximum. Rebel Baron power play up to almost plus 5k. The gold lead before this was about 9k
yes.
for G2. That's a 1,500-ish between the two teams now. That is an absurd gold swing.
Yeah, when you see the gold graph at the end of the game, it's going to be a cliff.
Yes, it was a cliff. And unfortunately, G2 may have fallen off the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane amount of pressure. EG are getting back. They're already on inhibitor turrets.
Impact pressuring. They're going to crack the mid-inhib here. G2 are going to have to find a fight, but
they're trading. They have Broken Blade in the top lane. Without him, their engage is so weak.
EG going for it though. Targets is going to get drafted up. They're not going to follow through. They'll take the tower instead. EG are just going for it here. They've got the Baron. They're going to race Broken Blade. No, they're not. They're going back.
Gonna use those empowered recalls. They're gonna go match him now. 2 inhibitors for 1 is a good trade, but then you make sure their desync recalls don't get caught here. Absolutely a G2 play to find someone alone there, but they get out of time. They do trade 2 inhibitors for 1, but they still have 45 seconds on the Baron, excuse me, and we're not on soul point for Dragon. So realistically, EG don't need to go down there. They can just kind of keep up the pressure and play for the map. And their siege comp is now so frustrating for G2. G2 really do need to actually engage here. You can't just sit back and let that keep happening. They still have the gold lead. They can still win these fights. So that's why I think it's better for them now to start actually contesting now that the Baron buff is wearing off. Next time that EG kind of posture up like that, you kind of need to go. Because if you just sit there and get poked away, that does favor EG's team comp.
And, you know, we can see the gold numbers as G2 do indeed take away that Dragon. EG decides they don't want to contest, but the players can't.
That's a very good point. If you ask players what was the gold lead at this point in the game, very often they're not quite sure. It's very much a feeling and a momentum-based thing. And so G2, if their experience can carry them here and go, no, we're actually still strong. We actually can still contest. We can stop this push in the top lane because, like I said, EG saying, screw it, we don't care about Dragon. Let's get the 3rd inhibitor.
Gwen just straight up sieging, though, with the W. EG going to take this tower. It's gone. Have to be careful, though. Don't want to push too far forward.
Broken Blade flanking.
Really good flank here from Broken Blade. EG now going to be forced into a 5v5. Broken Blade, what's the angle? They spot him just barely with the little blue trinket there. But EG want to stay. They've got so much pressure with these waves.
Yeah, but they still need to respect it.
Exactly.
It is this very scary flank. You can see them. No one actually able to get onto the inhibitor to hit it. Impact, like this, wrapping around, starting to clear out this vision, so it's a little harder for Broken Blade to find an angle.
Again, Broken Blade now kind of on the front side of his team. Impact basically marking him here, making sure that Broken Blade can't find, you know, the Ezreal in particular. A sleep's going to happen. EG going to push forward. Targamas is very low, but now the re-engage happens. Caps in with the ulti and Spies jumping on through. Georgia's been trying to find it, but he can't get on the flank end. GA's going to proc, but Caps is in the mix, and Impact he's actually found Targamas. They're going to find Caps as well. Vulcan sacrificed for the cause, and EG are going to take 3 inhibs.
Caps and Targamas down, 4 up for EG. Triple inhib down. Are they going to reset or try and end the game?
They're going for it.
EG, they're going for the game.
They are going to go for it here. 4v3. Danny lets the ulti rip. Broken Blade, no ult. G2, not much left in the tank, but Jojo getting shot. Blackhead is so strong if he can find the free time, but I don't know if he can find the space. Broken Blade going back in, but now dashes back out. Danny aggressively far forward. Yankos the target. Inspired going to get killed off, though. Blackhead finds the kill. That's going to delay it. EG have to leave.
Nicely played defense there by G2, baiting them in and out, never letting them find a target. None of the engages by them actually let it. Ooh, Danny gets tagged up. TP coming in as well from Broken Blade. They're going to have to split here and look for an area to recall in safely. They're going to see him right across the wave, but Targamas is in hot pursuit, doesn't want to let them out.
Yep, the youth of EG are maybe in a spot of bother. Jojo doesn't get trolled by Banshees. They took that one out. EG is going to keep running. Danny's just going to fight. He has to try and kill Targamas. Here's the TP in from EG. They're going to try and protect the lads. Here comes Vulcan looking to support the team. He's going to give up his life, but Impact's here as well now. Impact now going to let him rip. He takes out Caps. They get another Broken Blade falls. EG, they find the counter play.
Who's baiting who? Pastry time! The flash followed by Vulcan getting in there to make sure Caps could not actually get onto the 2 most important members. Made sure they kept the youth alive, like you said. And there's that cliff. Still technically G2 with the gold lead, but my God, has EG been in control ever since that Baron throw.
Years of my life are being shaved off from this game, and we're not done. Makes sense.
Like the witches and Hocus Pocus. That's a boomer reference right there.
EG pushing in again. I don't think you can end at this spot. EG looking like they're going to agree with me and just go ahead and back away. Critically, a minute 40 or so until the Baron is, until the Infernal Dragon's back up, and Baron's back up right now.
Yep. I like this call. You know, Baron spawning, triple inhibs down. It's slow it down a little bit here. I don't know the last time Danny reset. He probably has a ton of gold to actually spend. So go ahead, let your minions do the work, grab the free objective, set back up, because it would be nice if you could end the game before you're on soul point, but realistically, that is too big of a risk. Get these advantages while you can get them, and get ready for this dragon fight that's probably coming your way.
Nice thing is the inhib are going to be staggered as we'll watch us play again. This was saving Private Danny.
I mean,
here for EG.
Yeah, you can feel both teams getting a little loosey-goosey here. Vulcan stopping Broken Blade from collapsing with the initial part of his charge. While Vulcan did not actually get the charm on the Galio, he still was able to stop him from getting out. And that allowed them to have some targets to kill. Those double kills going back in their favor. The G2 reach behind, I guess, is the play. That's 2 for 2 on the reaction cams, being the scratch to the back of the head. Not looking good for them. I will say it's not totally doomed. Triple inhibs, the 2 are back up. They are open. EG are probably going to grab these before the dragon comes up. And then I don't know if they even leave the base. It just feels risky to even fall back to the dragon, because that allows Yankos the potential to smite steal. We've seen him do that time and time again.
Don't let him near it. Don't let him anywhere near the dragon pit if you can help it. Is EG are going to look to take down this mid inhib. Should be able to get it here. The Baron cannons are going to have enough. There's a good sleep on the Targamas, but they are going to go for it. No, they are. Vulcan dives in, but he whiffs completely. And now G2 are going to find the counterpunch. Danny is going to get jumped over. Impact is ripping through the rest of G2. Impact is trying to carry the team over the finish line. And Blackhead's going to be the next target. They take him down. Inspired, though, now the only one left alive. And G2 are going to get an ace. I think, yeah, Broken Blade's got it. Inspired's dead. That's an ace for G2.
Battle of the top laners. Broken Blade comes out on top with the carry out of nowhere. 7-3 and 4. The engage by EG came up short. They couldn't tell if they wanted to go or not off the sleep, and so Vulcan, when he finally went in, was a little too slow. They could not actually kill Blackhead 100-0, and then the counter engage by G2 was absolutely massive. With that, Broken Blade is going to be able to take away the soul as well. Infernal Soul in G2's back pocket. Broken Blade giveth, and Broken Blade taketh.
And now Broken Blade's the one with the bounty. 7 kills. And the Infernal Soul for G2 as well, so watch this one again.
So this Drowsy onto Blackhead was good, but I think he was invisible for a portion of time, and so maybe Vulcan didn't actually know where he was for the engage, and by the time he can go in, it's too late. This opens up the counter engage. absolutely monstrous by Broken Blade. No help from Galio there. Just getting on top of Danny, threatening him. Like we said before, Impact was good on the other side of the fight, kind of winning it with both backlines obliterated. Broken Blade was just a little bit faster on it, and this deletes Impact with the charged up Q and was able to win that fight right there. And Inspired doing what he can, but not a fair fight.
Yeah, Targamas lives. I mean, he's going to live to fight the super creeps off, which is good, but he didn't need to either. Broken Blade would have been just fine there. It's, not Elder Dragon, it's not Baron. It's an easy objective for someone like this Camille to solo. Broken Blade does just that because the entire enemy team is dead. And we are back to a very tricky game to figure out the lead in. 37 minutes almost done. Infernal Souls up for G2, but EG still pressuring with these inhibitors, although 2 are now respawned.
Yeah, map state in EG's favor. Game state in G2's favor, I would say.
Yep.
Their comp with this extra damage can absolutely delete someone instantly. So even with the frozen heart of Danny, I don't think he'll be safe if Broken Blade's able to get on top of him cleanly with caps. It's about who's got better hands right now.
EG trying to find the engage. They're going to go back in. Danny going to get jumped on caps here as well. I think they interrupted it though. Danny's kiting it out, but he can't do any more in EG. They have to fight through all the stasis. They have to fight through everything. And Yankos is going to rip Impact apart. Vulcan's got nothing. Jojo's got nothing. And G2, I think they've won the game. The fight goes their way as they get another ace.
It's an ace for G2. Broken Blade turning back in. He jumps onto Danny, and rather than kite, EG go onto the enemy backline. They go try and assassinate G2. G2 totally out-team fight them there. 5-4-0 in their favor. They're pushing in bot lane. 40 seconds for Jojo, 30 for Danny. They should be able to end the game off that, but it is a very long push. This is what I was talking about with map state being in EG's favor, even with the one fight. G2 are going to have to get there, but they should have this one.
Yeah.
I said they were going to go 3-0 before. Maybe Caster cursed them a little bit, but this time it should actually be the end of the game. 10 seconds before anyone else comes up.
Yeah, 5v0, a pretty easy fight to win here for G2. It was very dicey after that Baron, but G2 hold on to their undefeated record as Vulcan will respawn to watch the Nexus fall.
Everyone, hail King Broken Blade in the top lane. Woo! Oh boy, just when everything started going off the rails, back-to-back fights for Broken Blade, carry G2 across the finish line, gets the game back in their favor. EG, you can see on their faces, very disappointed that they felt like with that Baron throw, they should have had that game, and honestly, they should have. Despite never really getting the gold lead back, they had the wave states in their favor. It felt like they should have been able to close that game out, but the team fighting for G2 just too good.
You could see the momentum shift in that game. I said it, like, the players don't know what the gold lead is, but you could tell what they thought it was. EG were like, wait a second, this game's winnable all of a sudden. We got this. And G2 were like, uh-oh, what have we done? And then unfortunately D2, with a lot of their veterans, with their just poise as a team, hold on to the mental, know what they have to do to bring it back, and Broken Blade brings them home.
Yeah, I think obviously Flackett was still really good.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to make it sound like it was all Broken Blade because he was not the focus for the first 25 minutes of the game, whatever it was. But once the game kind of got flipped upside down and G2 or EG put a lot of focus on killing Flackett, it was actually Broken Blade untouched in a lot of these fights who was bringing it home. He had a lot of really clean engages onto Danny and was able to make sure that he wasn't a threat. And then from there, G2 could kite out those fights. So that's one of the reasons that you're happy to see Broken Blade on this team. We're talking about it earlier in the game, the kind of not quite coin flippy, but kind of coin flippy nature. He can make plays for you like that. He can win you the game.
We only cursed him once. Should have kept talking about it.
I should have kept talking about it. Darn it.
All right, well, what a game as EU continue their dominance in Group C. After the break, we will dissect the madness we just witnessed and hear from G2's own Targamas.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Was that? Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk after a mind-boggling clown fiesta of a performance between G2 and EG. After 15 minutes of the game, I started to snooze. I started like, okay, this is a stop. I was like, okay, what can we do for our post-match? What are we going to break down? All of a sudden, G2 decide to just like throw at Baron as they've done several times before. I want to jump straight into the replay. Raz, I want to come to you first. Because the setup of this, G2 were controlling the early game. They pulled a significant advantage. And magically around this Baron, that's how EG got back into the game.
Yeah, they started to see the fact that Caps was getting collapsed on here. And so they start on the Baron really early while Jankos was clearing out wards behind the pit. And so here we see Broken Blade get to 20% HP while Evil Geniuses are in the area. And I'm like, thank you, TSM Broken Blade, Secret Agent Broken Blade, for allowing Evil Geniuses back into the game.
Oh, and the Ezreal as well, hitting Blackhead and getting him so low. And then we saw here when EG had the Baron, trying to go for this take in this end, and they were getting so many structures. The gold swing was monumental.
I mean, Orcs, that first Baron they picked up was an 8,000 gold advantage. They got 2 inhibitors bottom. Broken Blade picked up inhibitor top. There's about 10 minutes of G2's base defense that we couldn't show because we don't have the time. But all of a sudden, you know, G2 managed to pick up the ace. I was surprised they managed to find the kills, but they were very chaotic team fights time and time again, right?
Yeah, I think things got quite hectic, and ultimately the composition from G2, it made it so hard for Danny to fight because you have the Camille that jumps on you. Typically, Ezreal can use that arcane shift to reposition. You don't have a chance for that. Galio comes slamming down, and Flacket was just untouched.
Yeah, and it was that man in front of you, Broken Blade, that just tore them to pieces on his Camille. And just taking a look at that gold graph really tells it all, that he got so close. At this entire, even during the moments in Evil Geniuses knocking on their door, G2 still had the gold lead. So it was just a matter of execution for G2. They finally were able to get it. Impact was a wall at that later stage, but they ended up being able to finally take them down. I feel like that Infernal Soul really played a part.
It's so interesting because once again, we see an early game where G2 come out ahead. They have a draft, another early pike that works in their favor. We'll get the draft on your screen in a moment, but it really just felt like it was going to be a repeat of yesterday.
Yes.
However, just like G2 from the regular season, from the LEC, they have had mistakes around Baron, they have had mistakes around Elder Drake, particularly against like Misfits, for example. That's what allowed EG back into the game. But I want to dial this back. I want to go back to the early game because it was an exciting end. It was an opportunistic end that EG were presented. But what is your take on the draft here, Raz, and then how it played out in the early game? Because it didn't feel to me like EG had any punches to throw back.
Yeah, it's a typical poke composition around Zoe and Ezreal. You know, later on in the game, it would make sense once you start really picking at Drakes in Drake control. The biggest issue is that as you look towards G2's composition, it's just such a damn comp in terms of taking control of side lanes. And they locked it in when, honestly, Evil Geniuses were forced to play a carry pick on the in the top lane. And so Impact begrudgingly picking the Gwen, knowing that he was just going to be picked apart here. So I really loved G2's draft. I thought it was incredibly smart.
Yeah, I think ultimately it came down to, you know, we saw EG find advantages when they punished G2, but they weren't really able to have a lane they could play through necessarily. And honestly, I feel like it all came from the bot lane, right? The Ezreal was picked early, the Kai'Sa, which is that old school counter we've seen, and as well the Pyke, which we saw have that massive level 1 advantage, which just set Danny behind.
I mean, it really did. I'm going to ask you guys to answer a difficult question. Is Pyke a 100% bannable champion against G2? Don't answer it now because we just happen to have the Verizon post-game interview set up with G2's Pyke one-trick Targamas and Yinsu.
Thank you very much. That quick shot. I've got Targamas here with me now. Hi, welcome to the show now. You guys put on a very entertaining match. It was great for us fans to watch it, but surely that can't have been good for your heart, right, to go back and forth there towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a hard game. I think we were really high in our game, but we had to throw one game. It's like kind of the G2 way after all the throw we had in the spring split, so we kind of had to give them some hope.
You do like make life a little bit hard for yourself sometimes. Now, I want to rewind back to that first Baron fight. I think that was when the situation kind of changed a little bit for you guys. Talk me through what happened there.
So I think we were not really sure what to do because it's kind of like we didn't play this comp that much. Like it was kind of an adaptation on the fly during the draft. That's like Cap supposed to play Galio Camille, so it's not something we practiced a lot. So we're not really sure if we should like force a fight or just force catches on side. And I think we kind of hinted a bit. I think like we tried to finish Nash because they went in Cap's bot. But then we were not really hitting as everyone, so we didn't finish it in time. And then, yeah, they kind of one-shotted our AD carry and got Nash, so it was a bit hard after.
Now, you mentioned that a lot of that was, the draft was on-the-fly adaptation. So what part of it was the adaptation part? What was kind of the last-minute addition?
Well, I think the Galio Camille, the 4-5 pick is something like we've shown a bit in scrims and we've been playing it a bit, but it's something a bit new for us since we didn't play it really in EU. So I think it's something that we have to improve, like getting to know what we have to do with this kind of comp, and then it will be good.
Of course, one thing that isn't new is your Pyke and G2's Pyke in general. You guys seem to just love this pick for a long, long time in Europe. You're very good on it. It's your signature kind of pick. So tell me why you decided to bring it out on the international stage.
I mean, we've just been discussing the past days, like finding solutions draft, and I think picking Pyke early is just give us a lot of room in the draft, since it's a champ that doesn't really have counter pick. At least in lane, you can always like get prio and kind of win lane the first levels, and then the champ allows you to roam, to help mid, to help top, play for Herald. It's something that we like to do a lot. And yeah, we've kind of just testing out what we can do, right? I think we have 8 games in group stage. A lot of those don't really matter. Like, we're almost qualified for Rumble stage already, so we're kind of trying out stuff and see what works, what doesn't. And so far, Pyke seems to be doing fine, even though I didn't play really great, but it's fine.
Thank you so much for joining me. I can't wait to see more Pyke from you in the upcoming stages. Good luck.
Thank you.
And that is it here from us. Trevor, I can't wait to see what the desk thinks about this one. Back to you.
Yinsu, I really don't like to call you out for being wrong. We're not going to see more Pyke because the rest of the competition is going to ban it.
Yeah.
Though I would love to, obviously joking. I do think it was a great interview from Targamas, great questions from Yinsu. I particularly found interesting, as of course they've picked up 3 wins now, Targamas mentioning that they're now nearly already qualified for Rumble stage. He said he didn't play particularly well. I do want to talk about the bot lanes as a whole, and in particular, the difference between Flacket and Danny when we take a look at their performances. And Orcs, I'm going to come to you here. Those first few kills set up by Targamas, closed out by Flacket.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect the level 1 for the Pyke, and ultimately the Khan can't do much for you because he W's in to disrupt and they flash over it. But then there was this moment where the supports roam mid, Jankos found a great opportunity to punish, and the problem is, in this matchup, if you fall behind, the Kai'Sa can just permanently fish for you in the side lane. So what ended up happening is it was Danny and Flacket left isolated, and Flacket always wins that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not atypical. We've seen this from Danny during the regular season, especially during the finals, you know, getting picked in the laning phase, but of course would be online during team fights. Didn't have that opportunity here necessarily, and so it's just it's a troubling trend.
I don't want to rush you along too much. Unfortunately, we never have as much time as we want, but when we do take a look at Flacket and Danny, these are their stats across all of their games so far.
It's done a day. It's done a day.
The reason that I want to bring it up, and the reason that I do think it is going to be a talking point as we look to the rest of the games, Targamas mentioned it, there are 8 to be played in this group.
Yes.
Okay, there's a 3rd one now coming up here for EG against Order. This is the pivotal one, the important one. And when I look at Danny in particular, this is a player that was incredibly hyped coming into the game. We know the meta shifted a little bit, moved away maybe from what he found success with. Raz, what's your take on what Danny needs to do to kind of step up to and deliver the expectations that he and his region wants?
The sad reality is I actually liked the type of draft that they went for here. The Ezreal pick is something that he had in the back pocket and performed quite well on in the regular season. It's just about level of play here. Sure, as I mentioned earlier, laning phase was poor from them during the regular season, and they were able to at least tighten it up a little bit so it wasn't such a stark weakness. So I expect them to look back on this one and just to make sure that the early game isn't as tragic, because the good news, the light at the end of the tunnel, Inspired had a damn good game.
I do want to move us on really quickly. Less than a minute, I think, as you can see Order on your screen. Orgs, just quickly touch on the fact that both Inspired and Kevi played Karthus in day 1. What did you see from Inspired in the previous game? What do you want to see him do in this game against Kevi to help get EG on the winning foot?
Well, honestly, I feel like the Karthus pick is fantastic for Order, but for Inspired, I like the fact he brought out the Jarvan. I want him to be proactive. I think Jojopion and Danny will deliver if you can get them out of the laning phase in a comfortable spot. And I think G2 have been fantastic at shutting that down. So I want Inspired to have another active game. I want him to get the ball rolling.
Yeah. Straight from Inspired's mouth, he's great at being able to feed the kills to his carries, right?
One word answers who is going to win.
EG!
I'm going Order.
Order it is! That's what I wanted. Australia, America, you think that Fiesta is your ally? You merely adopted the Fiesta. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see macro until EULCS became the LEC. But by then, it was nothing but refined Fiesta. Over to you, boys.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't know how it's possibly supposed to follow that.
Anyways, Orders versus EG. I'm excited. Yeah, the boys. I always like casting their games. It's always the best stuff on Twitter afterwards.
They're fun.
Yeah, in Order, they've only played 1 game so far, so they haven't seen a ton. But I think I saw them talking trash about NA already on Twitter after, you know, having a relatively close game versus G2 yesterday. Closer than EG was yesterday to G2. They found a lot of solo kills onto the G2 members, and they were actually, in some ways, kind of controlling that game up until they threw at the Baron. And so I think for Order, you can step back and be like, hey, we have the hands to go toe-to-toe with these guys. We just got to play a little bit smarter.
Yep, definitely got the hands. A lot of that on display against their game versus G2. As you said, only seen them once. This will be their second outing in MSI. EG trying to pick up a win themselves here as they played their third game so far. Eve going to be banned away from Kevy. Wasn't banned last time. In fact, it's just triple ban Kevy on blue side is the plan.
I mean, Kevy's a beast, so I'm not surprised. He does.
Yeah.
I was talking to their coach and talking to Spawn and some other Osh people and trying to get a feel for this team. They said that, you know, he is kind of one of those junglers that the team keys off of, and not in like a, oh, I make a ton of plays myself, but I can get farmed, I can carry a lot of Hecarim, a lot of Evelyn, those kinds of champions. So no surprise to see him drawing a lot of the bans right out the gate. And for EG, you have to bounce back. That was a tough game to lose. I think there were a lot of mistakes in their team fights in terms of what they're even prioritizing doing, let alone what their hands were doing. So it's tough to bounce back not only when you lose, but also when you probably want to retro really hard about like, what did we do wrong there? And you have, you know, actually 15 minutes to go prep for a totally different opponent.
Yep, do have to kind of stay focused here. As note, Ari, as we can see, has gotten through. It's going to be first pick, understandably, for EG. Kise, though, feeling confident, has played this particular matchup a number of times already, is going to be taking the Vex. A bold gauntlet thrown by Order, but one you kind of love to see.
I mean, Kissy's one of these people who has played a lot of champions, but Vex was his most played at a whopping 4 coming into the tournament. So this is, like you said, a champion he's very comfortable on, and I do like it in the sense that it is, assuming they take other engage, as they're also grabbing Nautilus here, it does give you a very easy team fight. We just saw how important that can be. For G2 in the previous game, Camille Galio, kind of know what you're going to do. With Vex, you're kind of going to go in and try and look for the right opportunity, land a big AoE fear, push them all around. It's kind of one of these press R champions, and that can give them an opportunity here, though it is a little less individual playmaking than we saw from them yesterday, where Kissy was actually able to find a solo kill onto Caps and stuff like that when he was playing the Yone.
Yeah, a counter pick, but a different kind of counter pick here for Kise once again. It is Nautilus for Corporal. Either that or Leona is where a lot of sports gravitate to, so no surprises there. They did hover Aphelios, and they did play it yesterday, I believe, but haven't picked it just yet. But obviously, Aphelios has kind of drifted away from the meta with the nerfs, as Xayah is going to be the pickup here for EG, and we'll see what else they want to take here.
Yeah, Xayah picked up. It's still somewhat relevant in the meta. You know, it's a champion that the lethality build has given it some legs, I guess you would say. So it's going to be more defensive, I guess. I guess Ezreal's pretty defensive too. I think Danny is someone who so far in this tournament, as you saw the analyst I was talking about, has been struggling in lane phase. And then even that game when they got out of lane phase, and it should be kind of the moment where, as the game's coming back in their favor, this is where Danny and EG had shined, was their team fighting, and they still got out team fought. And so I think they're continuing to want to give him a little bit maybe more carry potential. Ezreal does have a lot, so I mean, just a different look, I think, for them.
Yep. Again, I think in general, softening things up a little. Obviously, you're going to have a different plan against a different opponent, but maybe change for change's sake after that game is also not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Just from a mental perspective, as Graves maybe the final pick here in phase 1 for Order. Seen a lot of Graves, probably going to continue to see a lot more Graves. Definitely not going to see a lot of Gangplank because it keeps getting banned in phase 2.
We'll have to see if they want to keep pinching this jungle pool. I think with the Wukong ban, the triple bans to Kevy already, as well as the Graves taken away, you're getting pushed pretty far down the pool. Viego taken out. I was wondering if they're going to go J4 Viego. Looks like they're willing to give up the J4. I expect to see Inspire go back to that. Had an okay game on it. And then on the flip side, you see EG with the mismatch in the bot lane, banning out the MF. Understandable for the kind of press R win condition we're talking about. Yep, MF is kind of the quintessential press R marksman.
Big fan. Puma is of the MF. Did actually play it yesterday, not Aphelios, as I think I said earlier. Trinity also a flex pick for Order, so they'll take that one away as well, especially given the Order are on the red side, wanting to take away some of the potential counter picks they could have. Yes, BioPanther is the tank man in many ways, but he can play carries as well, as will fall all the way down to Kai'Sa here for Puma, but not a champion he's unhappy to have.
No, we've seen Kai'Sa be somewhat relevant. She got a bunch of tweaks coming into it on 12.8 to make her a little bit stronger. So looks like we will see another one of her, and I think it works well with their comp as well. Going in, follow up on the Vex very easily. Nautilus can also start the fight off. Another one of these where Graves kind of shoots his ult over the top. Makes for a pretty clean composition. Happy to see Impact back on the Gwen. I just think he had a great game, the previous one. Even though he got targeted and died, he was 0-3-0 at some point. Every time he died, you saw his skill on the champion, and I think it was one of those situations where better team was playing around you. And so I think with this game, if he can get a little bit of a lead, Impact showed that he can be a monster in late game team fights already. Just needs a little bit better of an early game.
Yeah, you know, for all the love we give to Danny and Jojo, and they certainly deserve it, Impact has had one hell of a season in the LCS, and that is continuing here for the vet on this stage. Back on Gwen, look at that counter pick. It's a spicy one. It was
throwing the hands.
Copa's like, yeah, what up? It's Poppy.
Got Poopy in the top lane. Here we go. Not something that he has played. Oh, he played once this split, actually. BioPanther has. And I'm pretty sure he's played it on and off his whole career, one of those. He's had some specialty picks, I guess you could say. And this can be one of them. It's a lot of dashes on the enemy team. It is true. The Gwen, Xin Zhao, Ahri can kind of stuff them all. But I'm not quite sure how the Gwen matchup goes for Poppy. I'll be honest. There's some champions Poppy does randomly really well into, despite the fact that you kind of see her get blasted for a period of time. Like Poppy into Jace, for example, is one where Poppy will be down 40 CS and you're like, sick, I'm winning. Yeah. You know? And then like suddenly you just start chain ganking the Jace, you kill him 6 times, he's useless in team fights, and you make his life living hell. And I'm curious to see how this matchup goes. We'll go and get an early lead. Does Poppy just straight up win? Poppy can be pretty annoying with the Q, the buckler, picking up the shield and all that.
Yeah, we'll see. A lot of minutia in those kinds of matchups. Obviously, though, really just a frontliner for Bio. Happy to take some sort of tank here for the team, make sure the team has frontline to go with. Poppy doesn't quite have the engage of a lot of the other tanks, but she's disruptive, especially if she gets into the backline. You can set things up with Keeper's Verdict if you just tap it. That was a change made a long time ago now, but it is a somewhat decent CC, even though it knocks the enemy up into the air, which is different from getting knocked up. I know, very complicated.
Yep, so we'll have to see if the LCO in Order can bounce back from yesterday, catch a reeling EG off a very disheartening loss. And, you know, this is as good of an attempt as they're going to get, it feels like. And I think for Order, they have been an org in the LCO who has always been kind of the bridesmaid, never the bride, getting second a lot of times, being in a lot of finals, not winning a ton of them. And even this one, despite being kind of a lower bracket run, did end up in a full 5-game series that they had to come back in. And a lot of these players as well have a somewhat similar story as well. Even Kissy, when Tally came back to Osh, kind of got his job kicked away. So, you know, Kissy had to go find a new team and stuff like that. It feels like a number of guys who have wanted to kind of get that validation. The org itself being there for so long but never making it to the international stage, finally getting there, does feel like a very good moment for them, and hopefully they can go make the on the stage. BioPanther being the only one who's been here before.
Yep. Also, I think before that win was the only one with an LCO title. Actually has 3, I believe, if memory is serving correctly. But now, obviously, all of Order have picked one up after a win, and they'll be very happy to be here at MSI, given how many LCO champions went through Order at one point. They've seen a lot of good players, and then those players ended up on other teams.
Spawn was very happy when I asked him, you know, like, what's the rundown on Order? He gave me, oh, well, here's every player you've ever heard of coming from them. And then, yeah, like you said, quite a lot of talent going through there. And I'm excited to see what they can do now.
All right, well, it is red side starts for both junglers. Inspired chilling on the red buff there. Does have some help though. Danny and Vulcan going to give him the leash, as Order are already down there to meet the wave. I don't think they're hiding in the brush. Maybe Corporal is chilling. Yes, he is, but they're going to hit it a little bit here. Is a ward late there for Puma just to see. But EG aren't going to miss too much here.
Yeah, making sure there's no cheese coming down their way. Kai'Sa Nautilus is a relatively strong early lane phase. One of those old matchups that you used to play quite a lot. Nautilus starts hooked there, but sometimes you take E with the Kai'Sa Q and you can actually get a surprisingly fast push off level 1 with the AoE from that. And it looks like, based on the fact they sacked that wave and Xin Zhao clearing the top, EG are going to play on the back foot in the bot side. Focus more on this top lane matchup that we were talking about with Impact on the Gwen again.
Yep, try and see if they can get Impact some sort of foothold. Feeling good so far. We'll see how the Poppy matchup goes. Great charm out of Jojo. Going to get the electrocute proc as well with pretty much max range Foxfires there procking on Kisei.
Jojo Pyun is, despite having a rough tournament so far into Caps, remember, Caps is one of the best players in the entire world. Yep. One of the best mid laners of all time. Jojo is actually a very strong laning mid laner. If there is one thing that he excels at, it is that. He had the highest CSD in the league for mid laners and won a lot of matchups. The Ahri in particular was a champ that he was rather proficient on. He landed a ton of charms on people to win these kind of trades, and they can get control of the lane and then start moving around the map. And I think that is going to be one of the key areas with Vex not always being a strong champion lane phase. It's not too uncommon to see the Vex go down some CS, but then have these big pop-off moments around team fights.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you can't perform on this champion as Jojo, right, something does feel wrong. You have been given one of the strongest champions in the meta right now, a mid laner that is constantly kept out of games. So you are expected to perform on it here, but so far so good for Jojo. Vulcan getting nice and aggressive early here. He's going to meet Corporal and potentially Kevy. But supports are going to spot each other. Inspired's here as well. And I think everyone knows what's happening now.
Nice respect there out of order. It was very tempting when you saw Vulcan there to throw that hook out, but Corporal showing good restraint, given that Inspire could have collapsed on the top side. You had the mid shove for Jojo there, so coming up big, getting that priority. Getting some nice trades, though, by Kissy. You saw, despite the fact he got solo killed by Caps right early on in the game, he kind of bounced back and then started having a great game. And he was one of the key factors for why that game was going in their favor. His playmaking was very good on the Yone. Vex as well has the kind of potential to just start that fight with her ultimate. So I feel like he's going to be someone to keep our eye on in this game a little bit later on, but will probably be shoved in a fair amount early on.
Got solo killed by Caps, and then solo killed Caps.
Yeah, and then continued to make plays over the course of that game. There's a reason they were on the Baron, and it was because they killed someone.
Definitely looking good there. Also a player that, talking to Rusty, said similar to Jojo, not necessarily in skill, but very confident, very unafraid of taking skill checks. So should be very exciting, actually, to watch them both play, especially as skirmishes break out and Vex gets a little more leeway, whereas Ari's individual agency obviously pretty high in a lot of scenarios, as Jojo is trying to be a bully, holding this way for a little bit as Kise's teleported back through. Jojo also burnt his TP though, so we'll call it a wash, and the CS is going to reflect that as well so far in the 1v1.
Yep, so far holding out through the lane phase. I will say this draft is a little different than some of the the order drafts that I've seen before. A lot of the times they're very skirmish oriented. In their first game, that was kind of more or less what I expected. A lot of threats in every single lane, a lot of ability to start a lot of fights. This one is a little bit more standard front-to-back team fight, and sometimes we talk about drafts reflecting confidence of opponent. If it's an opponent that you're worried about, you go a little bit more volatile, you opt into more fights, you try and flip that coin a little bit. But here, this is really not a coin flip draft, which I think speaks to Order's confidence in this matchup. Who knows how scrims were going, but at least watching EG on stage, they're saying, hey, I think this is a team we can just straight up beat. And I really like this approach for them because EG has not looked that clean so far. If Order find a good engage and just obliterate Danny like we saw Broken Blade doing or something, like this is a draft that has that potential, and I want to see if they can do it.
And Vulcan trying to set up again. Just dips in the mid, is going to go ahead and recall. Impact feeling pretty good in his 1v1. For what it's worth, is up about a wave and change. I don't think BioPanther's too upset. As you said, Poppy can fall behind a lot of CS and feel happy. And this is well within acceptable bounds.
Uh-oh.
As mid lane, Jojo potentially in trouble. Does have flash and ulti, so should be tricky to pin down the Ahri.
Yeah, saw the fear charge for Kissy. Saw Corporal wrapping around the side. There's been a lot of half roams to mid lane. There's obviously a focus by both teams, but neither mid laner has misstepped enough to open up an opportunity thus far, which should speak highly to Kissy and the fact that he's also up in just straight CS, despite kind of being pushed in for the early portion of that lane phase, doing extremely well for himself.
Smart little play there by Inspired. Looks for a gank in mid, throws out the W, takes a CS. It was all there for just one extra minion. As Jojo just gets taxed a little. Puma and Daddy dueling here in the 1v1, but kinda even. Puma was definitely winning the burst trade, which makes sense. And now Corporal flashing in with the Q, but here's Vulcan on the wraparound. Denny ignited and low though, and Puma can't make his way in. No ulti right now for the Kai'Sa. And now they're gonna flash in, and Vulcan wants the kill! 1v1, we'll call it first blood for Vulcan.
That was so well played by EG. Vulcan hung around on the back side of that wall, staying out of vision, while Danny kind of ran away, and it telegraphed that, hey, I might be alone here. Baited Corporal into flashing in for that, and then even though the feather pullback by Danny missed, Vulcan is a bloodthirsty support, flashed in for that kill. Good to see the bot lane for EG getting their legs underneath them after a very rough start to the tournament thus far.
Yeah, Vulcan also staying active. As you said, both supports have been mid a bunch. Vulcan was also very active in the last game with G2, so still, you know, playing his roaming style, trying to find picks here, support Jojo and mid where he can. I mean, again, it's just a magnet right at this point. The center of the map is just drawing people in. As we do see two members of Order here. Corporal and Kevy setting up. Jojo does that flash, does have ult. The fear's not going to hit, and Jojo stands in place and dodges the incoming hook.
Yeah, Kissy thought that, you know, option select. Kissy put his in case he runs forward. Nautilus throws his in case he runs back.
It's unblockable. Oh, he missed it.
He throws the high and the low, and he goes for the mid, just stands still. Both miss. Jojo Pune, gigantic brain, stays alive there. But a good look by Order. I like seeing them stay proactive on the map. That could have worked, just ended up missing the skill shots.
Especially bringing the Graves along, right? Kevy not going to add really much CC at all. He's going to take the blue buff though, which is nice to see, and Graves has plenty of burst at level 6 to kind of lend to any sort of play. So do love the attempt. Does miss, but not much of a commitment for Order to try and make the play.
Yeah, it still spills over to that, grabbing that blue buff, but off the reset level, or excuse me, 8 minutes into the game, the EG bot lane flips to the top side, starts contesting this. Order hanging around in the area, and the Kai'Sa's making her way up the river. They might actually go for this fight. They do, like we said, have this kind of 5v5 press R composition.
Vulcan, Hex Flash in, they're going to go for the play. Jojo with the charm just takes out Corporal in an instant. Whew.
That is the danger of playing Nautilus and having to be the frontliner. He is notoriously squishy, actually, if you don't get your abilities up.
I was going to say it as well, actually. It's double glacial augment, right? So no aftershock, no extra stats there to be tankier on the Nautilus. You are a sitting duck in many scenarios, that being one of them. Kisei looking for the 1v1, perhaps Jojo lands a counter charm. And Kisei, I think he hit the ulti, but I think he may have run out of time to reactivate it. Not exactly sure, but a good exchange. Jojo holds on to the potential all-in.
Just to think a Q for that fear, actually. Still has the ult up. Looking good, though, for Kisei controlling the lane a little bit more. The CS lead has continued to go. He is a sniper with them Qs.
Looking good. Also, Vex's abilities are all purple and shadowy, so they all kind of look the same sometimes.
A lot of lasers going out. Order, not, just giving everything away, though. After getting blown up, go down, flip to the bot side here. Granted, take advantage of that timing window. Here you just see no vision control, just out of sweeper range, too, so there wasn't going to be the silhouette given away that there was a Vulcan in the bush. And just a nice Hex Flash stun on top of them, well coordinated with Jojo Kun. EG, looking good so far. Quick 2-0 lead in their favor, 1,000 gold lead coming up at 10 minutes.
Yep, Dragon was picked up in the replay. Order did start and did finish that Hextech Drake, so we'll have that for themselves, but not too much to worry about here. EG happy with the lead they've got. We'll see where Inspired wants to pop the old Herald, but I imagine they're assuming that, that's worth some amount of gold that the plates it will likely get. Maybe Impact a decent target here, although Bio's kept up very nicely. Haven't seen a lot of this 1v1, which makes sense. They've been pretty, vibing on the island here in top lane.
Yeah, I think both teams are actually rather happy to let the Gwen scale, and if the Gwen's not getting snowballed for the pop side of the matchup, you go, okay, great, I'm here for the dashes and the team fights. So both teams just kind of ignoring top lane. It does make you wonder, like you said, where this Rift Herald's going to go for EG. Bot lane is a potential option, given that the Xayah is one of the better scaling threats in their teams. Doesn't feel like a split push kind of game for Impact. Like we talked about, Gwen can kind of do everything, split push, team fight.
Yeah, she's good. Even good in poke comps, I feel like. We didn't see it as much in the last one, but like just standing between the enemy and pressing W gives a lot of free range.
No one wants to run into that.
No, nobody does. Pretty good champion. I wonder why she's getting blinded so much. Good flash with Kisei as Jojo looks for a play there with Inspired on his right.
All right, we got some tools here at the LEC studio that I've never used before. So I'm gonna, what does this do? Oh, hey, look at that. Hey! That's what I wanted to do. And then there's a circle. It's a small circle. Maybe I wanted the bigger circle. Hold on. Let's see what a big circle does. There's a lot of vision. Anyways, that's my point.
Nice.
Made it so not only can they get this pressure from the bot side to drop this turret, but they also inspired that angle to get the gank onto mid lane to force that flash. Then he moves back down to the river. Bot side drops his Herald, snowballing this advantage very quickly. Not only controlling mid lane, but bot lane as well.
Well, good take there for EG. Pick up the first tower gold, get all the plates, give Danny some extra gold, as EG do split it, but they're happy to get continued advantage here, now up 2K.
And I think this is one of the areas of the game where the minor region teams struggle when you go internationally more than anything else. It's not necessarily you get giga skill checked in lane, it's oftentimes how are you moving around the map. It's not skill issues, it's, oh, their mid jungle just took complete control of our bot lane, and now we can't even walk up to our turrets, and now I need to flash gank attempts. And until this point, Order, I think, had been going blow for blow pretty closely, and that's actually what explodes the games more often than not. Or your decision-making around objectives, like their Baron attempt in the previous game.
See how it goes, because it is pretty steady here between these two teams. Some TP's burnt here to maybe get back to mid lane. See if they can't shot them out. Impact wanted to make a play. Inspired on the flank, looking good. Good ulti out of Vulcan. Corporal buffers away, but it's not enough. Kisei is going to go down to Inspired.
Nice roam down from EG there from the top side. I know you guys are going to get bored of me doing this, but can I do it again?
I love it, Mark.
Look, it's pretty standard play. You get vision control through the avenues of map movements that you're going to need to use to make plays happen, and then that sets up the play. You don't just show up and try and gank randomly. You go ahead and you set up the vision control so that you can move them through that area and make it happen again. You see how dark it was. Thank you, observers, for this.
One more time. Puma is in trouble. Cleanse is a little late, but there is no follow-up. But Vulcan continuing to stay proactive here.
Cleanse is in time to sidestep the follow-up charm by JoJo. Gets the summoner out, though, so still a nice play there by EG. And you can see when this team's grooving, how good they can be. Their first 2 games versus G2, very tough opponents, did not have control of it, but this is what EG did extremely well in North America. When they got the upper hand, their playmaking is pretty relentless, and they can continue to make these plays over and over again. Inspired and Vulcan, in a lot of ways, actually being the engine, like you said before. NA Talent, woohoo! JoJo and Danny get a lot of hype, but the men behind the scenes are Inspired and Vulcan.
Yeah, absolutely power in the vehicle as it cruises towards a potential first win here for EG. Long way to go here in this game, but so far so good. Order, though, definitely happy to get scrappy in many situations. They got the hands to make some big plays. We'll see what they can come up with here.
The scrappiness angle, you can always just start taking random team fights in lanes, but I also think their comp, like we said, being the 5v5, and these have all been odd number fights so far. We have not actually seen all 5 ready to go except that one Rift Herald situation where Corporal got blown up at the start of it. So we'll have to see at this 15-minute dragon, or 15-second away dragon, if it comes up, do we get this 5v5? Because that's what Order's hoping for. They've already prepped a fair amount of vision there. But EG as a team is sometimes very happy to sack objectives. We talked a lot about that in the previous game for G2. If it doesn't actually advance their game plan, EG, though, might want to go toe-to-toe still.
We'll see. Based on the teleport cooldown situation, I'm going to guess EG are just happy to give it away. And now this map movement, I think, is going to confirm that.
Yep, this is exactly what EG should be doing, to be fair. We talked about 1, Order's team fight being very scary. 2, dragon stacking not in your favor, not really going to accelerate your game plan currently. 3, there's an objective up in the top side. Go ahead, take this Rift Herald while also grabbing the top turret. These 2 objectives being up allows you to go 2 for 1 on the objective trade, and then you can potentially use that to drop the mid lane turret later. So EG focusing on funneling the gold right now.
Yep. And Rift Herald 2 picked up, as you mentioned. As you can see, Inspired currently top in the charts, but Danny close behind him there for EG. That's pretty much where their lead's sitting, which is good news for any North Americans currently up very early in the morning, potentially watching this game.
Got any...
Hopefully you didn't go to bed after the last game.
If you stayed up or just went back to bed, didn't make another cup of coffee. Any NAers in chat? Yeah. Let us know. Any Oshers in chat? What do you say? Aussie? Because it's like all of us.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you are the like technical representative, I guess.
Well, so there's Oceania.
Yep.
Then there's ANZ, which is Australia and New Zealand.
Okay.
So I don't really know. But this team is all Aussies, I think, from the Order side. If I'm going to offend, if one of the players from New Zealand, it's doomed. I'm actually...
You're not sure?
I've offended the entire nation.
Pull up the roster flags real quick on the website here.
There might be one. There's often one that sneaks in. It doesn't help that the flags when they're small, which they are on the wiki, and at first glance, they look very similar. I think it's different colorations. The format's like the same. So we'll find out. Mark's doing some investigative work.
We'll figure it out. Nope. Well, Corporal is...
Yeah, he's a dual citizen, I believe.
Yeah,
Japanese. Australian.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I was going to say. Cool. You learn something new every day.
There was I forgot who tweeted this. I'm so sorry, but someone tweeted all the different nationalities of who attended. I think just MSI, or maybe it was Worlds as well. And Corporal asked in the thread, "Do I count for Japan or Australia?" And they're like, "Both." It's like cool. The Vulcan here looking for the ulti, does miss on the kiss there, but Order going to go back through. Rift Herald here going to make a problem, but that is a kill onto Vulcan. Can't really get out as Leona, so Order take their one, but is there more? Kisei popping the ulti, looking for Danny perhaps, but Danny still with the ulti in the flash, so they'll think better of it, take the 1 kill.
Nicely done there by Order, though. It was a little telegraphed. Even though they didn't have good vision control for Order's side, there's 1 outer turret up left. You probably know where EG's going to go, and so while EG show up at the exact time they want to use that Rift Herald, Order is there to kind of head that play off. The turret still drops, but it leaves Vulcan cut off, because right as Vulcan goes in, Corporal does as well. BioPanther all focused down to 3-man, and so while they don't hit that kill, it does leave Vulcan isolated. They find that 1 cleanup kill, and the Rift Herald charge does finish off the turret, but it does stop the momentum a little bit here after this play. Order has control, able to get the waves pushing in their favor a little bit, get some wards out in the bot side of the river.
And don't forget, you can grab your exclusive scare prize if you want. Fun little Prime Gaming emote there. It's always nice, pick up some free stuff if you have Prime.
Any primers?
Any primers. I thought about it, by the way. I think I'm down for any Osis. I think that's what I'm ready for. I don't know what the correct thing is supposed to be, but
any Osers?
I'm here for Osis.
Osers, all right. You have the official Pastry time blessing to say Oshus?
I think so.
All right.
We could say Anzes, but like again, you don't want to leave people out.
No, definitely not. So with that play, that does not only give them a little bit of control in the game, they get some wards out, though EG is beginning to make their moves to do it. It does stall the game. Scaling-wise, it's a little tough to say. I think in straight 5v5 teamfights, we talked about Order's comp being strong, but neither Vex or Ari are necessarily insane scalers. Vex does get crazy one-shot potential.
Yes.
I've seen some one-shots in the side lanes. There was a very famous, I think it was a Faker clip of
He's pretty good.
Yeah, so she can always have that instant one-shot, instant-get potential. The one thing that's nice for EG is both the members that you would be looking to one-shot in Danny and JoJo have some ways of trying to outplay it. You'll probably see a stopwatch coming in eventually for JoJo. And Danny just naturally being able to press his alt button as soon as you go in. You can kind of disjoint is not quite the right word, but at least get away from the Vex so that you can stall out before you get feared if you play it correctly. And Arya just being insanely mobile as a whole.
Yep. It has like GP barrel burst energy, but obviously that's much faster, right? As soon as the barrel hits you, it's done. Vex has to, you know, hit the ulti and then go all the way in and pop all the buttons.
It's relatively telegraphed too.
Yeah.
Like even if you land it, you're like, when's he gonna go? When's he gonna go? But it's not like a 5,000 missile speed thing. Like Vex moves relatively slowly on the way in.
We'll see what happens. Obviously, Kisei confident on the pick, happy to try and find the angles, but for right now, we're squaring up in mid. Seeing if we can't find a 5v5. Impact's had enough. He's going either around for a potential flank or back towards the top side, but does want to stick around here. There is a Dragon up, and I think EG are figuring they might want to contest here, stop the bleeding at Dragon number 3 for Order, but Order are going in. Impact there on the side, but again, the Poppy W looking pretty good, but Impact all the way around. Corporal the target. Corporal will fall. Call the 5v4 now as Biopanther kicks one out with the ulti, but EG already got one.
Nice stuff there by Biopanther on the initial engage, but was not ready for the wraparound by Impact. That Gwen that we were hyping up shows up on the backside to finish off Corporal. And like you said, third Dragon coming up. EG did not want to sack that one. They had the advantage yet again of vision from having control of this game. The face check comes through. Corporal, unfortunately, has that responsibility to walk in there first.
Yep.
Gets popped.
Easy pickings there. I mean, again, Nautilus is one of those things, kind of like Alistar with no ulti, right? Just so easy to get a pick.
I always say Nautilus is a feeder champ.
And Kisei maybe on the menu here is going to be a lot of damage done. Impact with the last snip is going to get it. JoJo trying to extend the play. Wonderful dodge there for Kevi away from that charm. So it does prevent a second kill from going over, but EG already got 2 off that play.
That was a good TP there by JoJokian following up. You could see the extra members of Order debating whether or not they wanted to follow up off that double fear from Kissy, but the teleport coming in meant they could not actually do that, so they had to back off that play and set Biopanther to work on the top side, but now Vulcan's got the inside track on him.
Ooh, what a stun. Virtual Omen going to proc. Probably going to be stuck in the mud for a long time now. Biopanther going to have to fight his way out, and he's going to try and tank as much as he can, but there's just not enough left as Impact's going to grab one, and Vulcan's not done yet. Corporal, good Q, gets himself safely to the wall, but Vulcan is hunting down Order right now.
Yeah, wheels coming off the train a little bit for Order. Kills in the bot lane, kills in the top lane. You lose track of where everyone is on the map because a bunch of people just died top. Biopanther thinks he's safe, but Vulcan was actually off the reset heading top lane that entire time. They get that kill. Now it's time for the Baron buff setup. Getting a lot of the vision in the topside jungle here.
Kevi wants the Krogs, will get most of them. But he's going to have to ulti to get himself to safety. Dive is coming, wraparounds here from EG. Impact happy to start off the play. Corporal with a good Q that will interrupt them. That pops the ulti onto Danny as well. But Danny keeps on moving forward, and Inspire gets another.
Nice attempt to defend there by Order. Corporal with a bit of an interruption on that play, but just too many men from EG, too much control over this game. The 4 men able to make that dive happen, grab this turret as well. And Impact has become the big threat very quickly in these last couple of minutes, grabbing a handful of these kills.
I mean, I think in both games has looked excellent on the Gwen. Obviously not the same start, but still high impact once he got rolling. This time, he's the one with all the kills, worth all the extra gold. Does have the Nashes now finished alongside the Riftmaker, even a stopwatch in the back pocket. And it looks to be slow and steady here for EG. Gold difference just accruing over time, nice and smoothly.
Yeah, there was that one turret trade back for Biopanther. I'm not sure if the objective bounties were on before or after. I missed that one, but unfortunately, the objective bounties have fallen back off the 5,000 gold lead. Not enough to activate those again. but it is feeling pretty tough for Order to get up to those turrets anyways. I gotta say, when I said the feeder champ thing, for people who don't know what I mean by that, Nautilus, I don't mean people are feeders if they play him, but just he's a champ that when things go wrong, they go wrong very quickly. Very bad.
I think Nautilus can go 0-10. And that does not tell you the impact Nautilus had in that game. Yes, he either got picked on a lot, or he did a lot of engages and still died. And usually when you're doing anything good or bad, you are going to die.
And oftentimes picked in situations where you might be the only tank on your team, and you're like, I guess I need to run forward here. There is, in this game, the Poppy, but you're not always going to be around your top laner. And so in some of those situations, it's your duty to admirably walk into that brush.
Love the attempt there. Kisse throwing the ulti up, can't quite find the target he was looking for. Big feather pullback there for Danny, getting a couple, I believe. That is going to force a flash from Kisse, getting out from under the solar flare. Vulcan again still hunting for these kills, but EG just pressuring forward constantly, is sticking together. Now actually going to threaten the Baron because they spy Biopanther in the bottom side.
Yeah, Biopanther no TP as well. They might have this timed out, knowing that he can't join for another 10 seconds. And with a vision control, Order having a hard time finding a way in here. I think they don't know if they're baiting or not, so they're taking it slow, but EG's going to have this soon if they don't go faster. There's the blue trinket.
Same thing, Nautilus is like, oh, I don't really want to face check, but I have to, and now Jojo's going to turn around. EG turning off the Baron, but took a lot of damage for it here. Order might be able to find something. Kisse no ulti, and Order can't find the angle.
That's the big one right there. Kisse no ulti means it's much safer for EG to try and force that play, and if there's no way to get insta-give for being caught out of position, you know, you can get that back off of it. A good angle out of EG trying to fish for that one, just couldn't quite find anyone to pick off.
Ooh, nice hit for Corporal. Hex flashing in onto Vulcan we go. Inspired though, straight into enemy territory. Onto Puma, forced to flash out though, to pop in the ulti, and now Impact's gonna dance back in. Corporal, it just feels bad, man, but he keeps getting picked on. Impact finds another for EG.
I said it before, won't say it again, but that was a very nice play by Inspired. When Vulcan got caught out of position, to go in there and find that 5-man ultimate to kind of disrupt any potential fall that comes through here. I do like this by Order, not going quietly, finding their opportunities. That Hex flash over the wall onto Vulcan to set him up as a potential target, but then Inspired goes in here. There's that 5-man ultimate. Make sure that no one else is in danger. While he does need to flash out himself, he's gotten enough people low that Impact gets the nice chase down easily there.
Yeah, just finds the exit. Jojo with a bit of burst over the top. And EG able to find one extra pick there. So the gold lead keeps on coasting forward here. Kevi should be able to finish this off. There is Impact in the area, but not going to be close enough. Kevi is going to keep pushing, but thinks better of it.
Impact does respect the fact as well that there's probably other members up in the top side. So now he's hopping the wall and looking for this fight.
He's like, wait a second. He's all alone. Oh, nice TP. I love this from EG. Going to be a 2v2 here as Kisse joins in as well, but Jojo, plenty of mobility. Biopanther's here, and oh goodness.
Getting the pause right when the action's about to go down. Dragon was just slain as well. Wonder what the pause was about. We'll have to see if we get an update. Did look like it was about to go very south for Order there. So if something was wrong on them, on their side, I can very much understand needing to pause there. It's also a very important fight location-wise. This is something that I think is not considered enough. Where you're taking a fight. If you're taking a risky fight, bot lane turret, 18 minutes in the game, not the end of the world if you lose it. Taking a risky fight post 20 minutes next to Baron, that could be game ending if you mess that one up. So this is one of those fights where this could result in the Baron, whoever ends up winning it.
Well, see what happens here, because both teams are off to the top lane. Love the aggression from Impact, love the teleporting for Jojo, much more proactive this game on the Ahri, able to really pair up with Impact a number of times already this game and try and make a play happen. But Order know what's happening. They are moving people there, and that's all we know. We are mid-Ahri dash. We had a pause.
Unfortunate timing on that. But this is to step back from the game and look more at the tournament as a whole for both teams. For EG, 2 games against G2 kind of got slapped. First game, taken apart just top to bottom the entire way through. Second game was happening that way. Massive throw by G2 that EG should have won. They had triple inhibs. They were hitting Nexus turrets at some point. Lost a handful of fights on the back end of that to lose the game. And I think this is a huge game for them momentum-wise to get their feet back under them, get a win on stage. It'll be their first one, assuming that they can close this out from here. For Order, I think they're just trying to find what will work for them over the course of this group stage. And, okay, what do we need to work on? Because this is I say this game more than their one against G2 was about vision. And what can we do to do a better job of coordinating together to make sure our vision doesn't get completely taken over on either side of the map. This is also Order's second game. You know, they played the least in the group so far. So in terms of learnings, they've had less of them.
Yep. Certainly both teams, or all teams in this group especially, lots of time, lots of tape, lots of reps against the teams that are here in Group C. It is quadruple round robin for the teams in this group. But I do have only one piece of info. EG were the ones to pause. I don't know why. As soon as we get an update, I will relay it to you. Don't worry, you have all the information that I have. I'm not hiding anything from you.
Are you sure you're not?
Not about that, at least.
Okay. Got some skeletons in your closet. All right. EG, looking pretty calm. It's been nice to see the venue, see all the fans in attendance. I'm not sure how many people have been able to experience that again in their regions. I'm coming from the NA bias perspective. We had a sick finals Houston, where it was like a big football arena filled up. American football for European fans, sorry. Yeah, it was an incredible venue, but I know some people have not had the chance. I'm not quite sure how it was for all the other regions, but it is cool to always be back in front of fans, hear the roar when you make a good play.
Certainly is, as I do have a quick update for you all. EG Vulcan was the one that paused, reporting a potential bug which caused Leona to fly up into the air. League officials are currently investigating.
Oh no. I think everyone who's played League long enough has experienced the knocked up to infinity and beyond bug. Famously, most often with Alistar, but Poppy Ultimate can be a culprit.
Legacy of Bug Catcher Sneaky lives on. I think he got caught by that one at one point.
Yeah, it's always funny too when you just stay up there and your model's technically still running around, but people can't click on you, but you take AoE damage and you're like, huh, I guess I'll just run around up here and hope I come down soon.
Well, we'll see what happens. Again, we'll keep you updated once we get more information, but for now, the players will sit and contemplate their position. Still, I would say reasonably close game. EG are building up a significant lead, right? I think they're up about 5K. My memory of the goal lead is correct, so that is significant. That is certainly more than enough to run away with the rest of the game, assuming things go smoothly. But we haven't, I guess what I'm trying to say is we haven't had a big engagement yet, right? Haven't had a big 5v5.
There's not been any aces.
No.
There's not been any...
Lots of picks.
Yeah, there's been a lot of picks, and I think to the point of what EG would love to do with their draft, that's exactly it. Order's comp is very scary in a 5v5 if you're just, as Jat likes to say, eye contact, staring each other down. But I think in this situation, it's gotten away from them now to the point where your comp is no longer just straight up advantage. It's always interesting to talk about, like, what are the actual gold values that your comp is still comfortable being in. When we saw in that G2 game, you know, even though they started to lose complete control of the game, their comp was going to be advantage in straight 5v5s due to the engage and the ability to delete people for a period of time, even if the gold leads start getting away from them. And in this game, there was a buffer window where you can fall behind the early game a little bit. Maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 if you're really pushing it. But at this point, you know, even if you need to find like the cleanest engage of all time now. The margin of error goes up higher and higher and higher.
Absolutely true. Well, as a reminder, EG Vulcan has paused, reporting a potential bug, which caused Leona to fly up. As League officials are investigating, as we wait, we are going to send it back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Leona's not supposed to fly. So while the league officials are investigating that, you can see the players set up on stage. We do have some additional time to talk about what we've seen thus far in the game. And I really like what Mark was talking about in terms of the compositions, in terms of the advantages needed to feel comfortable and not be comfortable with the lead. Let's start a little bit with this draft. I quite liked Order's answers to what was being locked in from EG. In particular, I quite like seeing that Poppy. I think the potential that it can have is good, but it requires a high degree of execution to work, I think.
Yeah, I think the problem is a lot of the picks we've seen to Gwen typically are things like the Jace or the Cannon, which can bully her out in lane. The Poppy just can't do that. And ultimately, if you get to like 20, 30 minutes, would I rather have a Poppy on my team or a Gwen? I would much rather have a Gwen.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought it was smart to have the Kai'Sa to follow the Xayah, very similar to what we saw with the Ezreal pick just last game. So kind of seeing Kai'Sa being picked specifically versus Danny's champion pool. But you're right. I mean, Impact, I thought, has played really well. I thought he handled a lot of the pressure in the previous game, knowing that he was going to have to deal against the Galio and Camille. This game, he's done an insane job. So great so far from this team. And I think the draft really does suit them. Being able to get Ahri first pick is always great. And JoJo on the pick has been doing really well.
Yeah, and I think something for me is that when I look at the composition that Order have, if you have a static backline on the enemy team, things that we saw previously, like Jinx that were in the meta, it's so easy, right? You just engage on them, dive them, but you're dealing with an Ahri, very mobile, and this Xayah who has that ultimate. So you see a lot of moments where, like, you know, maybe a Vexel connects and they're hesitant to go for it.
Because you know there's so many tools to answer it, right? Yeah, difficult situation. Just a very brief update. Sorry to interrupt, Augs. But an update on the pause. Because of the impact of the bug in question, tournament officials are investigating whether or not Chronobake is an option or should be used. While that investigation is ongoing, we will continue to talk about the game that we have seen thus far. We will have some additional viewing assets for you in a moment or two. Before we get to it, though, one last question on the draft. Just before we started and went 2 picks and bans, we were talking a little bit about what we wanted to see from the junglers in particular. We saw both Karthus's run yesterday. We're not super in love. We want to see Inspired and something a bit more proactive. Xin Zhao, Raz, I'll come to you first.
Yes.
Happy with what you've seen? Happy with how Inspired has impacted the game thus far?
Really happy. I think as we kind of mentioned it, we want to be on proactive picks, so you like the Jarvan pick, and I did it. I liked it quite a bit. Just wondering what he was going to go outside of that, and so the Xin Zhao is something that's really well welcomed. The early impact that he's had towards topside has been great, and so it's making it so if you are the backline, you know, trying to commit to damage on the side of Order, you really don't have options there. Ahri's difficult to get on. The Xayah pick, as you kind of mentioned, you need a non-committal form of engage, otherwise...
Super sorry to interrupt. I have just heard that Evil Geniuses have opted against the Chrono Break and will play through the bug. That means the game will be resuming shortly. Thank you so much for the catch-up. We'll be back after the game. Let's send it to the casters for now.
Thank you, Trevor. A welcome interruption, I will say, as we'll get ourselves back into the game. Hopefully, Vulcan has been grounded. Leona is back on her feet where she belongs.
He's going to play the rest of the game in the air.
Or that!
No. If anyone's experienced this bug before, you get knocked up for a little bit extra time, then you come back down a couple seconds later. I assume it's that bug, which is, in this situation, I think very understandable for EG to not want to replay the entire game, given that even if this fight ends up with Leona in the air, you probably are still going to be able to play it out reasonably effectively with the goalie that they already have. So, very understandable position from their point, and we'll have to see if Order can make something of that.
I believe we have a replay.
Oh, we have the knockout replay. Is
this?
We'll see if it's Pro View.
I'm down to see it if we have it.
I would love to see Leona.
No!
You lied to me?
I got baited.
Or is production lying to you? Is this a chain of lies?
Me. I'm sorry.
You just requested it. Assumed we had it.
Yeah, I thought it was there. I'm so sorry, chat. We'll just have to visualize in your mind.
I like that you call it flew up, not guts. Oh, here we go. We might have it.
Oh!
All right, so there's the knockout. Yep. I must go. My people need me.
See, I totally didn't lie to you.
Back to space for Leona. Oh, here we go.
Back to French Canada's. We're back in. Impact is still chopping away at Bio Panther. Jojo found the first angle and Vulcan comes back down to earth. And Bio Panther actually finished off the 1v1.
Bio Panther getting the kill, 1-for-1 the team fight, but who cares because Leona's she's skydiving back into the river.
And we're back. EG vs Order. Again, some small trades here. 1-for-1 this time around. Kevy going down on the Order side, Impact on the EG side, but no big opening up of this game, which I think, to your point, Mark, flying Leona's aside.
You're trying to be serious, and I just can't get there, dude. I'm just thinking of like all those Korea memes. You know, when you play Korean solo queue, and they're like, your mom's Sky now, and they just see Leona as Danny's mom, trying to protect him, and boom! Up she goes. Just rockets off camera.
This is the best part.
This is a good fight by Bio Panther. You see some of the strength. Danny's trying to be like, where are you, dude? Are you coming back down? Woo! The Q's following. Oh my god!
Oh, that's wonderful. What we needed
I'm excited to see that in the highlight reels from this tournament. You know, the historic, the play that started it all for EG on their way to the MSI Championship. Leona to the moon.
Alrighty, so Order back up towards the Baron as we center ourselves back into this game here. 2 dragons apiece. EG have stopped the potential snowball towards the Ocean Salt and are still in control of this game, despite Bio Panther's nice dueling prowess on the Poppy.
Yeah, that was overall, when you're behind in games like this, even trades are technically usually still good for you because you're getting shutdowns and things like that. Obviously, EG's still in a lot of control in this game. They're going to be able to grab this mid lane inner turret. But Order stopped that play from potentially going wrong. There's a lot of vision that they were able to get out during that skirmish as well. So EG have some homework to do before they can actually start out this Baron. That continues to stall the game out. And for Order, their objective right now is to make sure that there's no Baron that happens for the next 2.5 minutes, so when the Dragon spawns, we can hopefully get a 5v5 there. That's kind of your angle right now because you're not going to split push. Your comp really doesn't do anything but 5v5. It's very limited. And so you just want to make sure Impact isn't making things happen in the side lane, or make sure there's no Baron going on so we can get this 5v5 at Dragon.
And of course, on the flip side, Impact doing just that, sitting here in the side lane. You know, unlikely to get a lot done 1v1 versus BioPanther. Poppy's more than tanky enough here, and Impact doesn't want to meet anyone else from Order in a 1v2. So he's just going to have to curate these waves, play a little slowly, can't fully commit to opening up the side lane, but he is going to be a presence, a pain, a thorn in the side of Order in that bottom wave for as long as he possibly can be.
Yeah, and I think the Poppy counterpick is looking pretty good. Ends up a little bit in farm, but it was an even lane phase. Now in the side lane, Gwen does not have an easy time of using it. I wasn't sure if you were going to need to go like a Warmogs to stay topped off and even in the fight, but just Poppy on her lonesome with how many resist she gets is something that seems to be doing A-okay in this matchup now, despite the Gwen also being hella fed in kills. You know, definitely a worthwhile counterpick, it looks like. We'll see if other teams will take note. It's always interesting to see what tech is snatched up as mid lane.
Vulcan with a big play. Kevy just barely flashes away at the last minute. And Danny is going to get feared up, but Kisei can't follow up. Danny was feared for a while, but not enough burst.
I was going to say, I wonder if that was a potential opportunity there. You know, Danny does have all of his summoners and his ult up, so it very easily could end up in a situation if Vex like flashed in to try and follow up damage that you just get baited. So a little touch to go there, but EG do end up okay.
Yeah, Impact also had enough time there with what was happening in mid to push up in the wave and just hit the tower down nice and quickly. BioPanther can't get you off the tower, can't kill the wave fast enough. So Impact does grab one there. Also, Jojo is continuing to be himself. He only got 2 stacks on his Dark Seal, but still he has some Magize.
That book is very short.
Yeah.
It is a...
He's young. He doesn't want to read a long book.
Children's picture book?
Yeah, just flip it through.
Not an epic fantasy tome? Door stopper? No? Okay. Hopefully his reading comprehension scales with this game a little bit more. We'll have to see if he can get some more pages in that book.
EG, though, continuing to show presence around the Baron. They've had a good amount of vision control. With Vulcan face checking, he's happy to do so. Gets a flash out of Corporal, pops the ulti, and Order reset.
Yeah, get the flash out, but nice chunk by Kissy. Dangerous position, nice footwork. Gets out there, and again, like we said, just stopping EG's potential plays around the Baron, these kind of face checks that they're forcing, never dropping. Does suck that Nautilus loses his flash right before this Dragon fight, but they still have all their ultimates available to make a play happen.
Inspired a little ahead of his team, but the team's going to rejoin him. Now Inspired's going to go for it. Knows that they can cut them off here. Daughter missing 2 right now as Impact is going for it, but BioPanther
the flank,
cutting them off nicely, and now EG are stuck in a potential pincer. Corporal and Kevido still going in. Inspired finds Corporal again, the Nautilus. The first one to pick up, they can grab it, and Danny will collect that kill. Vulcan still going, finds Kissy with a slow off the augment, but nothing following up for EG as they start the Dragon.
I thought for sure Kissy and Puma were going to want to go there. Hold on.
Kicks out 2, Vulcan goes in! Oh no, the teammates got kicked away, and Puma able to get the kill. Order still now can run the 5v4. Jojo's so far away. The Dragon's loose, Kevy's got it. They're going to go back through. Danny low, but they're still fighting as Jojo dashes on in. Puma the target. Danny tries to make it happen, and Jojo collects the kill. Danny with the fancy flash off the back of the ult. He still dies to Bio at the end of it all, but EG are going to win that fight despite Order getting the Dragon.
Order get the Dragon. It's actually a relatively even fight. 2 for 2, both bot lanes dropping. Everyone else getting out. He should be able to TP away safely. No CC to interrupt that one. And Order played that fight. Initially, I did not like the angle. I thought very early on in that fight, it looked like a decent opportunity for Order. Then I thought the moment passed, but BioPanther with that ult ejecting everyone out made it very scrappy and shows the power that their comp has when executed well. We'll have to see. This angle right here, right before this replay started, I thought they were going to go where EG was kind of getting pincered there, but then once it gets this split, there's no way for your backline to actually get involved here, so Kissy and Puma can't go flying in. This is when I think, okay, choke point is now under EG's control. It's going to be very hard to walk through, but this ejection of both the young NA talent needed back to America so that they can take this fighter at the Dragon allows him to get that kill on the Vulcan. Then because Inspire's under so much pressure, he's not really able to focus on getting a good smite off. And then when Jojo and Danny get back into the pit, they actually got so low, I was worried that they were going to get killed inside the situation. Danny is a very aggressive team fighter going all the way in. Almost kited that one out, but just the burn down from BioPanther a little bit too much there. makes it an even 2 for 2 overall in that fight. And Dragon in Order's favor actually puts him out ahead.
Yep, Bio getting away. Jojo, though, reading comprehension up 8 pages now in the book. Did collect a lot of assists off the back of that
He's
play.
officially reading YA now. He's gone from children's book to YA. Soon he'll be reading fiction, and then maybe some non-fiction memoirs.
Just actual encyclopedias.
What is the like James Joyce, I guess, is 25 stacks.
Yeah.
Like you just have such good reading comprehension, you can read that crap.
Yeah, I think that's the.
This is like Harry Potter.
Topper.
He's like Harry Potter right now.
See if Hope is enjoying it. As Danny 3-0, sorry, Jojo, not Danny. 3-0-4 on the RE. Has showed up on the pick, as we asked. You know, if you get this pick, if you take it early in draft, there's a big priority for lots of teams. You do need to perform, and he's doing so right now, but we'll cut that because EG are on the Baron once again. Order just have to slowly get vision. They're going to commit a teleport as well.
Yeah, it's Kissy's TP. Here we go.
Yeah, EG, they're starting the fight again. It's Corporal loose to the front line. And EG turn back to Baron.
Yep, there's that bait. Now they'll have to see if Order can get one more contest here with BioPanther.
Oh no, they're not even going to let him flip it. Kevy going to get lipped on there, but BioPanther locking up a lot in the back line. The burst was decent. Killistor's the ulti, but BioPanther is eventually going to die. Danny, Gale forces in, pops the ulti. He's gone absolutely wild as Kitsay goes back into the ulti, but can't get a kill. It's Puma that collects Danny, but EG still stand tall with 4.
EG grabbing 3 of the members of Order, turning back on the Baron. Should be free now. Kevy still is around, does have Smite up. We'll see if they're going to go for one more contest here. EG might have counted the chickens before they hatch. No teleport back in for Jojo. He should be the one on zoning duty to stop Kevy from getting into this pit.
The 2 marksmen are alive. It's a bit scary here, but it's 4v2. Puma, though, dishing out damage, dodging that charm as well. Kevy, again, is going to be the target. They need to kill this jungler. They will, but now Corporal's back and Puma's forced to cleanse away. Jojo with a charm! Max rage on the Puma. Threads the needle. Beautiful stuff. And an actual factual ace for EG. They're going to give them the Baron, or maybe they want to go down mid. They'll go back to Baron, though.
Pick after pick after pick for EG. They just stay on that Baron, keep forcing Order to face check, and just so many tools for turning off. Jojo Pune having his ultimate, the Leona, the Xin Zhao. They kept finding people one after another until finally the Baron will be free for them to take.
Almost there too, Mark. 24. The final few pages of Ulysses. As EG are going to take down this Baron, so watch this one again.
Yeah, so like we talked about, Corporal, not in an enviable position. BioPanther should realistically be the one going in first there. There is enough other people that you should say, like, hey, I'm going to die if they go on me. BioPanther needs to go in, because once he's dead, there's nothing for him to do. But you can see how a little bit extra CC from a Nautilus could have turned this fight. The damage is actually quite good for Order. Kissy, when he goes in here, you know, he sees this angle to finish off Danny because he has the ult on top of him, snipes him through the rest of the members, kills him, but then no follow-up for anyone else. And now it's a 4v2, and you kind of get these bait situations where it's just so hard for 2 marksmen to realistically walk up to Baron.
Yep, reset for Jojo, TP's back in, finds the last pick they needed, and then EG don't let Kevy into the pit, don't go for any sort of 50-50, just take out the enemy team, take the Baron, and coast on down to a hopeful game win off the back of this Red Bull Baron.
Red Bull Baron looking good, especially with the Dragon spawning. Means that's going to be very hard for Order to contest this one. If they could have stalled out that Baron a little bit longer, you get into that kind of soul flip situation where maybe Order could walk away with that. But because the Baron gets under their control, that means there's no objective to cross-map with. That also means that you have the priority in the bot and mid lane to go ahead, grab that Dragon. Now they're going to start working on these next inhibitor turrets, excuse me.
All right, well, Danny's aggression definitely showing off. He was actually nearsighted in that replay I saw. He just popped the ulti in the grave smoke screen.
He was like, I'm probably going to die if I don't do this.
It's a good play there. EG, though, just waltzing on in. Jojo with the mid wave already curated. EG ripping through that bottom inhibitor tower, and it just falls. Order, maybe one last play left in them. Gonna have to find something here, because EG, an unrelenting siege here right now.
Yep, their comp has one thing that does, goes in team fights, and they're gonna need to pull the trigger eventually here around one of these turrets. Not bad to do it against one of these side lane ones where they have the wall a little bit harder for them to kite. Also gives Poppy a few more angles potentially, but in the meantime, Impact's just kind of being left alone. It's like a bit of a 4-1 here where he just does so much damage on his own at 6-1 and 7 that Impact can be the kind of objective taker, the structure destroyer, while the 4-man sits a little bit away from him.
Yep. The structure snipper.
Ooh, there you go.
Does take it.
The sculptor.
Going back through. Inspired again, keeping them away. Impact even going aggressive. Oh my goodness, Gwen W is a good ability. Just immune through the Nautilus hook that's incoming. And EG with A lot of time left on this point, still 40 seconds to shove in and try and take out this Nexus.
Yep, just controlling these two waves. They have no wave in the top lane. Looks like they want to
Jojo, big play! They found it onto Puma. A very nice one round there. As EG will find the final fight they need. Jojo will finish his reading. Another charm's gonna land, and EG will take the ace and their first game of MSI 2022.
First international win for the young guns from North America. They picked that one up. Inspired, Vulcan Impact, they've been here before. They're obviously not too thrilled so far with the tournament, but it's got to still feel good to get that first one.
Controlled by EG, showing off a lot of what we saw domestically from them. Inspired and Vulcan continuing to push the team forward. And then when the big moments were there for the youngsters, they show off.
Yeah, I think you saw a little bit more out of Jojo and Danny this game, why people were excited about them. Jojo made a lot of great plays. Danny had a much better laning phase. And, you know, Order, you could see what their draft wanted to do. Just too many of the team coordination situations went wrong for them with that vision control in the first, like the mid game, I guess is where you'd say it really went wrong for them.
And also, Impact's really good. That's something we'll continue to take away.
As always, I should say, Impact thus far in the tournament, probably the best performing member of EG. He's looked really solid, and his flexibility to play carries and team fighters and tanks and side lane, all this stuff has been such an important part of EG's surge to the top.
Absolutely, it's been wonderful to watch. Really fun stuff. Love to see it. He even has a fun counter pick against Gwen. He plays Akali sometimes into that. Maybe we'll see.
He's got the weird ones. Mordekaiser got banned out, unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm glad to see Jojo finish his homework, though. got the full book down, yeah.
All right, well, with all that, check out Order's pick Believer by Imagine Dragons as the song that represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LoL playlist on Spotify.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to State Farm Atlas Desk after North America's EG secured their first win at MSI 2022. Raz is unlocked. Congratulations on the win.
We're
Let's start.
alive!
It was a pretty convincing win, maybe a little slower to close out. It all started in the early game. Raz, talk me through these early game kills and frankly just how EG took control and didn't really relinquish it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of starts in the bottom lane. I know Corporal started in the LJL, but at some point he started to work with North America here. Yes, early picks happened there. He made an engage happen because it was an early trade that started from Danny's side. And they just kind of made mistakes where, to be fair, the vision control from Evil Genius's side allowed it to happen in the Rift Herald fight.
And I think ultimately the big thing is that G2 made mid unstable in that first game. The second game it was bot. Here we had a stable early game from EG, and they did take their time with it, but they made sure it was a convincing win and didn't give any real opportunities over.
No, they really didn't. And despite that bug coming in, I think Vulcan in particular played very well. I think he led from the front. He was the primary initiator. He also took his nickname a bit too seriously. Live long and prosper to the stars, one might say. He may have also taken the NA meme of near airport. Way too literal. You don't have to fly home yourself, my friend. Oh, it doesn't end there because my people need me. And he lands back on the Rift after one hell of a journey, Raz.
Oh my god! I love that he channeled his W as well, just to brace himself for the fall.
That might be one of the single best replays to have ever existed in professional League of Legends. Kudos to the Observers team. Nevertheless, EG were in control for the majority of that game. We are going to hear very soon from Yinsu as well as Jojo Pyun. And once I know if the interview is ready, production? Not yet? Okay, so let's briefly carry on talking about what this means here for the fact that EG pick up the first one, Order are now 0-2, right? They have not played as many games as the rest of the squad, but Orcs, this is a good sign. I think it was an expected sign as well. EG were the favorites coming up against Order.
Yeah, I think you need to be getting the wins against Order. If you take a game of G2, fantastic for EG, but ultimately, especially with how the first two matches have gone, if you start to lose to Order, I would seriously be concerned about them making it out of groups.
100%. I mean, coming into the day, we talked about them not starting too far behind. Now, they are still behind, but remember, it's a three-team group.
It is. You only need to place top two to make it out.
Exactly.
Now, do hold that thought. We will continue. We'll find out exactly what's going to happen for the rest of the group. We're going to head up to the Verizon post-game interview with Yinsu and Jojo.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. I've got Jojo Pyun here with me. Hi, Jojo. Welcome to MSI, your first international tournament, and now you've got your first win under your belt as well. How great does that feel?
I mean, we were down 0-2, so it doesn't feel the greatest, but, you know, it's still great that we got a win. I think we played way better this game than we did versus G2, so I'm happy with that.
Of course, coming into this tournament, we love your trash talk. I think you're kind of known for that now. But I wasn't sure if you were aware that Order gave you a bit of trash talking as well. Corporal actually said that in an interview that G2 are the better team than you, and he was preparing to smash you today. How would you like to respond to that?
I didn't even know they trash talk, to be honest. I don't really know, like, who they are, really. So, I mean, it's funny, though, but I actually didn't even know.
Well, you got to play them a couple more times, so maybe you can keep a lookout for that. Now, speaking of trash talk, obviously, you've been very vocal about EU and G2 and Caps in particular. Now you've faced G2 twice. Do you feel like maybe they were a little bit better than you were expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're playing much better than us on stage. I think we're just playing worse how we usually play. So, and I think they're playing well. So, I think the next games we'll play much better. And I think if we play how we played, during playoffs, we can beat them.
I've heard quite a few times about why you guys are not performing as well as you did at playoffs. Why do you think that is, that you haven't kind of found the same chemistry and synergy you did back then?
I mean, I guess we're kind of new. Well, me and Danny are new to the international stage, but I think besides that, there's no real reason why we're not playing as well. But we're trying to work on that, so yeah.
And lastly, I spoke to Caps a little bit. He said that you guys had a lot of potential, but in order for any other teams in your group to beat G2, he feels like you all need to work twice as hard. Is that the way you feel like that you need to do now in order to overcome them?
I mean, honestly, they threw super hard today, but we threw even harder back, so maybe he's right. But I definitely do think we can beat them if we do play well, so I don't think it's really that hard. But they're definitely better at the moment.
Well, thank you very much, Jojo, for joining me. It's great to hear from you, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow.
Thank you.
Oh, and that is the pretty highly anticipated interview here with Jojo. A quick shot on the desk. What did you make of that?
I mean, Yinsu, I thought it was exceptional. Fantastic interview, fantastic questions. I also have to just say it out loud. I am a gigantic Jojo Pyon fan. I love the way he carries himself. I really appreciate that he's willing to throw down some of the trash talk for entertainment purposes, but also incredibly self-aware as well as respectful, acknowledging the fact that right now G2 are playing better. What I really love is even through that mask, I can see him grinning and smiling, so I'm very excited to see where he goes from there. Let's bring it back to the game very quickly. Evil Geniuses did win. We're going to look at the OP player of the game. It was Impact. Orcs, how did he pick up the sword?
Gwen, essentially. I mean, this champion is so disturbing. I have to say, he did play fantastically on it, but we had like a month and a half without Gwen, and she's back, and I don't know why, it just feels worse. The fact we had that little brief period without this champion in our games, but yeah, she's immune. She does a ton of damage. She's immortal. What more is there to say?
I think one thing I will throw out there as well is Impact's performance in Game 1 today as well, despite the loss, did look good, Raz.
Yeah, I think Impact's playing well under the pressure that he had in the previous game, right? And also, on top of that, he's working well with Inspired. So that's what you want to see going forward. Hearing from the JoJo interview, I think it's really telling, talking about the fact that, yes, true, him and Danny are new to the stage, but it's nice to see those duo on the top side of the map and Vulcan playing on point.
And one thing I will just briefly say, this is a group where there are 8 games played. Of course, EG have 2 losses, so do Order. I think once you're 3 or 4, that's when you get nervous about not making Rumble stage. I'm not nervous at all for EG. I still expect them to come out on top.
So you're telling me there's a chance for them to get first seed?
Let's not be delusional now, right? T1 are currently in frightening form, and this is likely going to be a battle for second in the group because our next match is a chance at life for 2 of the other teams.
Big 2-on-2 on the bottom side again, and this time Shogun and Taki will get their revenge.
This team is all or nothing.
The Flash Berserk gonna get 3 of them, and Evie is just tanking everything up.
DFM have won 7 out of the 8 past LJL seasons. They are the most dominant team to come out of Japan. The most dominant team to come out of Japan, the most successful team to come out of the LGL, made it to the group stage at Worlds last year. They have a huge fan base, and not just because so many of Western fans and viewers love Japanese culture, but because these guys are just good at the game. One of the things I want to highlight in particular, especially from yesterday, is just how good both of these teams have been in the early game, how aggressive they have. Raz, I'm going to come to you for some of the stats as well when you look at Yutapon and Shogun. Good. At 8 minutes, plus 1.5 and plus 1.1K.
Well, that's good, right? But it didn't end there, Trevor. It didn't end there. 15 minutes, balloon to 2,200 for Yutapon. Like, they just expanded on that lead, and it was disgusting for Detonation Focus Me, and it was Yutapon and Harp that was dominant when they went up against them.
They were indeed. I mean, let's look at the first replay here. Just before we get to them, let's talk about Saigon Buffaloes because they played the first game against T1.
Yeah.
This level 1 all-in, I mean, Orcs, you're laughing when you see this.
I find this hilarious, right? We don't see the VCS for a while. They come back, young players. And like, who are these guys? Gumi, you see Carrier? We don't care. We're going to all in. find so many opportunities, and it was on repeat, right? 2v2 double kills against the best bot lane in the world.
Yes, like, it's insane. Usually we talk about the fact that if you turn the nameplates on or off, like, how are they going to be intimidated? They weren't intimidated in this lane whatsoever.
They didn't care.
Shogun felt like a Shogun in this game.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely amazing performance. And it's unfortunate, right? They couldn't translate that through the rest of the game, but that's what I want to see from them. This is a region with an incredibly fast average game time, and I want to see more of that early momentum, particularly into DFM.
Exactly. I mean, we wanted to see that lesson from the Buffaloes, from their finals, right? And I think that next step is using the bottom lane and essentially having an impact on the rest of the map. Rift Trails is a big point. They had an opportunity to take it. They didn't. I want to see that this game.
Gentlemen, the next replay is now DFM's bottom lane. How are Shogun going to match up against Udapon? Because both of these teams seem to do the same things. I mean, Raz, I come to you first. Is this just going to be bloodbath all day?
I think it will be. I
hope so.
I really think so, because Harp, the new face to the international stage, especially for Detonation Focus Me, just put on a clinic when he went up against Straight. From the LLA, Straight was really hyped up for being that kind of like carry in team fights in lane, but wasn't that person. It was Harp. I want to see the thumbs up from Evie. But
no, there we go! For anybody playing along with Invent Global's bingo, there's your Evie thumbs up. Okay, we got about a minute to pick some bans. Orcs, I need to know, who's going to win this game? Why will they win this game? Because, in my opinion, this is the battle for second in group, meaning this is the battle for the Rumble stage.
I think DFM, I think they were still winning lane despite having Renat, who's typically not a strong in lane. If they commit to the bot lane 2v2, I'm confident they'll bring it out.
Yeah, and I feel like Steel, he has been working well with their bottom lane. Detonation Focus Me alongside Canid seem like, from the play-in teams, are just the strongest one of the pair. And they're both fourth seeds, like fourth pools, I mean. So I expect a lot out of Detonation Focus Me in this game.
I'm very interested to see how Detonation Focus Me continue to develop. Shall we all do a callback?
Yeah, I think so.
With that, let's hand it over to our good friends, Mark Z and Pastry Time.
Thank you very much, Trevor, Raz, and Orcs. We've had our Group C games, we've had OCE, we've had EU, we've had NA all do battle. But finally, Mark, we're stepping into a different group, and this is going to be a very exciting one. Obviously, T1 in this group are feeling like they're the obvious favorites, potentially aren't going to lose a game in this group stage, which actually doesn't happen as often as you might think at International.
True.
And these are the two teams that seem to be the favorites for second, and if Dead FM win here, they will actually temporarily take first in the group.
Fair enough. Take a screenshot after it happens, if it does, because it might not stay. But yeah, it's interesting. You know, this is the early portions of the tournament. Not everyone's played each other yet. You don't quite know. And Evie is
a treat.
Oh, give it to us. There it is. Dude, if anyone ever wants to like learn how to like brand yourself and like make a fandom, like Evie is just like a masterclass on international play. Like I don't know when it started, but I just have to assume like as far back as I can remember. Here's the thing. They have made every international tournament since Worlds 2018, only missing one, which was Worlds 2020 when they got upset. But other than that, they have won their splits. They're almost always first. You go back to their tournament history, and it's just all gold of firsts in their own region. They are unbelievable. And so, you know, he's taken that heavy and knows he's going to be on stage every single time. He has a whole brand about just the thumbs up and all that stuff. He's one of the true gems of the minor regions, always showing up.
On and off the Rift. A great player.
On the Rift as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Dead FM, obviously their dominance means that they're just one of the most experienced teams of any roster. Like, they've been to MSI at least, like, more than maybe any other team. Like, probably T1 is equal or better than them as far as attendance, but, like, this team comes to, as you said, basically every tournament, and we see them all the time, and Evie and Udapon have both been playing forever.
Yeah, Evie, Steel, and Udapon. Technically, Steel, actually, no, Steel was there the entire time as well. They've been together since 2017. That is unprecedented, it feels like, in modern League of Legends to have a group of players that stuck together that long. It's insane. It's really cool that they've just kind of run their region the entire time. Flipping it over to Saigon Buffalo, it's almost the exact opposite of a story in some ways that you could pitch, because they didn't even win their region, technically. Gigabyte Marines is going to the Southeast Asia Games. So they have not come over. And Saigon Buffalo also was an organization that nearly bombed out. The VCS casters did a great job putting together like this little info slideshow. Shout out to those guys for hyping this up. But they were trying to turn over their roster. This is the continuation of Fungbu Buffalo, you might remember from years ago. And they started changing over their roster and their players, and it started falling apart. They might have almost got relegated out of their league, and they went all in on young talent. And since then, it's just been up and to the right in terms of growth and skill improvement for these guys. They're all so young. They were all 10 or younger when Faker won his world championship.
Wow.
Yeah, some of them were like 5 or something, like 8, I forget. They're insanely young. All of them have just been slowly on the up and up. They're 4 of their players are in the top 10 youngest in the MSI. So this is a team that you have to keep your eye on. You already heard the analysts talking about how bloody the games are going to get, but also just like they're a bunch of young guns who want to prove themselves on the international stage.
No fear, certainly. Even against the likes of T1, they were absolutely going for it from the jump, as we are going to have 6 bands slotted in here. No, nothing too surprising. LeBlanc, Ari, Karma, Tristana, Jinx, interestingly, and Galio, all the bands for Dead FM, as Twisted Fate locked in very swiftly here for Yaharon.
Yeah, I think early on in the tournament, you'll just see people try and take out things they've seen before. It's one of those funny times, too, where we're talking about early in the tournament, you haven't seen people play yet, but they also played as far different in the group as you could. Saigon had to go up against T1, DFM had to go up against A's, and so you're trying to pull out what you thought was problematic. I can see why DFM saw that Tristana, that early level 1 all-in against T1 that kind of gave Saigon the angle, so they're like, all right, DFM is going to take that one away.
Yep, no more of that. As Silas is going to get picked up here. Lucian also taken away. Obviously, Udapon had a great Lucian game in the one we've seen so far in MSI, and Lucian in general feels like a champion that just very good at this current stage of League of Legends.
Yeah, technically can be flexed around a lot. I don't think we have seen solo lane Lucian yet, but you know it's always a possibility.
It's coming.
Yeah, at some point someone's going to bust that out into the top lane, so we'll have to see. And if they lock in this Samira, we're going to get a pretty aggro bot lane, it feels like.
Kind of a flex in some ways too, because Udapon played the opposite side of this matchup in their win yesterday, obviously against a different team, against A's, but obviously feeling confident in the potential 2v2 that's going to be lined up there, presumably against Shogun's Lucian.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There was counterpicked yesterday by A's, and so even though they didn't get the advantage in the matchup. All right, you knew at some point. You knew at some point you were going to get the Evi Urgot, and he's busting it out early on into the tournament. This is why when you were talking about on the Rift as well, he's such a treat to watch. He just has signature picks and is a legit threat in games. We've seen them for DFM, tournament after tournament, just slowly climb the rungs, it felt like, to the point where last year they were almost beating Damwon in games, like at inhibitors, one team fight away from winning those games, and it feels like eventually they're going to make the main stage one of these tournaments. Eventually they're going to start making some noise, and I think a lot of people are expecting with this Group A, this battle for second, this is one of their best opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, they feel almost like a favorite, honestly, to be second at this point. Obviously, still plenty of tournaments to go, but definitely in with a very good shot. I think, to me, that's the impressive thing. It's not just that they always show up, it's that they've improved every time they've shown up.
I swear to God, this is not trying to be flamey, but like it was a meme for a little bit where like the emerging regions, it's like, oh, they're going to take this experience back to their region and level up, you know, and like then you would never see that team again. And like it was almost like comical how often that narrative was repeated, but this is one of the teams that actually did that. DFM has actually gotten better tournament after tournament. There are some changes that we talked about already with Yarong coming in as well as Harp, but we'll have to see if they can hit some of those levels that they were hitting last split with Arya.
Yeah, Harp looked good in the opening game at least, but going to be a tough 2v2. Lucian Nami locked in there.
Yeah, I skipped over the Nami pick. Everyone knows Lucian Nami's probably going to pair together. Yep, so no surprise to see the support pinch coming in for Saigon, getting rid of some of those engage options that, you know, if you're going to lose the lane, it's usually going to be from all ins, and so you want to get rid of some engage threats. Leona is kind of what they're leaving up as a potential, so we'll have to see. But you can always dash away as Lucian. You have a little bit of that mobility, which Leona can kind of get abused by. The Lee Sin banned as well. Bean J looking real good in that.
Yeah, definitely want to take that one off the board, so they will respect it. Aatrox also locked in, presumably for Hazmet in the top lane, with Silas going mid, but there is some potential flexibility there for the solo lanes if they want to swap things around, but they already know at least what the top lane matchup is going to be, because Urgot's definitely not going anywhere else.
What year is it? Aatrox Urgot. I remember we got this a lot, and I think it was 2018 when both of them were played all the time. We're getting it again. Viego as well. Interesting to see no Wukong this game. Technically, I guess jungle is still up, so maybe Saigon will end up taking that one away. But after the high priority in it yesterday, not seeing it so much.
Yeah, Viego going to be locked in here. It looks like jungle counterpick, actually, for Saigon Buffalo. So are going to save things for us. I guess it could be Silas, as Renata's going to get picked again for Harp. I was hoping we'd see this again. Obviously a different lane matchup with Samira this time instead of the Lucian, but Harps Renata looked incredible in that first game.
Yeah, it was part of that highlight package you saw from the analyst desk for a reason. It looked very good on it. And Renata's one of these champions where sometimes it can be hard, I feel like, to see the standout unless it's like an insane berserk or an insane hook. Yep. Yeah, that's what Harp was doing. Yeah. he stood out very clearly on the Renata champion. And the Volley Bear, one of the third most played for BJ, played it 3 times domestically, or 6 times, excuse me, domestically, third most played. There we go. And not the carry threat I was hoping to see. He sometimes busts out a lot of carries, can be someone that they invest more resources into, but given the current scrappiness that all 3 of their lanes have right now, you kind of want some stability from the jungle, and this is a great champion to kind of show up in lanes and set up kills.
Yep, definitely good at assisting with ganks, can set things up. Nice and good in the early game. Does drop off a little bit, but typically when you're picking something like Volley Bear and you want to get scrappy, you don't concern yourself too much with things like late game. You just get your gold lead and soar to the moon.
Yep, and Yarong on the Twist Fate, one of his signature picks, he played 3-5 times. Those were his most played. Ryze, TF, and Ahri. He is more of an enabler in a lot of ways, it feels like, with the Ryze and TF, trying to get up to Evi's lane, snowball that, get down to Yutapon, and they have good lanes to make that happen, both Samira and Urgot's not a traditional carry that you're going to like spoon feed, but he does do well with a couple of resources to then kind of be sent off onto an island after you raise him.
Yep, can definitely make some big old plays, both in team fights and 1v1. It is obviously going to be eyes on Yutapon again, though. In fact, this bottom lane should be very exciting from the tape we've already seen from these 2 teams.
Yeah, Shogun and Taki, I think, going to want to bounce back, have a strong showing. They looked good. Yesterday was probably one of the power points on the map, you could say, for them. That all-in from the Alistar Tristana that gave them a leg up. I think he ended up with 3 kills relatively early total, but then the game plan just kind of fell apart and T1 came alive. But it was a scrappy game. They were finding kills the whole time. For me, it's going to be a lot on Froggy to see what he can do. I feel like the Sylas TF matchup, which was what he played yesterday as well, into Faker did not go super well. It's a matchup where while you're technically a counter pick, you don't necessarily stomp it. You just kind of get through lane freely, and then you're playing Sylas, who's kind of strong. And you also get to match the TF ult global pressure with your own by stealing his away. But he didn't manage to do anything in that game, it felt like. Partially because, hey, you're playing against Faker, so maybe it'll be a little bit better of a matchup this time around.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, Froggy, lots of agency on a champion like Sylas, who's always been pretty good in the TF. Even got buffed recently. Unfortunately, we didn't go all the way back to 15-second ulti. But it is 30 seconds.
Did you say fortunately or unfortunately?
I really enjoyed that because I'm a degenerate. So probably unfortunate for me, great for literally everyone
the entire
else.
player base, other than you.
All right, well, teams are just fanning out here. Looks like nothing too spicy in the early stages of the game. Harp's going to go ahead, check that brush, make sure no one is coming on in, and junglers are going to set things up on the same side of the rift. It looks like Steel on his blue, BJ over on the red. No assistance required.
Yep, early sweeper there by Taki. Gets a little bit of a chunk as they almost face check that, but did not actually end up getting rooted by Harp there. And a cheeky little ward by Froggy snuck in on the red buff, so they're going to know this is a top 2 bots clear for the Viego. Steel not technically warded out, but they're well aware of his, at least, direction of his clear.
See Evie trying to get cheeky there, catching Hazmed going up to lane, but Hazmed just dodges it. Doesn't want to face check an Urgot at level 1, which makes sense. Urgot's very spooky.
And it has been a while since we've seen this matchup. For a period of time, it was somewhat skill dependent. You know, like if the Aatrox hits his tippers, you can really mess up the Urgot. If you miss all that and get buckshotted with your knees 10 times in a row, that goes bad for the Aatrox. I assume it's relatively the same since that kind of meta of dominance that they were both in.
Early level 2. Electrocute procced. It's just so powerful that the Lucianami, as you said, we've definitely seen it before. We know what's up. Is Evie gonna get some damage down? Whoop. I was about actually definitely eating the wrong end of that trade. Only level 1 as well, so Evie with the early bullying there in the 1v1.
Yeah, hits level 2 power spike, zones Hazmed off the wave a little bit, chunks him out. Almost got him pretty low, but luckily there's going to be no jungle pressure on that side, which Hazmed knows, doesn't need to worry about getting dove underneath the turret currently. He will be A-okay, and there you go. They ping out the Viego as Steel shows on his red buff, but it's still scary to get harassed underneath this turret. You see Hazmed trying to at least trade back onto Evie, who's positioned very aggressively.
I think, I guess, conversely for the junglers, at least makes sense that they are going to be moving down towards on bottom side. Should be a big focus of this game for both teams. We've seen what Udapon can do when he gets gold and gets it rolling, and Shogun and Taki made a go of it against T1, trying to snowball from the advantages they got for themselves here with similarly aggressive picks, although not quite this exact duo.
Yeah, and this is a lane for Saigon's side that you actually kind of want. It's kind of similar to Jace, where you want to be left alone so you can just bully the hell out of the other matchup. Because realistically, you're going to win most of these matchups if you play correctly. And so BJ there, you saw drop down a ward, went down there, grabbed the Scuttle Crab early on, make sure that there's no way for them to get ganked so they can keep pushing up over and over again. For DFM's bot lane, you're looking for the right moment to strike, either a misstep by Saigon or a time that Steel can find his way down there with the TF.
A little bit of scuffling potentially as Froggy does spot Steel. BJ not going to get access to this crab. They're still going to go ahead and take that one away, but he already got the bottom one. So they're going to split the difference on the precious Scuttle Crab. Early on here, as Steel's looking for a wraparound, but he's going to get spotted by a ward. Hazmed knows. Might have to flash here. Stun charging up. Hazmed going to wait. Actually still going to get stunned and flipped around. It's too late. Flashes and still gets first blooded.
Oh, very greedy by Hazmed there, trying to outplay the situation. Doesn't want to flash immediately, gets stunned up, killed, then flashes after all the damage has already come through. That is the ego flash, and that is not what you want to see. Evie making his mark on the game already. You know he's such a beast in these games. As soon as he starts rolling, things are going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, already rolling in this lane at least. 10 CS ahead. Hazmed did pop the TP back to lane. BJ is here in case of a potential revisit. Maybe thinks he can get something happening on the Evie, but he buffers out of the chain. Hops away and out of mana, probably going to take his TP now and spend a bit of the extra gold he just collected.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he comes back with. It's one of these matchups too, depending on how you want to go. So people go like that early Tiamat, you start getting the W procs when you turn your auto shoot on. Be very annoying, gives you a lot of control of the lane.
See what happens. Except bot lane's reset as well. TP in from Evie. Executioner's Calling is the first port of call.
Makes sense against the Aatrox. Don't want him healing up over the lane phase.
Hazmed's trying to get this lane pushed in. Evie going to dodge out of another chain here and keep the wave. Almost. Ooh, he dodges barely keep the wave away from the tower. And Hazmed's like, dang. I really wanted to push that in.
Yeah, this is going to be rough now if he keeps this freeze the entire time. I mean, there is decent vision control for Saigon for him to get up there and clear. But they also have good wards down here, so they know Steel is there. Hopefully Hazmed can stabilize that lane from here because Steel is under attack.
BJ going in. Oh, goodness, Viego just barely out of range, I think. BJ not able to get a stun, so no follow-up there, even though Taki was beside him.
Unfortunate use of his flash there. Steel just walked away from it. It was a cute idea, but was going to be a hard kill anyways. I mean, they did have the Nami in support, but ends up using the Volibear flash there, which is relatively important. Like we said, with all these scrappy lanes, being able to come flying into a lane with a flash stun is huge. Losing it there is unfortunate. We're getting close to that 6. Yarong has already hit his. Steel is close, and that's when we talk about these ports coming in potentially the bot and top side and blowing this game open. This is when their comp begins to shine.
Still going back. Who actually gets 6 off the ward there. A little bit of extra XP. Going to go ahead and see what's happening here in mid. Froggy already pre-stole Yaharong's Twisted Fate ulti.
Maybe a little early. We'll see if he gets that one before it times out. Maybe he wants to make the proactive play as well. They're going to the bot lane.
Yep, here we go. Hop potentially in trouble. Does get a very nice handshake. Pushes Shogun away. And then flashes to safety. Very crisp out of Harp.
Yeah, nicely done by Harp. Still loses his flash. So a net positive for Saigon, as well as the fact that not having his makes it a little bit more difficult to have followed up on that play. But a small advantage in their favor right now. They're kind of continuing that pressure. He's hovering around there. He's not 6, can't turn off the turret. And instead, DFM going up to the weak side of the map.
Let's see it again and just more harass here. As Udapon's going to have to back away, but here comes top side. No ulti needed, already just popping the gold card there. And here comes Silas, and it's too late. Froggy now in the wrong way as there's Evigan with the flip. And Viego's going to find that double kill.
Oh boy, DFM crushing early on. This is why a lot of people, despite them being a pool 4 seed, expected them to get second in the group. Their top side of the map is just so strong. Evie, Steel, and Yarong comboing together to get those 2 kills. Super clean execution. Saigon doing what they can in response, grabbing a ton of turret plates in the bot lane and the dragon as well, making it so it's not a total disaster, but it is making it very difficult now for side lanes to play against Evie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not the start they wanted here for Udapon and Harp, but you do expect to take the L in the Lucian Nami matchup most of the time.
You hold that L gracefully.
Exactly. You know, you lost a couple plates, you're down 20 CS, don't worry about it. Samir's going to be fine in team fights.
Your team has done nothing to support you. No one's judging that CS deficit. At least I'm certainly not, and I would encourage others not to as well. Steel's gone top twice. Yarong's gone top. You have been attacked by the enemy jungler. You know, like this is a totally acceptable level. And I think learning to play or lose gracefully, as they say, is a skill in and of itself. Here's this replay. I just love the aggressiveness. Screw waiting for the wave. Screw waiting for the optimal time. Just go now. I think Evie whiffed that. Funnily enough, I was like, where's the pullback for the fear for when Froggy TP's in? Didn't end up having it, but it was actually Steel playing super clean on the Aatrox Stolen Soul, landing the chains, showing expertise on all the champions there.
Looking good there. Also, I was slightly confused because I saw a Twisted Fate ulti, but I knew Yarong had used
it's one of those games for you, dude. You're screwed. Play-by-plays when you got
Silas and Viego. Woo!
Yeah. Silas takes the Twisted Fate teleport into the Viego Aatrox match, and you're like, wait, what am I saying?
Wait, Froggy has Viego ulti. I don't think you get access to possession.
No, that's your passive.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. It's just, anyway, it's fine. Silas is weird. Like, the way every ulti is coded is basically, the rules are different for all of them because the idea is for the ulti to function as close as possible to the champion you're stealing.
Yeah, so you'll get an AP ratioed Viego ultimate, but you won't get resets because you can't take possessions.
And there's the real Yarong Twisted Fate ulti. Very nice Q. Get the double knock, but Evie this time's going to have him in the blender as he gets yet another kill in top lane.
Nice turret trading there. Yarong as the TF, more of the support. He grabs the turret aggro first, locks him up for Evie to do the damage, gets that meat grinder going for the third time.
Oh, watchless dive as well there as well for Yarong, so very well done. No stasis necessary for that little play as Steel also got the Rift Herald kind of at the end of all of that happened. Yes, Saigon Buffalo did get the first dragon, which you expect, but ZFM, with all this control of the top side, were basically able to walk up and take the Herald whenever they pleased. So Froggy's up here catching this wave. We might even see a little swap here because Husband's having a terrible time. Does not want to 1v1 this Urgot anymore.
No. I mean, this is one of those games where you got to start moving things around. Luckily, the bot lane turret was broken open, so it's not an awkward rotation out from getting people into other lanes. But, I mean, this is what sets DFM apart from a lot of the minor regions to me when you watch their gameplay is a very strong understanding of macro and team compositions. A lot of teams are really good at, a lot of players are really good at champions, and they, from the minor regions, can go toe-to-toe in lane phases, and it's these kinds of situations that get outplayed.
Oh, that's a bubble and a half out of Taki, but the counterplay is there. The wave comes through, but Yaharong just goes ahead and grabs BJ as the dive. Was a bit too aggressive.
No, it was a good idea. Just didn't get over the wall there for BJ. The initial quick kill, then he's going to hop the wall and skedaddle out of there, but ends up not getting over. A little chunkier of a wall than he was expecting, and gives one right back. But I like Saigon looking for their opportunities, not going quietly into the night in this game.
Now, Udapon here in mid, going to go ahead and receive the wave. But again, Shogun and Taki very powerful on the Saigon Buffalo side. Gold lead only 1,000 between the two teams, despite how many kills ZFM's top side has gotten, as we'll watch this one again.
Yep, so just a nice timing window here while the side of DFM is split up, both people in their side lanes. And would have been a really good play. You just get to ult right out of there and escape, but just wall too fat, too thick, can't get over it.
Feels bad, man.
Feels bad. But I will say, to the point about the gold lead, one reason it's significant is not just the kills, but also you're playing against the TF, who generates gold. So for that reason, it is good that Saigon Buffalo is only 1,000 gold down. Their bot lane has been exceptional, as well as grabbing a lot of turret plates and all that. But that is some standing gold that is just waiting for DFM to take. They will start grabbing turrets in a minute here, I'm sure, with how well they're playing around the TF. And the 5v5, hold on.
Evan Frost popped after the dash on in, gets the chain. Exhaust burnt there by Yaharong. Does have that swapped over with the spellbook. Steals here as well, but Saigon Buffalo collapsing. Good flash there from the Twisted Fate, but he's out of there and he does get out safely. Nicely done there.
Yaharong, nice bait out there, flashing away. Then the other guy tries to ult follow. That gives him a window to ult out himself. The problem was he baited Steel that whole time because Steel thought that he was going to need to help Yaharong get out of there, but was not the case. And with this, you know, Saigon Buffalo, maybe I was getting a little ahead of myself. They're clawing back into the game. They're 5v5. Arguably better, I would say. Both teams have a lot of outplay potential, though.
Yep, and Hobbs sick of that. pops the calling out of the way with the handshake, but Shogun 2-0. Picked up a bit of extra gold as well, I believe, off the back of Steel. And BJ's going to go ahead, give Saigon Buffalo Dragon number 2. Things looking up.
Yeah, looking really good. Second Dragon. There is the Rift Herald that finally got used mid lane. That was one of the problems with Yaharong getting picked off in the top lane there. Is it kind of destroyed DFM's tempo, and they are definitely, with that top side of the map, wanting to play a bit of a fast-paced game. And they will get this charge off, but not going to be able to drop the mid lane turret quite yet.
Yeah, collect some plate gold. Just had 20 seconds left to go ahead and collect it. DeadFM will now maneuver up towards the top half. Yaharong, I think, will be able to do enough damage to the tower to finish it off because Evi already had it going, and indeed they will. So that standing gold you mentioned is going to give DeadFM kind of the lead that they lost after that little bit of counterplay. But it's not a big lead, right? This game is still very close.
No, not a huge lead, but it is one of those games where the gold has been funneled very hard to certain people.
Yep.
DFM's top side of the map was all north of 5,000 gold, where Hazmed, when I saw the observer showing, he was at 3,800. But on the flip side, Shogun was at 6,300. So your Aatrox is functionally useless, most likely, other than kind of being a front line for your Lucian. And so there's a lot of pressure now on Shogun this game to actually team fight very effectively, which is hard in the low range into things like TF, who has a guaranteed stun on top of you. The Urgot's very annoying, and so this is a very high-pressure game for Shogun, and a very important game, as we're talking about, these two being kind of in contention, most likely to be getting out of this group.
Yeah, and for Evi, obviously he's got all the gold right now for DeadFM, although Yaharong with his assists and the TF passive is doing a nice job keeping up as well. Looks like RFC second is going to be the choice for Twisted Fate, so continuing the standard choice, but to be the enabler for the team, as you mentioned. And Unicorn Hillchill, not quite there at item number 1, but the hope is that Evi will bridge him to the point where Samira can explode in skirmishes and fights.
This is actually, like, as Samira, obviously, you want to be Giga-fed to start.
Yeah.
But if you're not, at least there are other members of your team who can get people low, and then you're more cleanup duty than you are straight 1v9 duty.
Yep.
It's much harder to be the 1v9er than it is like, my Urgot and my Viego get everyone low, and then I go scooting in there for my crazy Devil May Cry play. She's literally inspired.
I mean, you're not wrong. As Saigon Buffalo going to go ahead, take down the tower in top side, keep the gold a little bit closer. DeadFM still working the midsection of the map, but good defense here from the Buffalo as Evi has found an area he can go ahead and unleash upon. And Hazmed could be in a spot of bother here, still wrapping around for a potential play, but he's entering the enemy jungle instead.
Yeah, so far, nice trade outs by Saigon. Now breaking both side lane turrets. Getting that goal a little closer again. And they're going to have 2 minutes to go back to that dragon. I think that's where we'll see how DFM's going to contest this. They can technically give up one more relatively safely, but they're already pinging down the mid lane turret. I think there's going to be this big Rift Herald fight because DFM want to use that to break the mid lane turret to open up the map even more for the TF to get unlocked. And Saigon are already kind of reading that out, getting grouped up. They have really nice pink wards already in that situation. And looks like DFM doesn't actually want to even contest that and just leave Evi to keep split pushing.
All right, so Saigon Buffalo going to go ahead, grab that second Herald. Nice move there, just making sure they take over that area and deny that potential play. Saigon Buffalo also happy to crack open mid-rat. There's been a lot of play to kind of chunk down the tower there in that section of the map. So Evi is going to go ahead and get the objective he was after. But it does cost DeadFM at least his Herald and maybe their mid-outer as well.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about what are important objectives for you. And I would argue that that was actually a relatively important one for DFM. One, to finish off the mid lane turret for themselves, but also to deny, because it's a zero-sum game, Saigon Buffalo the same opportunity. Because now Saigon can use that to break the last outer turret of DFM, which makes controlling the dragons even easier. If you can get that push a little further, and we've seen Shogun have the push this entire game. If Shogun's mid, he's getting the push, and then that means it's harder for DFM to approach the dragons, which they will need to do soon because Saigon's already stacked up 2 of them.
Yeah, you can see that goal difference reflected between the 2 ADs. Shogun, with 2 items already done, has collective finish. Shield Orb is done for Yutapon, right? That's a very important part for Samira here. It's going to make her playable in the potential upcoming team fight for this dragon. But Saigon Buffalo should be able to make some room here. BJ currently in base, but he does have the Herald ready to go. And as we see the tower health on your screen, one charge looks like it's going to be enough to take it out, if not get very close.
I mean, this is an easy play for Saigon a little bit. You charge down mid lane, you drop the Rift Herald, move into River, and then either the turret's gone, or the turret's basically guaranteed gone, and you have to stop the Rift Herald charge. And during that time, Saigon will also have mid priority to try and grab the dragon themselves. DFM know this. They've grouped up a little bit earlier on, moved into this river already, and are trying to make a play.
Yep, it is bottom side, but they are going to duel the Twisted Fate. Oh, ultis, and the gold card comes at the perfect time. The stasis is going to buy some precious seconds, but it's not going to be enough for Froggy. Gets put into the Vitamix by Evie, and that will be a kill for ZFM.
Big mistake there. Saigon still make that play in the mid lane, dropping the Rift Throw and grab that turret, trying to grab their second one. Might be able to get it with a little bit of tanking, though. It's a little sketchy.
Looking good there.
Should get 2 turrets for that play, but during this time, DFM are going to be on the Dragon. That's why they have the time to actually hang around here and get this, but it does mess up the Dragon stacking. So big mistake by Froggy there, getting caught out by the global map mobility of DFM. Not the end of the world. Still able to trade a lot of gold back onto Shogun yet again. But I think the bigger objective there was probably continuing that Dragon stacking from Saigon. So game has kind of stalled out in terms of their win cons. The gold lead was getting funneled to Saigon, who really wanted the Dragon. DFM wanted the gold lead. They got the Dragon. Now both teams are going to have to play it out from here.
No smite for Steel means he does lose the blue buff to Hazmed, but a small loss for Steel, who was just trying to take a little bit more out of the enemy jungle. Definitely a game that, again, despite the lead from ZFM, now they've broken up the Dragons, so it does feel like we're just approaching an even game, right? I think the gold lead at this point, especially if you take into account Twisted Fate's passive, just feels like it's basically even between the two teams, even if the scoreboard isn't necessarily reflective of that. As you mentioned a number of times, it is more about where that gold has gone.
And Hazmed, for what it's worth, had all 3 of those deaths, I think, pre-10 minutes, and has stabilized that since then, for the most part, down to, you know, now coming up on 20 minutes, hasn't really lost anymore. Yes, he's down 40 CS, but that's been the case for quite a while as well. And so, while the Aatrox will never be a threat in and of himself, again, his job is to be annoying, be in the front line, try and stop them from being able to kill Shogun or get them low so Shogun can start cleaning up kills. The thing that I like that DFM's doing is prioritizing some healing reduction, given that you're up against Nami, she heals a lot. You're up against the Silas, he heals a lot. Aatrox healing. So this is some smart itemization so far by both the Urgot and Steel. Able to be, as the rich people, pick those up early and let Udapon focus on continuing to just build damage.
Is that team fight time? Froggy actually stealing Renata ulti. There we go, he's gonna let it rip. Udapon just blocks it, says, nah, I'm good with that.
Look like, oh, hold on.
Oh, that's a big culling though. Udapon now, no W left. It might have been a bait. It looks like genius as Shogun just takes out Udapon.
100-0. As soon as the wall was down, Udapon knows there's no way to stop that culling. Just follows up on him and obliterates him. And with Udapon down, Saigon are looking for the Baron.
I gotta say that was intentional. Very nicely done for Saigon Buffalo. Using their little windows there to punish and give themselves a 5v4 for this Baron. And they are steamrolling the health of this objective, but ZFM are going in. They need to make something happen. They dodged the tidal wave. The Baron taking a little less damage now. And Evie's a big threat, but Froggy steals another ulti. Now he's got Urgot ulti at the ready. BJ's going to go in there. They're going to try and get him, and they do take down the Urgot, but Evie lives with the Renata W. Still dies on the other end of it, and now they're back to Baron.
Back to Baron at 4,000, has not healed up. They're going to be able to grab this one. Steel's trying to get in.
He's got it. He's got the smite ready. He can go for it. It's just going to be a flip. Seal's going to go. He can't get it. Shogun shuts it down. Yaharong is trying to make it happen, but the Baron gets taken by the Buffalo. Froggy sets it up for the next kill, and Shogun is going off in these team fights.
Saigon Buffalo, perfect Baron control, stop damaging it exactly as Steel goes into the pit, keeps it at 1600, out of smite range. They finish him off, and then right when he responds, Udapon wants to go in, hasn't built up any of the stacks yet, can't actually ultimate, just gets absolutely popped yet again. And now Saigon are looking super clean, 2,000 gold, Baron buff power play.
A beautiful sequence as we watch it again here for Saigon Buffalo.
So this was pretty crazy to watch. The ult steal from Froggy, while he's getting stunned up, here comes the Renata ultimate to make everyone look like they're going to be hitting each other. He's going to get rezzed, but before he can get the ult off, I think he burned down, and he couldn't actually eat Froggy there, so he didn't get the reset to come back up alive, and then that's when we get to see this Baron control with the make sure they finish off Steel, stop the Baron damage. Here, they're trying to save something. Udapon's just trying to make a play because it looks pretty doomed. Just can't build up his ult quick enough because you have to get to S rank before you can pop that one.
Yep.
Does not get there. Blown up, and a really impressive game from Saigon Buffalo when things were going so bad in the top side. Shogun, slowly over time accruing that gold lead, ends up making the play, killing Udapon that started all that.
And look, the difference over time, it's you know, a couple hundred gold, but the highest lead ZFM has had in this game now belongs to Saigon Buffalo, and with a couple $100 over the top as well.
And I gotta say, as much as I was hyping DFM up for the early game, maybe jumped the gun a little bit, but for Saigon Buffalo in the VCS region, this is huge. I cannot overstate how important this is, as hold on, might be a play on the weak side.
Here we go, steal up on the top side, Froggy the target, Viego ulti stolen, pretty good escape tool. Gonna use it to get out of there.
I like the attempt by DFM trying to cut off this play while kind of abandoning this bot lane turret. Doesn't work, but where I was going with that was Saigon has been away from international play for so long, 2 years basically without VCS in a region, or an international tournament. The region as a whole was one of the up-and-comers in the scene, was starting to make a lot of noise. People were excited, and it felt like they kind of got screwed over a little bit just with COVID and, you know, obliterating everything. So now it's really cool to see them kind of pick back up where they left off as a region. Even this is their second team. You know, Gigabyte Marine's not even here. This is the second seed for them, and already just showing like, hey, you cannot sleep on us. Everyone was saying DFM, pool 4 seed. They're going to be the ones to actually get out of this group, and maybe throwing a wrench in that narrative.
Yeah, so far so good for Saigon Buffalo. After that Baron at least, the Red Bull Baron power play up to almost 3,000. But the Baron buff's going to wear off. And Saigon Buffalo will sit on their gold lead of about 3K off the back of that. But they've flipped this game back to a lead, back to a decent lead, in fact, here. And they've also still got the Dragon stacking up. They can work on the potential Cloud Soul in 4 minutes 25 when it's back around. But obviously, Shogun, like we said, you have to carry this game. You got all the gold. You picked the solution. You must perform. He is overperforming in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, just solo killing Udapom basically did have some Nami buffs on him, but that is what broke this game open. And I don't think Saigon came into this game wanting to go, you know, full on all chips in the Shogun bet, but it has worked out.
Again, another stolen Renata ulti just to kind of zone them away. Froggy being very persistent again, showing off that Silas cooldown buff to the ulti, able to steal quite a bit more frequently. And DFM just have to defend. There's no additional siege pressure. It's much harder for this team without the Baron, that's for sure. But Saigon Buffalo just need to contain DFM for as long as they can. Yaharong actually eaten by a chain. Shogun dominating is going to get another as Evi's forced to flip out of there.
Yaharong seems like he lost track of where Saigon was, maybe thinking more people had recalled or that they were further into the river, but they got the clean turn.
Ooh, stun. Volibear ulting away. Very nice from BJ, trying to bait them in. Heavy looking to make the big play. He's going to put him in there as Unipod. He's going absolutely ballistic on the Samira. Husband gets one at the end of it all. But DFM find a trade.
2 for 2 overall, but that was, of course, with Yaharong dropping a little bit earlier. Still have to be scared. Shogun is alive. He's very, very terrifying. But a nice play by Evie there to stop this pressure in the top side, it seems like.
Yeah, DFM needed to do something. They needed to kick them away, get some gold back for themselves, and they have at least bought a little bit of time. Maybe more than that. TF ulti. TP up top as well. Yaharong here. Going for it there, finds the gold card. Froggy tries to buffer in, gets Everfrosted. Udapon going back through. Harp here as well, trying to lock them up. Shogun so threatening. Udapon, I think we'll be able to get one, but Froggy's pretty swift. Dashes out of the way, flashes out to safety. Bubble's going to protect him. Yaharong can't find the follow-up. And Saigon Buffalo has scored Froggy out of there.
Uh-oh, another TP coming in. Patient, we're not slowing down.
Counter TF ulti Froggy. Here we go, wrap around flank. Harp flushing in, looks for the handshake. Froggy dashes out of there. Shogun gonna go godlike there, grabbing one. Looks for the second. Tidal wave to disrupt, but Evie, he's found the critical kill. Shutting down the Lucian as Hardman wraps around as well, but DFM, they've already got a second. Unipon starting to come alive alongside the Renata, but Froggy back up again. Here's BJ, another kill needed. There's Unipon with the double, going in, Inferno trigger popped, gets another, but BJ still alive. A triple kill for the now dead Unipon as DFM will not stop fighting.
Are they going to stop fighting now? Looks like it. Hopefully give you a chance to recover. Good thing they put this game as our third cast of the day, Pastry, so you can blow your voice out and recover afterwards, because my God, that fight lasted forever. Both teams not wanting to cede an inch. No objectives up in the top side. Nothing particularly fought over other than pride and the gold in your pockets. But overall, that didn't influence the game state a ton. The gold lead is still mostly in Saigon Buffalo's favor, 2,000 gold, as we have this insane chase down sequence using all their teleports. This is the most important thing. I think a lot of the teleports are down. But you can see Udapon getting stronger, getting a little scarier. This was nice zoning by Shogun, making sure that they didn't have enough damage close enough to finish off Froggy. Some fancy feet to get out of there. And that's when the teleports start coming back in on the other side. The Aatrox comes back up. They think now they're over aggressive, and Shogun, as the primary carry, gets a little bit too aggressive here. Yaharong's stopwatch there allows Evie to get in range, and then with that ultimate, it's so frustrating. This is the problem with Lucian, is that there's just so many tools. for DFM to stop him if there's not a great wall in front of him.
Yep. Beautiful. Did pop the W. Blocks the incoming Lucian ulti. Shogun didn't get that much damage on. Mostly Evie hit, but now the tidal wave in. They've stolen the ulti again. There's Froggy with the kill. Evie going to live for a little while longer, but it's not going to matter. Renata Glass W kind of keep him alive, and Saigon Buffalo found a 5v4 with the Baron up.
Yeah, this is not the tanky Urgot of old. You can actually hop on top of him, finish him off. There's no stone plate or anything, I don't think so. Very easy for them to find that kill when he's caught out of position, and the meat grinder that this Silas is taking away is just adding this extra layer of lethality to make sure they can actually finish him off.
And Detonation Focus may have decided, perhaps rightfully so, that there's nothing they can do about that Baron, so they're going to leave it alone. Yaharong ulted to the bottom lane to try and take down a tower. It is worth a little bit of extra money thanks to the objective bounty. But the Cloud Soul is now up and available, and Saigon Buffalo are going to run straight to the objective.
Yeah, DFM are going to have to seed this one. I don't think it's worth Steel trying to ult over into the pit and get it. So from here, Saigon will be able to set up. They want to start taking inhibitors, ideally. Have the map start working for you. Don't work for the map.
Map's always trying to keep you down.
There's a capitalist metaphor in there somewhere I'm too dumb to figure out. But here, off the reset, very strong. Still most eyes on Shogun, but quietly, Hazmet has gotten closer to even in the game. 2.5 items, almost 3 done to the 3.5 of Evie. Froggy has quietly been quite good as well.
Yes.
I feel like Shogun has done the most damage, gotten the most kills clearly, but Froggy has helped out find some of them with the ability to suppress Evie. Even if you don't get the kill right away, while you're chaining and pulling them in, they can't go anywhere or do anything else. And that works very well against tanks. It's one of the things that made Urgot so strong, and funnily enough, being used against him here.
Yep, Silas definitely using the full kit available in a lot of cases here. Seen a bunch of different ult steals there out of Froggy. Saigon Buffalo wearing purple once again. They're going to have to try and do a little bit more damage to these turrets. BJ leading the charge, just won't be stopped. Finally, hand shook in place by Harp as Dead FM know what's coming. Need to protect their inhibitor towers if they can, but it's a very tall ask with a minute 30 left on this Baron.
Yeah, interesting to see them prioritize the top inner rather than trying to work on the inhibitor turrets. They will be able to grab this one in a second.
Dead FM have also shown they maybe want to fight as well, but Harp is base tanking that calling. The tidal wave comes in. Harp's going for it. Harp's going to live. We're going to have to go back to base, and the Renata Glass ulti is going to zone them away.
Yeah, Froggy not managing to make that one work for him quite as well as the Urgot one thus far. One, Samira, when she swats that down, it actually destroys it, it looks like. You know, the way that you normally do with particles or projectiles.
Yep.
Apparently works with giant clouds of mist as well.
Froggy in trouble, but does still live his ulti before he gets out. BJ taking damage, but not enough to pick him off. The Yaharong being very annoying on this Twisted Fate. And again, Evie's ulti, if they find the right target, they can kill just about anyone with a little bit of time, but Saigon Buffalo back away completely. The Siege not getting what they wanted, but they did at least get a bit more gold.
Yeah, 30 seconds means there's not enough time to reset and go back to these. So I would say for DFM, mission accomplished. That's as good as you could hope for realistically, is making sure that you don't lose the base. It's going to make Saigon Buffalo have to do a couple more rounds now with the Soul in their back pocket. Next thing up will actually be the Elder buff. That one will be 3.5 away. And where teams will probably focus, but knowing these two teams will not go slow until then. We were talking before about like, oh, it's 2 minutes until this. We'll get the waves in their favor, get some wards out. I expect Saigon Buffalo to start a fight.
Yep. Hey, look, if you fight for the objective, if you fight early, you get practice before the objective fight. It's all about reps.
I will say there are times where it is important to fight before the fight because there's critical summoner spells that you want down. Like, you want a flash off. If you can go flash for flash between, like, your engager and their critical carry, that's a great time to try and do that. I think sometimes teams get trapped in loops of, oh, their flash is up, so I can't Malphite ult. But then if I never Malphite ult, they never flash, so I can never engage. It's like, well, eventually you do need to go, and I think that's one thing that I can see Saigon Buffalo wanting to fight for, but they also might just get collapsed on.
Long con on this play. Froggy's decided to take Twisted Fate ult for himself, and he's out of there. Gives him a little heart on the way out. And Saigon Buffalo back down towards this mid-section of the map. Elder Dragon up in 2 minutes 30, but the game might end earlier if the teams want to scrap right now. Froggy, I think, just running interference.
Yeah, trying to distract them from the mid lane push that's going down, try and grab this turret. Not able to get it quite yet.
Do keep it alive, and now Evie on the front line. Shogun looking vulnerable, but he's very tricky to pin down. Steel tries to find the play, but he doesn't get it. Shogun lets it rip, takes down Steel, and now BJ in there just stunning up on Evie, who's going to have to flip out to safety.
Sick flash by Taki there to get away from Steel. Steel wanted to predictive flash it, and Taki was already like, nope, I am making sure this is not hitting me. That allows the turn to come through very cleanly, finish off Steel. And with Viego dead, it feels like Saigon Buffalo are finally going to be able to run over the base. Will they pull back? Most likely not. Try and end here.
Waves in the right places here, thanks to all the pressure that Saigon Buffalo had on the map. So 2 inhibs down, they're not done. The bubble connects. Froggy with the Everfrost. Great bit of status there. BJ going on in. Gets berserked. What an ulti! Hard ripping through the team with Renata Glass hostile takeover. But I don't know if it's enough. They have killed Shogun. Husband's gonna die. And DeadFM will defend.
Saigon Buffalo overstepped there. BJ, when he ulted in, did not actually turn the turret off, I'm pretty sure. As well as allowing Yutapong to stack up his Devil Trigger. So when that Renata Glass ult hit, like you said, he went scooting in there, hit a nice ultimate to kill 3 of them. 3 for 1 means that they're going to lose a little bit of pressure. Gold will go back in the DFM's favor, but there's not really any objectives up. This is one of the nice things about fighting when objectives are up. If you lose, you're still fine. So there's going to be just some turrets taken for DFM and some setup for these respawning objectives.
34 minutes in, and Saigon Buffalo's mid-outer tower finally falls down.
I told you the Rift Herald was important, Pastry.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. Finally, the map is a little bit more open. Unfortunately, we only have one thing to fight for, but we'll watch this again before we get there.
Yeah, so I can respect this trying to end the game where you have the 4v5. They're trying to play it slow. Evie is kind of far forward. Froggy has the seal on it, but the stopwatch was huge there. Does get the top turret off, but is actually still in range of the bot turret, so ends up taking a little bit of damage there. You see the power of the Samira when she gets to actually stack up and end up in the middle of the team. Even though she got popped quickly as well, like she just puts that damage out so fast. You see DFM's coaching staff looking a little terrified there, watching the screen very closely.
Ooh, this is a very nice quick Baron here of Saigon Buffalo. Elder Dragon's on it for 15 seconds. They're just going to go ahead and take it. Yeah, the TF ulti can see them, but they grab the Baron, and now what do you do?
Yeah, still
your
10
base
seconds.
is so exposed, even with the Elder Dragon going to be up. I mean, DeadFM will be here first, but like, I don't think you can try and take it. They're going to end the game.
Yeah, they don't need to respect this Elder Dragon.
Look at BJ, he's out of there.
It's a 1-dragon Elder Dragon. You can kind of ignore this and then just leave a couple people to interrupt.
The enemy jungler is going to the enemy base with the Elder Dragon up. He's going to end the game. DeadFM with the Elder Dragon, I guess. Taki going in, the damage is good. He's taking out turrets. BJ's just going for it. I don't think DeadFM can do anything. They might get the Elder, but he's just going for it now. Yutapong back, but he can't fight this out. He's going to die. The next is open. The Elder Dragon goes down. Sure, Steel got it, but Saigon Buffalo, that's it. They end the game.
Saigon Buffalo do not care about the Elder Dragon. They give that one away to DFM and just go to the base to end it. BJ, the first one it felt like to recognize that play. He started hoofing it right to the Nexus, and there you go. Saigon Buffalo climb to 1-1 in the group, cementing themselves as the current favorite to get out second.
And I said at the top of the game, it felt like my pick would have been DeadFM, and all of a sudden, things look very different. Saigon Buffalo with a pretty convincing game. A close one for a lot of it, but Shogun took the lead he had, and the rest of the team opened up alongside him.
Showcasing a lot of playmaking I think we were expecting, but also showcasing some good understanding of macro. I mean, I was hyping up DFM's macro right before that, and then sure enough, it's Saigon Buffalo who get the backdoor base race because they were more on top of getting to the objectives early. They frequently made the better decision around the objectives, which allowed them to claw back in that game. Yeah, Shogun popping off was a big part of it as well, but I think them knowing how to deal with the fact their Aatrox fell behind early was a big part of it, and should not just be overlooked to like, oh my god, Lucian ran over the game. But I think they actually played pretty intelligently as well, despite some of the crazy team fights that can convince you it was just a clown fiesta.
Yeah.
There was some fiesta, but there was some macro there as well.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing more telling than the Elder Dragon being up and the jungler just going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, maybe you could argue lane like assignment-wise, you could have kept the jungler there and sent someone else to do the backdoor, but I think, you know, at that point, you're just trying to win the game, and that was the right call.
Certainly was. Certainly should focus me. The first loss of the tournament so far, 1-1. We'll join the Buffalo there as far as scoreline go, and that battle is going to be hot. I mean, these teams will play again, right? It's potentially likely that that is going to be the decider, as Saigon Buffalo gets the VCS's first win at an international event in over 2 years. Has to feel good. After the break, though, we're going to look back at what just happened, so stay tuned.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
And I'm not, 'cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears when I face. I'll show you a heart full of fire. Looking at the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we let it decline.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where the VCS not only secure the first win at MSI 2022, it is also the region's first international win in over 2.5 years. Quick stats that. Now let's talk about how that happened, because I didn't think it was going to. Early game, Detonation focused me. They pulled ahead. They had the lead. I mean, Ebby's Urgot on top was smashing.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the early Urgot blind pick, and then they heavily invested into making it get further and further ahead. But for me, I came into this and expected action in the bot lane, and it feels like they kind of left them out to dry, and we saw Shogun and Taki just completely take over the lane.
Yeah, I usually like the trade there, especially if you're getting Twisted Fate involved in the play topside. That's why I really enjoyed the early strategy. I mean, they had this in mind, the early pick and Urgot, as well as having the Samir for the later on team fights, right? So it made some sense, but you're right. They started to drop the ball, and I'm fine with them dropping behind a little earlier on in the game, but they made crucial mistakes later on.
Orgs, were you quite surprised by the pace of the early game, like the first 15, 20 minutes? There was a few kills here or there, but definitely not up to anticipation based on what we saw yesterday.
I think it's because I expected a bit more combat, like head-on in the bot lane, and it was sort of cross-mapping, which you know, it just meant both teams got what they wanted and they accelerated the game to a stage, but it was very clear that the Lucian Nami found a lot more value than the Urgot did in those team fights. Even though the Urgot was tanky, just couldn't really deliver.
Yeah, you really couldn't at the moment. Just before we talk about the end game and exactly how Buffalo's turned this one around, we do have to take a look at every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network, because the Buffaloes secured an important pick at Baron thanks to a particularly funny Urgot, Renata, and Silas interaction. Now, breakdown, okay? Silas uses a stolen Urgot ultimate on Urgot, but then he dies and gets revived by the Renata W. Keep your eyes on him. Then uses his own ult on Silas, dragging Silas into the original Urgot, who dies before the execution from the Silas stolen Urgot R can go off of the original Urgot R on Silas. It's just super funny to watch that play out.
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, I'll run that back if we could.
I wish I could. It's actually a teleprompter. Oh, teleprompter's not back. Okay, so breakdown. Silas uses... No, okay. Production actually scrolled teleprompter up and down. I do need to move us along because I want to get a little bit more serious. That was kind of one of the first fights that made things go a little bit more crazy. And we have a few more examples of this where both the Buffaloes and Detonation Focus Me were trading kills multiple times. Yes. They traded objectives back and forth. And even right until the end, I was still like favoring Buffaloes, but it could have gone Detonation's way.
Yeah, I think critically the Renata didn't hold up well on lane, but in the team fights, those ults, which is absolutely massive, hitting so many members and the chaos it caused and also the damage it allowed them to inflict into each other bought so much time, and we got so many scrappy fights like this where multiple people were low. And the fact is, Lucian, the reason we tend to see him fall off a bit later is because of that short range. You have to get so close to try and make the impact.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight, he was feeling pretty confident. We came in because this fight was actually so long.
Yeah, I mean, Pastry Time did such a great job. I thought he was going to die of suffocation at one point.
I know, right? So, like, the fact that these are so long and the triple kill coming back and towards the Samira gave them an opportunity. And this was just hilarious as we saw the split screen near the end of the game. Hey! Nexus turrets are available. Let's just go straight for it.
I think several times as well, Udapon was not really able to find success on that Samira. Didn't really find the impact that he was looking for. And I think the execution is calling on our culling made pops of so many champions throughout the course of that mid-game. It worked out quite well.
Exactly. I think that was the reason why we started to see Detonation Focus Me start to crumble, right? Was the fact that that Lucian ultimate just started to obliterate the back line just right from the get-go and allowed the Buffaloes to be able to get that first hit on Baron. So the game was a big hit because of Shogun.
Now, genuinely, this makes the group significantly more interesting. And if we take a look at the standings once more, expectations coming in off yesterday was that Det FM were going to be the favorites against the Buffaloes, and the early lead made it look like they were going to win. Team A's will be taking on T1 in a moment or two, but this DFM Saigon Buffaloes could end up deciding that second team that goes to Rumble once again.
And they're currently tied. The Saigon have already played T1, so despite the fact the score's even, they're in a better spot right now.
Correct. And of course, in terms of head-to-head, being 1-0 up over Det FM is going to be very interesting. That rematch in the second round robin going to be hugely pivotal. Let's move our attention on to the next game now, because Team A's have the unenviable task of going up against T1. And yesterday, T1 popped off. Gumayushi spoke to Yinsu in our Verizon post-game interview.
I'm now joined by Guma Yusi and Ji-Sun for translating as well. Hi guys, welcome to the show. Now, congratulations Guma on your first victory here. What does it mean to you to be able to do this in your home country of Korea?
네, 구마요시 선수 개막전 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이렇게 홈 관중 앞에서, 홈 구장에서 이렇게 한국에 계신 팬분들 앞에서 승리를 따낸 소감이 어떤가요? 어떤 의미일까요?
일단 경기장 오자마자 팬분들이 많이 반겨주시고, 그리고 게임할 때 그 관중 소리가 잘 들리는 게 굉장히 인상적이었고, 그 국제대회, 한국에서 열리는 국제대회에서 이렇게 팬분들이랑 같이 우승할 수 있으면은 상당히 큰 의미일 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, the moment I entered the arena, you know, I could see fans out here and also I could hear them chanting for us. So it was just amazing. And I believe that it's going to be awesome if we can actually lift the trophy in front of the live audience happening in Korea.
I think all the Korean fans have been waiting for that moment too. Now, right off the bat, you guys chose the Vi. I got to ask, what was the reasoning behind the Vi pick today?
오늘 바이 픽이 너무 궁금합니다. 픽한 이유가 뭔가요?
그냥 연습 과정에서 괜찮아 보였다고 판단을 했던 것 같고, 자신 있어 해가지고 했던 것 같습니다.
So after the scrims, we were kind of confident and we thought it was a decent pick, so we wanted to give it a shot.
Well, definitely worked out today. Hopefully we're going to see more picks like that in the future as well. Thank you so much, Guma, for joining, and Ji-sun as well, and good luck for the rest of the group stage.
I have to laugh at that. Why'd you pick the Vi? Well, we just kind of liked it. Obviously,
big fans of Arcane.
For everybody watching, of course, that interview was recorded yesterday. Obviously, it was a little bit later than we had the time from the analyst desk, so we put that on the back burner. We're able to run it today ahead of T1's match against Team A's. Now, that T1 are going to be heavily favored because yesterday, we have a highlight reel to show you just how well this played out, despite the fact that there were multiple kills in lane. Also, I'm going to come to you once again because, yes, Shogun was able to pick up a few kills on Tristana and stuff, but it didn't really impact the flow of the game hugely.
Yeah, and the person I want to highlight is Ona, because he was just absolutely monstrous, really putting Froggy down on the stylus pick and consistently finding plays on the map, despite the fact bot lane had fallen behind.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that they had forward thinking towards Rift Herald, that play you just saw at the back half where they really were bullying alone to the mid lane, and then as the wave was crashing back towards them, Owner was bot side of the map to get his bot lane part of the play back into the game. So kind of shows the fact that even if they fall behind, they can think ahead of the game and get them back in just based off their mid jungle.
One of the things that I particularly appreciated and enjoyed about that, not only was just how fun the Tristana Alistar combo was and how aggressive it was, but also then the counterplay to see how Guma and Kerio were responding. You know, the waves were not always set up 100% to be fair. They were a little disrespectful, got jumped on, rocket jumped and Alistar comboed a couple more times than I would have liked. But once you hit that 12, 13-minute mark, T1's kind of pedigree, experience, control just took over completely. Now, what will Team Ace need to do today to try and upset it? It is an impossible task, right? But if you were to look in certain areas, how do you think they would go about it?
I think it comes down to Dimitri, right? Because I think, you know, your bot could end up just losing the 2v2, but ultimately Ona was such a massive factor in the previous game. I feel like Dimitri has to have a good game, track Ona, try and mitigate the early pressure, and then this is a team who I think if they get to the later stages, that's when they have the best chance. It's not easy sailing, though.
It's interesting because in the LLA, it was 5 Kidden straight. Like, it was them being consistently ahead, even in their losses, and that was their crutch a lot of the times. They can't be falling that far behind, and that cannot be the expectation. So I expect 5 Kid and straight to be bouncing back. They need to.
Now, of course, let's think about the rest of the group here. T1 very, very obviously expected to advance after we just saw Buffalo's take down Dead FM. Team A's going to be feeling a little bit happier with that.
True.
Not, you know, being 1 game away, potentially now 2 games away. What are we going to see now when we see how this develops out? We'll start to wrap up this first round. Robert and Team A's chances, because yesterday it was very one-sided. They feel to me like the 4th seed in the group, but obviously anything can change over the next few days.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit. You already talked about Dimitri. Of his play in Champions Queue, he's been playing quite a bit of it, and his champion pool is quite large, playing a bit of Karthus there. So I'm actually quite interested in what he's able to pull out. I think they need to be creative in the draft to kind of force teams to slip up.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like yesterday, like, Evice had so much hype, but we actually saw Lonely have a pretty solid laning phase against him. So I think there's multiple assets. I think ultimately, though, T1 is such a big opponent to go up against. But I just want to see them go all out and try anything they can.
Well, we'll have to find out. Give me a couple of predictions here on Picks and Bans. What champions you think will come through just before we head to casters? What could Dimitri run that you think may have an influence?
I feel like Graves might be a decent one. I think the Omble Glaive is so strong, and if you can mitigate...
One should run away with this game. I'm wondering when or if T1 will drop any games. That undefeated run so far in 2022, they've dropped games, not series. But taking a look for the rest of the day here, huge matchup in our next game. Wildcats taking on the Canids, Turkey versus Brazil, and then RNG PSG rematch of last year's semifinals. This is where we're going to start to see these groups starting to shape up and give us a better inclination of who's going to advance to the knockout stage.
Yeah, for me, Red Canids is the team that I'm most excited for. Coming into today's games, I talked about how Red Canids was a big surprise for us. Of the minor regions, they were the team that looked really well put together. Problem is, we need consistency from that team. If they want to be able to get it out, they got to be able to do that in every one of these games.
I think the big thing for me was it wasn't just like good individual play. I think the way they were playing around the map, the fact the bot lane was so active and moving up the plays, that suggests to me this isn't just a one-off. We had a blinder. This is like they are thinking about how to play the game effectively, and it worked.
A lot of credit towards, we don't give enough credit to supports these days. I mean, it is what it is, right? But JoJo's 5-minute roam towards top lane into, of course, him and his bot lane just going straight towards mid and helping out Herald. They are an objective, focused team, and it's going to take them far.
Well, I want to find out how far it goes. I'm also a huge fan of CBLOL, have been for a very long time. If you do stick around for Game 5, both Yinsu and I are going to have a little bit of a Turkey versus Brazil, a pre-match special. Maybe some monologues thrown in there, but none of those It Starts With Success stuff. And then, of course, to round out the day, it is going to be our feature matchup, the Mercedes-Benz matchup of the day. PSG against RNG. Yesterday, PSG got smashed by the Cannons. That was a shock, right?
Yeah.
How they were defeated. But I think the reminder to me personally, this is still best of ones. This is day 2, right? We're on game number 9 of the week, or game 10 of MSI altogether. Anything can happen in those BS1s. So despite the fact that PSG dropped the game yesterday, they can bounce back. They have looked very competitive. They can still surprise, but they have to prove it, right?
And I think when you look at RNG, they have definitely had games in their regular season, even in playoffs, where they have not looked too clean, right? They even had series where they got 2-0'd against WE, who are bottom of the standings. Like, this is not a team who are infallible. Very good, yes, but there is definitely a chance for an upset.
Player I look towards when it comes to PSG, Hanabi. As a player, incredibly experienced, has those picks where he can't pop up. Don't expect him to ever get GP.
Yes.
It's going to get banned.
Don't expect anybody
special.
to get GP so far. I mean, it's been banned out so freaking often.
Pretty pissed, probably, the fact that this champion is broken, right? Because, like, if it's too strong, then he's never going to get his hands on it.
I have one final question for you, gentlemen, before we move over to the casters and get ready for picks and bans. Our front half of the day was some of the longer, more competitive games that we've seen in the 2 days that we've been here. That was way too strong a wording. The back half, I anticipate some faster games with both T1 and PSG. If you were to make a bold assumption, do you believe that T1 and, let's say, the Red Cannons, because they're going to beat Turkey, and then RNG, because they beat PSG, can win each of the games in less than 25 minutes? Yes or no?
I think 25 is a bit fast. Nah.
Okay, so give me a minute then. I'm going 25. 20 seconds, give me a time quickly.
I think sub 34.
Sub 34.
26.
26. 25, 26, sub 34. All right, that's it. We're going to head over to the casters in just a moment. We've got shiny new faces on the caster desk for the rest of the day. Take it away, Dagden Oshin.
Thank you so much, Quickshot. I love how Ox just covers his bases.
Yeah,
He's just
the confidence.
Yeah, the confidence of, like, definitely under 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But welcome to the Caster Desk. Of course, we are going to be bringing you our 4th, 5th, and 6th games of the day. They said on desk, it's a bit of a mountain, but you got to start somewhere. You got to take that first step. And for A's, they've got to try and figure out something that they want to go with.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see them being able to have a little bit more control from the jungle. The Wukong yesterday didn't really give them the opportunity to shadow 5 Kaden straight. They really struggled in that 2v2 against DFM, so we'll have to see how they're going to set up this draft to try and give themselves that easier time. Already, though, a lot of target bans down towards that bottom side of the map, which honestly you see a lot of teams go for against Gumayusi and Keria.
Absolutely. Again, I don't think it's an egregious statement to say that they are probably the scariest bot lane in the entire tournament. So you want to try and at least mitigate some of those massive power picks. We do see the Lucian going in. You've been thinking pretty much all the time since before we came on that this Lucian pick is just too damn powerful. You cannot leave it open.
I think it's just the flexibility that it offers. I mean, we saw it pop off in the last game, how strong it can be bot. It opens up, like, if you want to flex it to mid, you can go for the card this jungle. It's just got a ton of stuff that really works for it. So I don't think we're going to be seeing it too often as the tournament starts to progress. But Twisted Fate now banned away means that Keria has a little bit more wiggle room than he did yesterday. We saw a ton of bans towards him yesterday, but now should be able to go towards things like Leona if you want to play that bit more aggressive, or if he wants to fall back towards these enchanters like we saw across the board in LCK.
Well, the Leona banned away, so we're not going to see Leona or Nautilus in this particular game. The most, I'd say, arguably most played bot lane support matchup we've ever seen so far this year, and we're going to see now where the side of Eyes want to go. Ooh, okay, so they're picking up the AP jungle first. So they're trying to see if those 80 solo laners are available to them.
Yeah, I mean, it means that you're kind of looking at things like the Yone in that mid lane, but it does mean that you're kind of falling into the same trap I felt like they fell into yesterday, where you don't have a jungler that can be proactive pre-6, and it means that you don't really have those opportunities to shadow 5 Kaden straight, which honestly, when you look at Ace domestically in the LLA, that was where a lot of their strength came from. So now I have to see if you can get some sort of strong bot lane 4-5 Kaden straight so they can try and match up against Gumayusi and Keria. Wukong, though, taken here, going to be going towards Owner, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go towards a jungler here. Looks like this Vice being hovered at least, but I don't think we'll see it picked up.
Yeah, and the Wukong is very interesting. You've got the Wukong, of course, the Ahri being locked in. We know how Ahri works. We know how strong they can be in that mid lane. But the Wukong specifically, it does feel like you do need a little bit of extra help just for those first 30 levels, but then you can start to snowball from there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're kind of of looking towards team fights here, realistically. So I'm curious to see what A's are going to bring out. I love the Vex here. I think it's a good answer in towards the Ahri and can do really well in team fights, especially when you look at like the opportunity to try and blow people up in these short range kind of assassins that you've got. But it does mean you're double AP, which makes things a little bit easier on T1 side for their mid jungle. And I mean, you can stack the Merc threads, especially on something like this Wukong, and have a little bit of an easier time now.
Well, wait to see now. The Vex locked in, so you're kind of matching team fight with team fight just a little bit right now. You see where the side of A's want to try to take their last pick before we do go into the second round of bans. And the Zeri, again, bot lane just hasn't really been the focus. And when we see things like the Caitlyn, the Twisted, or excuse me, not Twisted Fate, the Lucian being banned away, these things can just rise up in priority.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what way they'd go for the bot lane here. You could always go towards something like a Misfortune if you wanted to have that strength and kind of that pushing power, but definitely a little bit worried about like the amount of AP damage with the AP Misfortune as well. So Zeri does make a lot of sense. You still got a lot of that AoE damage that you can lean into those fights. And we'll have to see what the answer is going to be here for T1. Going towards the Gwen, surprised to see this kind of coming in as much as we've seen it. At least to me, coming into MSI, I was like, oh, well, it can do well into tank matchups and things maybe like the Scion and the Ornn, but I'm surprised to see how high priority we're actually getting from a lot of these teams on the Gwen.
And also, as well as that, looking at T1's draft right now, there's a lot of individual skill making, skill expression, if you will, to be able to just do whatever you want to do. You can get solo kills with every single one of these champions, and we still haven't seen the bot lane yet, so we're curious to see now where they want to go. Naturally enough, you are going to start to see T1 banning away counters into the Gwen, things that can just match her up.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like things like the Ezreal are still there, so you still got that flexibility for Gumayushi if you want to head towards that on the bottom side of the map. But we're definitely starting to see a bit of a pinch. We've even seen kind of Jhin rise up in priority in that bottom half of the map as well. And when you've got so much damage coming through from like your jungle, your mid, your top lane as well, wouldn't be surprised to see these more utility focused picks coming through just to try and lend that engage tool across.
Well, the Gangplank's been banned away, so you've got yourself one last ban here for A's, and we'll see what they want to go for. Again, we expect it to maybe be in that bot side. Maybe they go for a support as well. We'll see where they want to try and go for it. Of course, you will get first pick of support, or maybe even AD carry as well on the backside. It's Draven, so they're trying to, again, get rid of those very aggressive bot lanes that can just snowball out of control.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense here when you're just trying to set yourself up nicely. You're going to see the Senna coming across, though, for Gumayushi, so taking a little bit of that step back, still kind of offering a little bit of that utility that we were talking about, but I definitely think looking at A's, you've got options here in the support role. You could go for engage, but realistically you already have the Vex, you have the Diana as well, so you could actually see something like a Renata come through here and trying to dissuade the engage that's going to come through from T1. I think it could work out really well, even just like opening up the fact you can go for these enchanters because there's a Senna on the bottom side.
Well, you got the Jace there, so good, decent amount of damage coming out here. A decent poke as well, so does combo up fantastically well with the Diana. You have got kill pressure now on the top side.
And we saw Jace fall away because of the nerfs to his armor and everything like that on the top side, but when you already know that you're up against this Gwen, Jace is a great pick into this matchup. A ton of pressure in the lane, the opportunity to push, even kill pressure as well at times as well. So we'll have to see now if Lonely can have a bit of a better time for himself in that top side. It looks like we're going to get the Alistair support coming through, so all in even more so on this big engage for Ace, this wombo combo that can lend itself so strong to those team fights.
We are going to wait for the last pick to come in now here for the side of T1, and it could be a fasting Senna, could be a support Senna. We will wait to see now what they actually want to go for, because again, there's a lot. I'm just looking at T1's comp. There's an awful lot of damage right now. Like, you get caught out from a flank from the Gwen and the Wukong, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. That's a Kindred.
I actually think that this is going to be the Wukong bot lane. We saw it a little bit before in LCK, especially leading over into Worlds. They've been picking it up a little bit, but it looks like that's going to be the plan here, right? You've got the farming Wukong bot side. You've now got the Kindred in the jungle, so a very good tool to counteract this big engage that we are just talking to from Ace. So really nice flexibility coming through from T1 in the draft.
And again, just more question marks kind of coming up of how do you deal with this, because at the end of the day, yes, you've got an awful lot of all-in on the side of Ace, but you're not really going to be able to catch them all as 5. If T1 are kind of clumped together in one big ball, they're kind of doing their comp wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's it. It's like T1 definitely have these the pressure if they want to, but I actually think like the problem that you're looking at is, hey, look, you've got an immune Gwen, which makes it a little bit tough for the Zeri to try and follow up on this engage. Same when you look towards the Jace. Like, if you're clumped up in this 5v5, you've got Ahri who can actually try and dodge away from a lot of this engage. And realistically, you shouldn't really have Senna and Ahri in on top of each other. So trying to find these big moments where you can have this wombo is going to be tough, especially with the Kindred there as well now. So I think T1 have a pretty good opportunity here, and even a chance if they want to try and look for some of these invades off of like bot side pressure, off of mid lane pressure, to try and get this Kindred ahead. ahead.
And again, look, obviously T1 are heavy favorites. No one's going to try and tell you otherwise on that. But this is about what can A's do. This is about kind of showing how powerful you can maybe show up here. And again, similar to Buffalo yesterday, give a bit of a scare. Kind of say, look, we do have options, we do have avenues, and just give yourself a good showing today.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is like seeing if Dimitri can kind of lend himself towards this bottom side of the map, make sure that they're not falling behind as much as they did yesterday, and see if Ace can kind of get into this mid game where they are in a stronger point. Because when you look at like the way Ace has been playing, their mid game is kind of where they popped off. This early game has been a bit of a struggle for them.
We are going to see how it all ends up unfolding. T1 looking pretty dominant in their game yesterday, looking to continue that trend, and A's seeing if they can maybe catch somebody out. But with the ward going down on either side, they know they're not going to be able to get anything going for them. But I like the idea. Someone takes a step too far forward, at least it's something.
Yeah, it will give the opportunity, though, for Carrier to get this ward in on the red buff, or at least on the Raptors there. So we'll be able to spot out Dimitri as he makes his way through the clear. So giving that information to Owner, and if you end up in a position where, Faker has pushed mid, he links up with Owner, suddenly Dimitri can be in a lot of trouble with that 2v1.
Minions have spawned.
I'm curious now as well. We haven't seen a Kindred. We have fringe Kindred is probably the better way to put it. We haven't seen it in a while. How does this champion operate within the scope of this game? What are you expecting to see coming out here from Owner?
I mean, I think a lot of it is going to be trying to see if he has these moments to get into the face of the game, right? Like, it is going to be tough. You don't really have too much push on the bottom side because Carey is the one farming. Same, you look at Zeus or Zeus in the top lane, he's going to be getting pushed in relatively hard as well. So it means you've got to kind of pick your times here as Owner as to when you can play with Faker to look for these quick picks in the jungle on towards Dimitri. Because as a Kindred, you really need to start getting these stacks in the enemy jungle. Otherwise, it just takes so long for you to hit that fourth stack and really become relevant.
Yeah, if you're wondering as well, the fourth stack is the important marker. It's when you really kind of get access to actually being a champion, to be perfectly honest. You get the extra range, of course, you get the extra damage, and it just makes your quality of life a lot better.
Yeah. And one of the things that we often see from like T1 domestically is like when Owner is on these like farming champions, right? Oftentimes you actually end up seeing Carrier kind of playing like a secondary jungle role, right? Like where he's roaming to mid to help Faker, to unlock him, to play for sides, and you've kind of got this like rolling machine that starts to move around the map. So I'm now curious to see with Carrier being the one farming, if we're going to see Gumayushi be able to link up with Owner in the same way, or if you don't really get Carrier or Gumayushi as active in these early stages as you traditionally see from T1.
See what Aids are able to kind of do to disrupt, because that's what it kind of feels like right now. You kind of need to do what Buffalo did yesterday, where they go in for the all-in on bot lane. You need to try and just throw T1 a little off kilter, because I'm gonna be real, like if you go standards, you're probably not gonna win.
I mean, they're already too late for that. That was level 1.
I was gonna say,
you've already missed your mark on that one, yeah.
But it does feel like, we are gonna have to see a little bit of maybe moments of maybe madness, maybe brilliance. It depends on how it actually ends up working out for them, as we can see a bit of an all-in, kind of part and parcel for the matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared for them at 6, honestly, in for Ace's bot lane. Because once you get access to Carrier's ultimate, that's when we can go for the all-in to 5-Kid. And now, Straight will have to kind of play keep away or bouncer to prevent 5-Kid from going down. But that's where you really see this bot lane come alive. And especially when they 5-Kid and Straight struggled so much against DFM's bot lane, like dying twice, it feels like you kind of need that help. But we're looking at a potential dive here in the top side.
Yeah, they don't even need 6. They need level 3. They just need full access to QWE, and they're going to look to try and make this one work. You can see Lonely is feeling just that as he tries to make this one work, but it is first blood to Faker. It's just so clean.
I mean, this is a T1 classic, right? Like, you get Faker in the lane, starts to roam up top side, and just really nice timing, right? He's able to just push that wave in against Alone and get up top, and he might lose a little bit of the wave mid here, but should be able to TP back and collect the majority of it. So really nice job from T1.
Again, it's kind of what we expect. They're just so clean with how they just execute and go for it.
Yeah, and this only becomes harder now for A's in this mid lane, because you can see already Merc Thread's picked up for Faker. This is kind of the problem that you see a lot of the times with these double AP mid jungles, is you just end up picking up Merc Threads. You don't have the damage you really need to get through the mid lane or even the jungler, and it just becomes harder and harder to play that 2v2. So at least for Alone now, he's going to be in a little bit more of a difficult spot in trying to get control of this lane over Faker.
See, they're able to kind of make something work from it. And honestly, T1, they're happy now with a very passive bot lane. Again, it's the farming set, or the farming Wukong coming in with the Senna, kind of, just picking up the scraps and the souls. So you're going to scale. You're going to become a massive threat in those mid to late game team fights, and you don't really need to do anything to change that.
I mean, this is where I kind of look towards T1. I'm like, right, like what happens when we get towards, you know, these objectives? Like Dragon's about to spawn about 10 seconds. If you can keep the control that you have for Gumayushi and carry over bot side, Faker is pushing mid, you start to stack these up, and suddenly this like team fighting style that you have for T1 is actually incredibly strong. When you look at the way this carry can set up, you got Zeus with a ton of damage over the back line, you got double A carries. Like, it is actually really hard to try and play these fights as A's against that much engage. And as A's, if you start to fall behind, your combo doesn't really work. Like, you're the ones that are trying to engage aggressively. So if T1 are getting off to these early leads, it's a little bit of a problem for A's.
We're starting to see just little small things going in the favor of T1 as well, getting those early invades in, but Owner doesn't overstep. He recognizes he hasn't got the support, he backs away. Just very smart movement coming out from T1. And for A's, I want to see them, you know, blow something up here, and I do think we are going to start to look towards Dimitri, like, you know, yourself and Ox said. It is going to be on this jungler once he hits level 6 to try and make something work, but Owner's already found himself in the alcove. He's waiting to try and see if someone steps forward.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of pick your moments here as A's. Like, when you hit 6, see if you can roam down to bot side, maybe get some sort of play onto Gumayushi and carry it, but Owner actually sitting here waiting in the wings, just making sure T1 can push this wave in.
We'll land the route. It's a bit too far forward. You can see them over there. I feel like they're kind of telegraphing this a little bit with the Squire's Bloom to say, oh, never mind, we're going to go in straight away. We're going to force the flash out from straight as he tries to get away. The Owner flashes in after him and picks up a kill. The heal has been used, but it was a little bit too late from 5kid, and now he has to try and pick up this wave by himself.
Yeah, Dimitri trying to see if he can get the counterplay on top side, but Faker already moving up here to cover this.
And they're already covering it as well. There's no level 6 here from Dimitri. He's going to be a bit of a 2v1 right now for Zeus. He's got that needlework doing work. They try to get on top of him. He still won't go down. The charm misses, but it does not matter because it's the Spirit Rush. One more auto attack gives him the resets as well. Lonely will be forced to flash, but it does not matter for the O.
And this is something that Faker's been so good at across the LCK, is whenever you see these plays happening bot side, he'll just drift to the opposite side of the map, make sure he's covering these cross map plays, and it comes in perfectly there. Zeus stays up and healthy, and you get the 2 kills. Faker's 3-0. T1 looking damn good in the early game.
It is already starting to feel a little bit tough right now for A's. And Andy, again, this Kindred pick has just been so good at just kind of changing the momentum, changing the pace of when you expect ganks.
Yeah, I think you can see here, like, Owner does a really good job of just getting this play, like, straight. Like, really didn't need to go in there. Carry kind of doing a nice job of baiting him into that play. They think they can get a nice trade. Owner's in position. And again, with Faker on the Roman, the thing for Dimitri here as well, he's not even going for the Scuttle Crab, right? Like, removing these marks from the Kindred. So Kindred gets her second mark off of that as well. Just unfortunate for Owner that he didn't have the mark on the Alistair when he got the kill.
Look, Dimitri, I see a good flash from the charm, you know, thumbs up, well done. It doesn't make a difference because 2 kills to go over to Faker. Faker didn't even have to use his flash there. He still has it.
Faker's all right at League of Legends.
I don't know. I think that's a bit of a controversial statement to say, man. I don't want to get cancelled for saying something like that, you know. Fair. Well, we're gonna see another engage, but Owner's already here. This is gonna be a 2v2. Zeus is getting jumped on here, but they've already got the Kindred there. They do have the perfect timing with the Lamb's respite, and they turn it back. My God!
And the healing that comes through from Zeus with the ultimate as well. That was just nasty. And do we get more on the bot side here?
I mean, this is getting tough to watch right now, Dag. The A's just don't have a hope and a prayer. For the first time, Alone is on the map. I see him and he just died. This could be basically an ace right now. You're going to see 5kid trying to go for a 5-head play. Has to flash. Will keep his life. But, dude, that's not your bot lane. You got to leave.
Look, I'm not going to lie. We might be looking at the first perfect game from MSI's. 5kid, no! Why? Yeah.
He had a 5-head play into a 2-head play. Didn't really work.
It's a bit unfortunate. But, I mean, for T1, they're absolutely destroying. Like, this is the early game that everyone's been terrified of coming into MSI. You see how well they're able to move around the map. You got Owner making a play on one side, Faker's already drifted to the bottom side to make the other. Like, it's so clean to watch, and it's why they're so dangerous in these early stages where they can just take over with plays everywhere. You see it in the replay here, right? You got the ultimate, not quite available for Gwen, but Owner times this perfectly. The damage is nearly there, like you can see it.
28.
That
28
was insane.
HP. That's trigger discipline, man. That's just
that's tilting.
Oh, stop. that is, and you're so close to say. And this is the thing as well, is that like it doesn't just stop in top lane. They go, cool. We were 2v2. Now it's 3v3, and we know we're stronger.
And you can even see Alone is down here to try and help cover, but only ends up giving more blood to the Blood God for T1. And 5kid, I mean, just about able to get away from that, but
then he came back.
Yeah, mistakes were made, all right? Mistakes were made.
It was a very unfortunate play there for Ace. Now we're 0-9. That's nearly a 6,000 gold lead, and we've just hit 10 minutes.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like,
just appreciate
it. So, I mean, Quickshot was asking on the desk, you know, like, how quick do you see these games going? Well, we might be looking at a pretty quick one here.
And we'll see. They did see Owner coming down here, but I don't think there's much they can do about this if he decides to fully commit. We are going to see their carrier going in onto 5kid, and that's just a lot of damage. They have to fully commit there with the Alistair, and this is now becoming a 2v1, which is actually in favor of carrier. He's never going to be under kill pressure, and he has his own. And they sneak in, get over the top. Owner gets himself that kill, and they delete Dimitri from the map. Carrier is going to try and flash away and keep himself alive. He's going to be the first one to fall.
Oh,
no! Oh my god. Okay, Straight does eventually take him down, but that almost looked very bad.
I mean, that is very bad. You think you got Carrier, but having that clone available just manages to skedaddle away from the damage, and now Alone's in trouble.
He's alone in name and in nature, because there's just nowhere for him to go, nothing for him to see.
Ooh, Carrier ruined our perfect game.
Yeah, buddy. Come on, Carrier, let the side down.
Best player at the tournament, really?
Yeah, I mean, really? I don't see a death on anyone else.
Seriously though, like,
Twitter analysts.
Phenomenal play from Carrier though, like being able to get the kill, being able to force the flash away from 5kid in the heal already. Like, this is what we were talking about. Like, the level 6 being hit from Wukong, he just becomes such a menace to this bot side of the map, and it opens up Gumayushi to make these roaming plays with Faker.
Oh, he's very lucky he did not path upwards there, because I feel like that would have been another death onto the Jace. And the thing is, it's like, and you know, look, obviously, we're being incredibly impressed by T1 and how clean and clinical they are being. And it's not as if we can point to one specific thing from Ace and just go, oh, that's the problem. Because you look at everything across the board, they just haven't got a chance in terms. It's just hard.
Yeah, and you can see the difference, right, with T1, as Ace would just walk away, is T1 aren't kind of like put off kilter against like Saigon Buffalo yesterday, right? Where there was the flashes, there was the 2v2 kills. Like, this is the T1 that a lot of people expected to come into the tournament, and you're seeing why they are such a threat, why they were favorites coming into this tournament. When they're able to control the game like this, I mean, what do you do?
Well, Dimitri is sitting on top of a ward. He will be revealed now because of the Squire's Bloom, but yeah, that is, they've got to try something, but I don't know. Like, look at the items on the left-hand side of the screen. Now look at the items on the right-hand side of the screen. It's not even close.
I mean, basic mythics complete across the board. The only one, Gumayushi, still working up towards that Eclipse. I mean, the gold lead is astronomical, and I feel a bit sorry for Ace at this stage, right? Yesterday didn't really go their way. They couldn't really get themselves into the game. 5kid and Straight getting bullied a little bit. And now you're against DFM, and now you're looking at going up against T1, and it's feeling very similar.
Well, got some fun stats while we wait for some things to happen. Yeah, shortest game in MSI 2022 was Istanbul Wildcats versus RNG, 22 minutes and 26 seconds. Shortest game at MSI all time was actually IG versus SKT in 2019, 16 minutes and 1 second. So T1, they're no strangers to quick games, specifically at MSI.
Fair. I mean, at least the turret plates are helping to keep these terrors healthy for a little bit, right? So we won't be in any 16-minute games, but I mean, Zay's already in the top side. Owner looking for Lonely.
I mean, he's going to put
one side.
Yeah, they're going to try and get 2 fronts now, and they're going to be able to get the ultimate out of Dimitri, but he's just got nothing there. They get the Cyclone down. 5kid trying to just run away. He's been ignited. Faker smells blood as Owner, who was 1v2ing, ends up actually falling down, and Zeus, excuse me, picking himself back off that one, not trying to get the resets down, and actually now Straight trying to see if he can survive, but it's all inevitable. He will fall down, and that's going to be more turrets, more gold. It is nearly 10,000 gold, and the turret plates have just fallen. Everyone on T1 has more gold than everyone on Ace.
This is insane. Like, this is actually insane, especially because you've got that, like, the fasting Senna, Gumayushi being ahead of everyone. Even the support is up in place. So, I mean, look, this is non-stop. domination from T1. And I mean, look, our owner goes a bit aggressive here, but does it really matter in the grand scheme of things or where T1 are?
I mean, he's the jungler of T1 is a level ahead of the solo laners from Ace. This kind of explains everything. I will say, good turnaround there from Ace. Unfortunate that the mist was available to stop that, but.
And this is where you kind of have those conversations, you know, it's like, oh, we're super happy to get to MSI because we get to play against Faker. We get to, you know, really learn
We're
from them.
super happy because we got to cast Faker.
Yeah, I mean, what do you take away from this game? Like, well, now I guess we got hand dipped, you know, map dipped, everything dipped. It's like...
Now I know why the LCK goes into podcast mode sometimes. It's just kind of, you don't have a choice. Like, what are you supposed to talk about? It's kind of already done and dusted when you come into it. But yeah, like I'm gonna say it right now, you're gonna need several miracles. The second coming of Christ for Ace to try and come back into this game, just given what's going on right now. And T1, they're just gonna take it, you know, easy breezy, ham and cheesy.
Yeah, this is just gonna, I mean, continue. The only saving grace for A's is that, like, hey, look, we haven't had dragon stacking from T1, so at least it'll take them a little bit longer before they come at this game. But maybe, but with the way T1 are moving around the map right now, I mean, you push mid, you rotate up onto top side if you want, or you just kill alone.
You just kill him. You land the Everfrost. Where's he going to go? Absolutely nowhere, and that's going to be all the damage. And interesting enough that you bring up the lack of dragon stacking, shall we say, from T1, because when we were looking into them and how they play in the regular season, they just don't prioritize that objective. I guess Carey is going to try and just 1v2, but they can't go near him. But yeah, they don't prioritize Dragon.
I appreciate that you're digging deep into the notes for anything that can bring it.
I found a segue, and I was like, cool. Let's try and avert the attention from the horrible massacre that's happening on screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've even got, like, second Rift Herald is available now, and you have one outer turret that you can use to take it. Otherwise, Freak is kind of like nodding his finger at you, going, don't take the inhibitor. But I mean, at this stage, it's like, does it really matter?
Doesn't matter. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I think even Super Minions coming into you at this stage, I don't even know if you'd be strong enough to kill them. That's how far behind you are right now. We're still waiting for Zeri's first item. Still.
Yeah, it hasn't been going great. Hasn't been swell.
I'm very excited for Istanbul Wildcats versus Red Canids.
I'm ready for the monologue. That's the one.
I am too.
Yeah.
Yinsu's been very proud and loud.
For anyone who doesn't know, Yinsu is a genuinely massive fan of the TCL.
It was really funny in the meeting.
Yeah,
she was like, "Hey, I need 3 to 4 minutes. Here we go." And she just gushing, and we're like, sick, write all these notes down. This is amazing. But yeah, I'm very excited for that little head-to-head, and I'm just genuinely hoping it's a little closer than this.
And I'm glad that we're going to get the opportunity to just steal her from Valorant as well, where we just indoctrinate her into League of Legends through her TCL love and just take her away, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to see Faker. He's done with this game. Flashing forward, getting the charm. They even have the ultimate from the Senna to come in. Shelly's still going. They're looking for the dancing Shelly. That's what they want. They're looking for it. They're going to try and kill her off. No! Shelly has died, as has Dimitri. And this is just going to be an easy walk-in for Carey.
He walked it in. He did walk it in.
He, by definition, just walked it in. But it does not matter. This game, in 18 minutes and just above it, is going to be done and dusted.
I mean, domination from start to finish. Ace starting to respawn. Do they win the 4v5?
I mean,
T1 are going to back away, but yeah, I mean, at least you get a little bit of respite here. But Ace, I mean, this one's long gone.
Yeah, this one's long gone. So it feels bad. I don't personally like saying it, but I gotta call a spade sometime. An ace a spade. Hey, there we go. Silver linings. I found something.
Terrible puns. Yeah. That's what we have to look forward to.
Freak would be proud. Yeah. I learned from the best. But yeah, this is just T1. And honestly, it's hard not to be impressed by T1. It's like, and I think this is a genuine thing. It's like, look, you can speculate, you can see different things as Faker goes in, does Faker things, and he's just going to be able to get the kill again. But incredibly impressive just to see how clean, clinical, cold-hearted they can be, and you just cannot miss them. Because again, I don't believe there was any egregious mistakes from A's this game. They just got diffed. Full stop.
But that's why, like, genuinely for like some of the top teams like G2, RNG, like I think T1's early game is terrifying.
Monstrous.
They do this against everyone. As Owner will find the 1v1.
Here we go, 1v1 versus the junglers. It's very close, but not close enough. Dimitri, you got your wish, but Owner shall strike you down.
Yeah, he got collected. But I mean, realistically, like RNG, we saw in finals, really struggled in the early game against top esports. G2 as well, not the best of teams in the early game. It's more their mid game / objective setup. So for T1, you can see what they can do with these early leads, and I think that's why so many people are terrified.
Here we go, the Vex finally getting in with a Shadow Surge, but you are all alone right now, and that's just going to be another easy kill. 3-22, 2 dragons, but as we established earlier, T1 do not care about dragons. They do, however, care about gold, and they've got a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 inhibitors down at the 20-minute mark, make it a 3 on the way. I mean, there's so much gold that you can take from this, but this is, you're just going to get drowned in super creeps.
Here we go, Keria, round 3. Does he die once more? It's the question. Is Dimitri maybe going to try and look for it here? Flash away there by Lonely as he ends up seeing straight fall right before his eyes. Dimitri and Lonely running back to their base, but not even your fountain is saved. And that is going to be the shortest game at MSI 2022 so far.
Was a stop. And that was a statement from T1. Saigon Buffalo made these boys angry yesterday, and they were just like, all right, we ain't messing about anymore.
It's literally like Mike Tyson when someone like disses him and it's like the next fight, you're like, oh, why did it have to be me, man? Like, this isn't cool. I didn't diss you. I didn't try and challenge you. Why are you going to take this out on me? But honestly, anything except that, I think T1 fans would be definitely disappointed. That was domination. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, and again, like, it's the fact that you're not seeing you're correctly seeing the respect given, right? Like, they're playing like they normally would in an LCK, which is like Faker willing to drop waves so he can set up side lanes. You're getting him covering both sides of the map whenever you see Owner trying to make a play. Like, this is what has made them such a powerhouse in the early game in LCK, and it's great to kind of see all that movement happening so quickly. And as you can see, the LLA representative just not able to keep pace with how fast T1 play the game.
And that's why they're so scary. It's the pace setting. It's the ideas that they come up with in those very, very small moments. It's like 2 to 3 seconds. It's like you mentioned as well. Like, okay, you're moving bot, we're going to move top. Faker can move over here. And mechanically, they know they can pull it off. That's the scary thing. We've seen it multiple times. Dives go wrong. You get slightly outplayed. But it doesn't feel like it's possible to outplay T1 sometimes.
Yeah, especially when you give Faker a pick like Ari, right? Like, gets good control over the lane, able to roam to side lanes, and I mean, the man's been playing for nearly 10 years. I think he's somewhat familiar with Ari as a champion. Even back in, like Season 3, where he's hunting supports with, like, Deathfire Grasp. Like, the man has been around long enough to be very proficient on this.
R.I.P. DFG. So a lot of viewers probably don't even have a clue what we're talking about, but yeah.
We're boomers.
We are boomers. We're esports boomers, as it always is. But T1, that's kind of what we expected to see from them, and they delivered big time. And honestly, I think Ace, it sucks. I'm not going to say it doesn't hurt, but it is what it is, and you kind of have to go for it, and that's just kind of what it is. But before we get to the next game, Istanbul Wildcats versus the Red Canids, let's listen to Starts right here from the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify, where we are on break. Check out more music, or LOL music, excuse me, like this in the League of Legends hub on Spotify.
Me and my squad gon' turn on the squash like we don't see no other players. Ain't nothing to squash, ain't nothing to solve. You played and you already did. I'm ready to mob, I'm ready to mosh, ain't moving with nobody scared. Keep pushing my buttons, I might push a button and have my boy push up and slay. I made a decision to enter the lair. You better enter the
Red Bull gives you wings.
How you gonna play it? How you gonna play it when you ain't seen nothing this player? Me and my squad gon' turn on the squash like we don't see no other players. Ain't nothing to squash, ain't nothing to solve. You played and you already did. I'm ready to mob, I'm ready to mosh and move it with nobody scared. Keep pushing my buttons, I might push a button and have my boy push up and slay. I made a decision to enter the lair. You better enter prepared. I seen it vividly, my vision of victory. I kill him and split the scene. Click with me, you never feel defeat. Learn how to kill from heat. I showed up to show out until the show ends. Bet they wanna know how I made it a no-win. It's gonna be a blowout. Once I get the blow in, I just put it blow in. Show me stuff on it.
It starts right here.
Push up yourself on enemies.
And it's a long road up ahead. Better get your steps in now. It starts right here.
Ain't no regrets, it's on me.
And if you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. If you wanna be a god, it's a long way up.
I'm too hype to turn down a fight. Knock on my good night. I brought light when there was no sight. None of four in sight. I got stripes down to take a life. Won't take it in stride. Ain't no might ifs or maybes. I display my might. Yeah, I come to record the game. It's fun, but it ain't no games. I showing them all in a minute. I got them and bit them up like it was stage. I showed up to show out until the show ends. Bet they wanna know how I made it a no-win. It's gonna be a blowout. Once I get the blow in, I just put it blow in. Show me stuff on it.
It starts right here.
Push up yourself on enemies.
And it's a long road up ahead. Better get your steps in now. It starts right here.
Ain't no regrets, it's on me.
And if you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. If you wanna be a god, it's a long way up.
Push up and step on enemies. I came to conquer all the energy. Ain't no regrets, it's him or me. Blast him away, away. Once we engage in combat, it ain't really no comeback from that. The squad, the angelic slum rats. Came for the cash, where the funds at. Came with the swag of a war pack. You see the sword, it's my award. I tried to warn you and your pack. So if I started you, it's your bad.
It starts right here.
Push up yourself on enemies.
And it's a long road up ahead. Better get your steps in now. It starts right here. And if you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Na torre também, tá ligado?
Não, você quer ficar.
Tipo,
você podia ficar.
Eu bot, eu acho.
Não, acho que é os 4 bots que só tem um lugar pra eles engajar.
Sim.
Eu
Oriana fez uma Banshee, viado.
Ô, Gigo, você quer vir pro mid então e eu vou pro bot?
Sim, eu vou pro mid.
É você que poca, tá, Greve?
Sim, eu tô ligado. Ó, cuidado aqui, Gigo.
Alguém consegue tirar a Banshee dela? Tamo longe, mas esse cara não tem flash. Olha a Oriana, você perdeu o Banshee. Cara, eu não vou no bagulho.
Muito low.
A torre.
Matou, caralho. Posso ultar ela?
Pega a Oriana. Relaxa, não tem o W. Mata ela, Greve, mata ela.
Não morre.
Não morre que é GG.
Ajuda meu Gigo. Olha o Viego, vai resetar nele.
Morreu não. Ajuda. Mata o Viego.
Eu tento dar pra vocês.
Muito low.
Mata esse cara.
Ai. Tem W, Chan?
Tenho.
Tá de boa, guys. Vamos.
Tenho. Tu quer W, tu quer tiro? Então só um tiro aí, João.
Vamos pro game, não?
Vamos pro game. Dá pra dar game.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Let's talk about rivalries. We've had EU versus NA, but it's time to talk about real rivalries. Brazil versus Turkey, the TCL versus CBLOL. I am a huge fan of Turkish Valorant, and it's no secret that I've been converted into a fan of the TCL as well. You might think you don't know much about the TCL. I respectfully ask you to think again. Some of your favorite players probably played or even started their careers in the Turkish Championship League. Closer, Broken Blade, Armut, Caps, they all have had a taste of the TCL. When it comes to the teams, every wildcard region has its humble beginnings. For the TCL, 2014 was the year the world was introduced to them. Dark Passage, they managed to make it to Worlds, and although the passage for Turkey was indeed pretty dark to begin with, there were beacons of light that led the way. Those were the legends. Naru, Holy Phoenix, Dumbledore, and who can forget Zeitnot Baba? They showed up even when the odds were stacked against them. And if you don't remember them, I'm pretty sure that your hero Faker does.
Looks like Thakali's and Thaldrin just on the other side, and it's going to be as well. Dumbledore from the top lane. The hits go in. No, 10 points to Dumbledore. First blood.
And thus came the glory years of 2017 and 2018, where Supermassive brought home some super massive results, knocking the Brazilian teams out of MSI for 2 years in a row. Even though Supermassive didn't get their desired results at Worlds 2020, they did manage to knock out Mad Lions and also styled on Brazil.
Matter, they can still go for him.
Trying to read the Duke. Here's the TP though. Armut with the taunt though. He's trying to leave us in a literal 1v5. And he gets a kill. He's going to get another kill.
Today, TCL and CBLOL will be facing each other once again. And we haven't really forgotten about what happened last time. But I have full faith that the Istanbul Wildcats will be getting their revenge.
Sure. Okay. Fine. The CBLOL may not have the successes on the international stage that the Turkish region does, the TCL. We may not have the wins against many of the other regions that the Turkish do, but what we do have is the ability to consistently beat the TCL. Yes, that's right, I said it. We also have the hearts and the minds of the entire planet. There isn't a League Esports fan anywhere in the world that hasn't heard about BRTT and his Draven. He's appeared at 2 Worlds, 2 MSIs, 23 international games. He's dumpstered people in lane. This is a world-renowned player and laner, known for his trash talk, feared for his Draven. Revolta, a Brazilian jungler who appeared at 1 World Championship. He won 1 international game. But it was against EDG, one of the most memorable and impactful and meaningful moments in competitive history. Finally for me, Goku, the mid laner phenom from Flamengo, who attended Worlds 2019. He captured the hearts and the minds of the Brazilian scene, as well as fans from around the world, including myself, as one of the next possible players to make a dent on the international stage. Sure, the successes and scorelines aren't there for CBLOL, but I give you this moment. This is for Kaboom! Why did Cloud9 yell that line at Worlds 2014? That's because just days before, Kaboom had surprised the planet, defeating Europe's #1 seed Alliance, knocking them out of playoff contention, putting Brazil on the map, and more importantly, Yinsu, putting hope in the hearts and minds and viewers that emerging regions can compete. It was Brazil that first made the world's best teams respect and fear the up-and-coming regions, fear the up-and-coming teams. And fine, before you get all snarky with me, yes, the last time the Red Canids played on the international stage, they were eliminated by your Supermassive. Fine, okay? But the scoreline is 8-6 in favor of Turkey, meaning when we win our 2 games this MSI, we're at 50-50. Turkey and Brazil are no different. We're equal.
Trevor, if I could get out of gold, I could also be a pro player. But I mean, like, those are big ifs we're talking about here. The stats don't lie. 8-6, we're ahead.
Yes, but remember that yesterday it was the Red Canids that took down PSG Talent, the favorite second teams.
You did not have to play RNG.
Excuses, excuses.
RNG.
Shocking. That's all I'm hearing is excuses. But you know what the best part is? Today, Turkey and Brazil will be facing off against one another. And Chitan has over 200 professional games. He's won multiple CBLOL titles. He is 1 Rumble stage away from being an internationally recognized bot laner on the likes of BRTT and Holy Phoenix, and your boys don't stand a chance.
I think he might need 200 more as well. He can keep coming back.
200. That's true.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll allow it.
We will see. That's enough talking about some of the history of one of the greatest rivalries in League of Legends. Thank you, Yinsu, for that one. Let's get to game and find out how quickly Brazil can take down Turkey.
Saren waiting over the wall, trying to fish out, who kicked back into the rest of the team. The chain's still attached, she's been locked down. That's a big shutdown. Signs of life coming in from the Wildcats. Today, Red are the guys wampa stomping their way across this rift. And finally, the victory will come through. Cheaton, full confidence.
Wow, what an introduction. First of all, would you say anything else? Team Yinsu or Team Trevor?
Oh.
I'm putting you on the spot. I didn't even let you think about this one.
I'm going to say Red Cannons after yesterday's performance. I was on board with them. I thought they looked sick.
I'm going to go with the historical record of Team Yinsu. I'm going to go for the TCL right now. So we're already dividing people.
I mean, already. Look, regardless of, I'm hyped after that.
Absolutely.
I wasn't expecting the grudge match, like back and forth between the two. Like, I was already excited for Brazil versus Turkey, but I mean, my blood's just boiling now, ready for this.
Absolutely. And again, this is an incredibly important matchup within the group itself, because both these teams got to feel like they have a shot of making it out into the Rumble stage.
Yeah, definitely. And I think especially when you're looking at TCL, I feel like we haven't really got to see them yet. As we said, against RNG yesterday, it felt like there was just too much control from RNG in those early stages. So you can guarantee they're going to want to come out swinging here against the CB LOL. But I mean, I looked across them yesterday, and Brazil were looking pretty damn good against PSG Talon, so we got to see how this one's going to pan out.
I mean, absolutely, and this is going to be a pretty marquee matchup for both of these squads, and this is kind of why you want to be here, why you need to be at MSI, because yes, we talk about it from a point of view of, you know, it's only the #1 seeds, but don't forget, for a lot of these regions, you need to win to get to the international tournament, so this is a fantastic just temperature check to see where you're at.
And something that Yinsu brought up, not in her speech there, but actually backstage, was, you know, this tournament kind of feels like a redemption story for TCL as well, because they were so close to making it out of groups at Worlds and then just losing out in that best of 5 against Beyond Gaming. And it feels like once again they're kind of coming in and trying to push into that upper echelon, trying to push themselves from the group stage into the Rumble stage. And for Red Canids, they're the ones that are trying to stand in the way to block them from getting there.
Yeah, and again, the fans for both of these sides are just so impassioned, so you know there's going to be a lot of noise regardless of who wins, but it is going to come down to kind of, in my opinion, who can keep their cool, who can play their game plan, because at the end of the day, if you can cause some kind of disruption, that could throw the other team off.
But that's the thing, I don't know what Red Cannon's game plan is anymore. When I came into yesterday, I was like, you know what, this team is like super slow, like they played the majority of their split from major deficits and still came out as the #1 team. Like their average from the regular split, their goal difference of 14 was negative 370. Then I looked at their goal difference yesterday and I was like, oh, that's a 2,500 gold lead they have. They've completely swapped up their style. They look more like they did in Worlds 2021 with this crazy high kills and assist number from that early stage.
And the funny thing is that that's why we were so high on them in Worlds 2021, because they had that pace, that early aggression that was honestly in the CBLOL and even in the Worlds play-ins was quite clean. So there's definitely a moment here. We're kind of saying, look, Red Cannon's not just a one-style team. They can play to either one.
Yeah, and shout out to Kelsey Moser as well, who had gone back and talked to their coach as well. And he was saying that, look, this was a deliberate game plan coming in from Red Cannons for their regular split. They wanted to go more towards these 5v5s. And that's why when you look at their drafts, it was like, you know, the super tanks in the top lane, like the Ornn. You're looking more like the Victors, the Jinxes, the Aphelioses. And why they had such a good comeback rate when they were behind at 14 was because they were playing for these late game fights. And it worked out for them. But now we're kind of seeing the Jinxes, Aphelioses pushed out of the meta. Same when you look towards the Victors. So this is where I'm kind of looking, going to see, hey, Red Cannons, can we get that same explosiveness that we saw yesterday?
And of course, you can see it on your screens, but we do have an on-stage delay. We will get into picks and bans as soon as we possibly can. But we got a minute now to kind of talk about where everything is as such. We're obviously on into day 2. We're coming into, you know, game 11 basically of the entire championship. where do you see the meta kind of settling right now? Because we have had a pretty nice diversity of different champions. We saw Anivia, we had the Poppy Toppy. We got so many different cool things popping
look,
up.
I don't think Anivia is going to become
Let me have
the
my
mid-lane.
moments.
No, the bird is not the word today, all right? But I got to say, I
really
think
hope it
we're
is.
starting to see like these super aggressive AD carries in the bot lane, which I'm personally very excited about, especially when you look at someone like Holy Phoenix in that bottom lane, right? Like the Samiras, the Callistas were banned away from yesterday by RNG. I mean, he even ended up getting the, I think it was the Ezreal as well. Oh, the Ezreal was taken away, but I mean, they basically banned 3 AD carries from he got stuck on the Jhin. So I'm hoping that we actually kind of open up Holy Phoenix a little bit more here coming into this draft. I mean, Ahri still massively priority in the mid lane. Early game junglers, kind of there, but we're definitely starting to see more of the late game scalers come in as well. So it definitely feels more so like the meta is still a little bit in flux, even though I still thought like our mid jungle would be pretty solid with things like the Jarvan, the Ahris, the Volley Bears, these kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how you brought up kind of like the late game scaling, because something I've noticed is that we're seeing an awful lot more Umbral Glaive, which isn't as seen as a late game scaling item, but just in terms of its cost, its power, and what it gives you in terms of control of the map, it is so incredibly efficient.
And that's why you're seeing so many of these builds even swap over towards lethality. Like the Graves, you're starting to see like the Jins even picking up the Umbral Glaive first. Like it's because that item is just so powerful. You got it so cheap. The fact you get a 35-second counter on like how often you can clear a vision, it becomes really difficult to try and fight against that. And it's why teams have started to prioritize the Graves. It's realistically why he's in the meta is because of how strong Umbral Glaive is.
Yeah, and we've seen it comboed up with something like the Pike, and you've seen 2 Umbral Glaive champions. Like, how are you supposed to garner control of an area? I am very excited to see what these 2 teams prioritize, what they have the most emphasis on, because at the end of the day, this is going to be a massive matchup for both these teams.
Yeah, I think though when you look towards like how a meta feels, at least in the moment, I feel like it kind of does favor Istanbul Wildcats. Holy Phoenix was already playing these super aggressive bot lanes like the Callistas, the Lucians, these kind of things. Thank you very much for banning them away, Red Cannon. So like this was already the style, yeah. But this is very similar to what we actually saw RNG do yesterday, right? Ban 3 aggressive AD carries away from the bottom lane. RNG took the Ezreal, and then they put Holy Phoenix on towards the Jhin. Now, at least it works out a little bit better for Istanbul Wildcats, where they are on blue side, so maybe we get that super high priority on the AD carries, but, I mean, Holy Phoenix is so much of the game plan for Istanbul Wildcats.
And they're already kind of saying to themselves, right, Holy Phoenix, we're going to get 2 things that can destroy you, regardless of what we do to them, the Wukong and the Gwen. So later in the game, you won't have as much threats. There are still definitely options, but again, like you mentioned, Red Canids are just kind of turning around saying, look, Holy Phoenix, you are the catalyst. We need to make sure you're not comfortable.
Yeah, I really want to see an Ahri picked up here, though, for Seren, because, like, I love the way Ferret and Seren play together. They're super good at, like, linking up and then moving that pressure down to the bottom side of the map. It's why you see this, like, crazy high jungle proximity for Ferret, but it's more so how they control bot side river as a duo and give that relief to Holy Phoenix and set him up to be that big carry.
I see you've done your homework now, Mr. Dagda. You've got yourself set up. You've banned the picks, everything going there. Now, we'll see what the Red Cannons are going to go for. They're going to opt into the Jhin. Now, the Jhin is very much leaning towards that lethality build. We've seen a lot more, and is a bit more of an initiation for the side.
And it's what we saw from the yesterday. Cheetan looked really good on this Jhin, especially when you kind of look at the way they were able to rotate Cheetan into River and then start to get these like long-range deadly flourishes working with the Zoe for Grevtar. It feels like kind of a plan that has already been enacted by Red Canids, but actually going to go for the quick pick of the Galio in that mid lane instead. So going to be looking to be the beefcake to deal with this Ahri.
And the Galio does a lot in terms of what you want to try and get Grevtar onto, kind of roaming around team fights, those big 5v5s we talked about in the late game.
And now I'm curious to see if we're actually going to get Guigo's Camille, because Guigo is renowned for his Camille over in the Brazilian league with CB Law, and I think it's been such a strong pick for him. And if you've already got the Galio there, the Camille works super well. And I think as well, you've got enough jungle picks left open at the moment that you're not too worried about, I guess, not getting something that's important for him.
Absolutely, like it's just the Wukong right now. It's not really much else you can kind of go for. And the great thing is as well, if you do pick it on 3 now, you've got 2 bans to throw at it to say, look, get rid of the Jax, anything that could maybe throw a spanner into the works of this. And we do know how the Demacia Venn diagram of death works. It is just 2 massive circles being chucked in, exactly as you called it. My sir, you are nearly on 100%. Your mammy's going to be so proud with how well you studied.
I was a little bit excited for this match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
like this rivalry is class. But I'm glad on the opposite side, right? Because you do get the Viego here, so you get a little little bit of that late game scaling, but Ferret does have the opportunity now to link up in mid lane, start to get the ball rolling, and as we said, this duo is so strong in trying to play down towards Holy Phoenix. The problem I'm seeing though is no AD carry for Holy Phoenix. Now more bans get leveraged down to that bot side, and you start to go, well, you know, what have you got left in the tank here, lads?
It's going to be 5 bans. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ezreal maybe brought out here, just to kind of really just completely take everything off the meta. Then you're into the likes of Tristana, maybe
the Zeri is what I'm thinking, yeah.
Ashe? Question mark?
I actually personally think that Ashe is a little bit underrated in the meta. I thought we'd see her a bit more, but if you're going to go with the double utilities, essentially bot lane, it could work out. Even something like a Varus we've seen picked up from here and there throughout the split, but I definitely think, you know, an Ezreal could work out super well here for Holy Phoenix, just with how much engage and how much like dives there is coming through on the Red Cannon side. And Ezreal could work out really well.
Well, they decided to go for the Renekton. They're saying, look, we're not going to let Starscream get something that can go toe-to-toe in that early game, nothing that can get that priority. So they're happy with pretty much anything else. And kind of a call out for Starscream saying, look, we don't believe the traditional counters are in your wheelhouse. We're going to get rid of your comfort.
We're seeing the early game just taken off the board as well. So maybe we just get more circles. You go towards the Jarvan if you really want to go for the early stages. But I feel like something like the Lee Sin could actually work out really well here for Aegis. Give the early control. You got good setup in the mid lane with the Galio as well. If you want to try and go for early ganks, like just having that burst damage could work out super well.
Well, they're going to go for the Alistar. So again, more engaged, more 5v5. And this is kind of how you talked about in terms of Red Cannons. They love to they purposely move their strategies in the CBLOL to then facilitate this style of draft so they can kind of get whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got great engage coming through on Red Cannons. The opportunity now for Jojo to start to roam as well, link up with Grevtar in the mid lane, start to get people ahead. So I'm excited to see what Red Cannons to do, but on the opposite side, right, you're now got Holy Phoenix with Tristana, good push in the bot side of the map. You've also got the Ari Viego, good control. So they're going to be fighting against Istanbul Wildcats.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Mordekaiser now gets that isolated 1v1. You can pick someone and put them in basically the death realm and say, look, you're not getting out of here. This 5v5 then becomes a 4v4, which doesn't have as much threat to it. And honestly, I'm looking at Istanbul Wildcats right now. They are reset city right now. Tristana, Viego, the Ari, you are getting 1 kill in a fight, you are going to snowball ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. And one of the good things as well about the Mordekaiser is, you know, being able to take the Camille out of that ultimate, deny the engage tools coming through from Grevtar and Guigo. So just trying to disrupt that 1-2 combo, well, 1-2-3, I suppose, with the Alistar for Red Cannons. So at least you kind of have Istanbul Wildcats responding, and I'm excited to see now because it feels like at least comfort on both sides, and it's just a case of who can really enact their game plan better.
Absolutely, and I think Holy Phoenix has got to be a carry that, regardless of the amount of bans thrown into him, you're still happy with the Tristana into the Jhin. You're able to jump on top of him. He's not really able to plant his feet and get those, long-range engages going for him. Hence why we see the Alistar as a bit of a combo back.
Yeah, and I think this is where it's going to get interesting for Aegis, because it's like, oh, okay, well, Tristana and Nautilus will have that early push, levels 1 to 3. You'll expect the same coming through from the Ari, so you actually could end up with this Viego having at least decent control where he can try and enact some early pressure mid into bot lane as well, like get Holy Phoenix up and running.
The teams are locked. The coaches have shaken hands, or the equivalent of nowadays, and this is... honestly, a lot of your MSIs are relying on this. Like, this is going to be your moment for both of these sides. If PSG Talon, and even then, we still have to see if PSG Talon can, revive themselves and come back in. But if you can go 2-0 as the Red Cannons, that is massive in this group. Because, again, RNG most likely going to be #1, probably going to be going undefeated unless someone else gets very lucky. This could be the definitive matchup that tells whether or not you're going to Rumble or you're going home.
Yeah, and I mean, look, even just regional pride as well coming into this for TCL. We said already, this is a team that definitely wants to push into the upper echelons, move on towards Rumble, but Red Cannon's going to see if they can try and play the upset here. And right now, both teams linking up. I mean, Red Cannon's looking like they're getting prepared for some sort of invade.
Chitan just going to walk forward, finds Holy Phoenix, and like ships in the night, they just tip their hats and off they go again. So both teams setting themselves up. I would say definitely Red a little bit more on the hyper defensive side on that one particular thing. But of course, when you do this kind of coverage, it means you don't have an idea of where the enemy wards are going. You're not going for the full flat out. You're going to have to try and figure out what information the enemy team has.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty all right here. There's no real deep vision coming through from Istanbul Wildcats because they didn't actually spot out where Red were, so they didn't try and go for some sort of play themselves. So both junglers going to at least be able to hide their starts if they want to. And for Ferret, I think it's going to be pretty nice that you don't have this pressure coming through from Aegis in the early stages. As we said, like push mid, push bot, that should lend yourself pretty nicely to just being able to farm up and get through the early stages where Aegis isn't in your face trying to bully you out of the jungle.
There we see now. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map, so they will be pathing downwards. And this is something, obviously, we've talked about the history and how this whole thing's been setting up. We never really got to see how this, early game is actually going to shape up, what we're expecting to see for the first few minutes of this game, and who do we think actually has an advantage coming into the 5-10 minutes?
I mean, I give it to Istanbul Wildcats. I think you've got, as you said, like priority bot mid. You can start to link up with Ferret then, see if you can make a play on towards Grevtar in the mid, and then start to lean that pressure into bot side. And it suddenly becomes really tough for Cheetah and JoJo in this matchup to actually have that control. Even at the moment, right, getting this push onto the bot side, Farfetch and Holy Phoenix won't hit the level 2 first, but they can kind of hold this wave just in front of their tower and set up something for Istanbul Wildcats in these early stages if you want. But I mean, kind of across the board, honestly, Istanbul Wildcats allowing themselves to be pushed in.
I will say for the hour, it is kind of hard for her to deal with the Galio's push initially for the first level or so. You get the Winds of War, and of course that auto attack passive does incredible work to try and just thin out those minions. And I'm curious about this Mordekaiser versus Camille matchup. This is, in my head, very reminiscent of the old school, Darius versus Fiora, where it was kind of like depending a various skill matchup of who hits what and when.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, like, Starscreen honestly should just have a good amount of control after these initial stages where he gets the shield, he isn't mana reliant, so can continuously trade, he's able to heal it back up, and it's why Mordekaiser becomes such a pain to deal with in the lane. Even trying to get ganks off can be tough, but as you can see, I mean, with push being given mid and bot, Aegis just getting in the face of Ferret. Like, this is why I was kind of surprised to see them give so much space.
And we are going to see them pushing back in. This is the push and pull we were talking about, and there's the healing coming out there from Starscreen. So top lane and jungle both being heavily contested right now.
But Ferret, as you can see in the jungle, is actually the one that's kind of winning out. He just tries to go for this invade, doesn't really get it off, doesn't steal any of the Raptors, and now he's got to retreat back to his own side of the jungle. So giving a little bit of space here for Ferret, where he can actually look for a quick reset, get back on the map faster, and maybe look to make some plays happen.
Now we will see Starscreen just sustain himself up, get himself back out onto pushing this lane. TP coming out here for Guigo. It's going to be a call, so they've already kind of accepted, look, this is just how it's going to be. We're going to be able to try and go for big all-ins only when we're level 6, so might as well get some extra early gold while it's happening.
Yeah, but Guigo has been absolutely insane on this Camille, so I'm excited to see what he can do, especially with Grevtar in the back line as well, to follow up with them. You end up, Guigo's Camille has been back 63% of the time against Red Cannons when they're in the CB laws, so certainly a pick he's incredibly comfortable on. And when you get to that late game, you've got good push for sides, you've got the opportunity to try and like play some sort of 1-3-1, but what I really like about the way Red play their mid game is like they'll very quickly collapse onto 2 lanes and look for picks. And it feels like with Grevtar on this Galio, well, he can play towards Guigo, he can play towards mid, and they'll like sack a Terra and bot lane for it, but they'll quickly accumulate these gold leads, and then they can just en masse push you out of the way.
Well, don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in, turn around a fight. I was going to try and interrupt you during that whole thing, but I decided
I'm not going to lie, it's not, I don't know if there was a sound, it wasn't very loud in my ears.
I didn't hear anything.
I was like, yeah, so
I didn't hear anything at all. I was kind of hoping there'd be a bit more like
I'm terrified of this tiny banner coming up. I was like, oh my god, green.
This slow rising banner. I was expecting more of like a ba-doom, and then I was like, maybe it's only on broadcast side. Oh well, it didn't work. Trevor, I failed you. But coming back obviously into this and looking at how this is kind of working out, both teams are kind of seeing it. We already see an early rotation coming out here from JoJo, so Red trying to make something work in this top side.
Yeah, I really like this. I mean, just the fact that you're able to, well, actually, Cheetah forced the flash on the bot side. I was going to say, you need actually to make sure that you're not getting dove underneath this tower, because I mean, this is a really strong composition for diving. You're going to trade both sides.
I mean, they're going to put Grevtar up here as well. He's only level 5, but he's got himself the Predator. They're going to try and jump in onto the Mordekaiser before he hits level 6 and knock him down. JoJo tanking up the turret, but he finally gets himself out. Farah gets exhausted. It's first blood already over to the side of the Red Cannons, but they will trade it back. That took an awful long time to set up, but it just felt a little bit scrappy.
Well, I mean, you trade 1 for 1 in top, but the real problem is Cheaton's lost so much in the bot lane. His flash was burnt as Farfetch and Holy Phoenix jumped on top of him. Now you're getting this massive wave loss. You're getting turret plates to Holy Phoenix as well. Like, this is what Istanbul Wildcats want, to get Holy Phoenix to a place where he can carry, and right now it's looking pretty damn good.
That was, again, like you said, we talked about this in draft as well, is that yes, Tristana was the last of many lists of champions that were banned away, but you have such great all-in, specifically with the Nautilus as well. You have so many ways of just getting on top of this Jhin. You cannot just rest in your laurels, and already we're seeing, if we look at the replay on the top side, that there's going to be summoners burnt.
Yeah, I mean, you have 4 members here. Doesn't really work out. It was a really good pull coming through from Starscreen on the top side, just to make sure that you could actually like delay this as much as possible. But Saren and Verret, we're in a really good spot here to actually turn this around. And as you're saying, like, bot lane is the real issue here. This Tristana gets so much alone time with the tower. You can already see the gold has already given that Noon Quiver across to Holy Phoenix, and late game, like, Holy Phoenix is going to be in such a good spot, and as long as he can kind of stay away from the engages from Guigo, I mean, he can carry this game.
And Guigo is starting to accumulate a pretty sizable lead up on that top side. We can already see it's about a 400 gold lead, so nothing exceptional. It is very much top side focused, but on the other side of that, we are looking at Saren, who's got himself a kill, 20 CS. He's up about 1,000 gold. So it is going to be about where these resources go and when either of these teams utilize them. Because at the end of the day, it's all well and good having a fed Camille, but if they're off in a side lane, you're not really getting the most value out of it.
This does feel like, though, we're kind of going back towards a little bit of a slower pace for both these teams, right? Because Istanbul Wildcats, at least in playoffs, were super active, but during the regular split, we didn't actually see them going for a huge amount of these early plays, instead playing for those mid-game advantages. We saw the same from Red Canids, and yes, we get one play at least from Red Canids, but it hasn't been these like crazy active early games that we started to come to expect, at least from Red yesterday, and also when you look towards Istanbul Wildcats in playoffs.
All right, no dragon been taken yet. Rift Herald has just spawned, and both teams starting to hit some big level 6s. Ferret going to start off Shelly right now. They will know what's going on, but don't really have the priority. You can see already Chi-Chan was a little bit late on the rotation, but this could be a full 5v5. Might be a little bit too late. Yeah, Red have already decided, look, we're way too late on this rotation. We're just going to charge in back bot side, at least trade back something.
Yeah, you are getting the reset here from Aegis, so maybe he looks to try and move down into this bottom side, especially if you can get like push with Grevtar in mid. Maybe look for a play with the ultimate from Grevtar to bot, because right now, honestly, the Galio hasn't had a real chance to get much happening. Did roam up towards the top side, but gets caught out with Saren because you're trying to play off of minimal priority in the mid lane. Maybe now if you can get this wave shoved out, you can actually look for a dive onto this bot lane with the mass waves that's coming through.
Saren was low on mana, but is going to be able to pick up that blue buff nice and handy and get that trade-off going for us. And we are going to see the Umbral Glaive coming out here for Aegis. So he's going to be very, very powerful at just controlling areas like we talked about earlier. And just a very cheap item in general for him to be able to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly potent item, but unfortunately for Red, right? Like, you're kind of looking going, okay, well, Grevtar, not really going to be a big carry in the later portion of the game. Cheaton as well, like, Jhin isn't exactly your major carry. You are looking towards Guigo, and right now Guigo does have a good advantage for himself, but when you look at how many threats are on Istanbul Wildcats, you kind of need to get these side lanes rolling. You need to make sure you're getting these towers down to enable Guigo in a side lane. Like, let Grevtar make these plays happen, but with the priority that Istanbul Wildcats have been able to get across these lanes, they just haven't been able to make any of these plays stick.
We go on. Go and wait to see where the big play will come from. We have seen a little bit of movement on bot side, specifically from the side of Istanbul Wildcats. And of course, Red went for that dive in the top, but it is going to be curious to see how everyone kind of pets it up. We can see all the deadly flourishes being cleared out here by Farfetch. He gets himself moved back onto the lane with his AD carry. And this is, again, a very slow start to the game. Only about 250 gold difference. Ferret is sitting on a ward. He's not aware of it.
Yeah, but I mean, look, this is fine for Ferret, though, because all he wants to do is get this lane pushed in. Make sure you can't have that play that we're talking about where you end up with Aegis down in this bot side, because realistically, Istanbul Wildcats don't feel pressure. I mean, you got a Viego, a Tristana, like, you're totally fine playing for these late game 5v5, so it's more going to be on Aegis to try and make something happen, or at least get Guigo far enough ahead where he can be a threat in the side lane. But at the moment, like, a 15 CS lead is nice and all, but it's not too big of an issue.
No, the Dragon's going to be going over to the side of Istanbul Wildcats. It's going to be the Rift Herald as well as the Dragon, unless the Red Canids feel like they can contest it. Smite comes in, double knock-up as we get the Smash Pulverize coming in. They're going to try and trade this one back. Holy Phoenix trying to see if he can save his support, but it was all for naught. They don't know exactly where he went because they have no vision, and those shots shall go wide. But they get the Dragon, but they do have to trade it for a kill.
Yeah, one kill going back over in favor of Cheeton is going to be relatively nice. We're going to try and get this push in the bot side, but Holy Phoenix is already moved to mid, so he's covering Seren, who's actually the bottom side. So all said and done, still kind of even when you look at just the Dragon going over versus just that one kill.
I see straight away a Rylai's Crystal Scepter here for Mordekaiser. And again, Mordekaiser is just trying to be a mitigator for that Camille and then isolate a priority target in those team fights. So he's not really going to be building for quote-unquote team fights. He's literally going to be building for, effectively what he does, a 1v1.
Yeah, but also just to slow the engages coming through as well, right? Because if you have a lot of ways of proccing the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, but we just see here, unfortunately, Grevtar a little bit late on the knock-up, so Holy Phoenix is able to get the rocket jump away, and then they assume Holy Phoenix is starting to walk back into his own jungle, but he's actually just going mid to take the wave. So at least from the get-go, you're pretty all right with the way things are panning out here as Istanbul.
We got double Umbul coming in here for, sorry, I find the amusement in some of the weirdest things. Just have to find my own.
So this is where we got to have a conversation. Because are we just going to accept that it's Umbral Graves, or are we going to go Umbral Glaives Graves? Because that becomes really tough.
It is.
Yes.
Well, you did your tongue twisters before we went live.
Yeah, and then I felt miserably trying to say it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It boded not so well.
You change your tongue twisters, as we can see now. A little bit of a twist happening in this fight. We get the Rift Herald hopping down, but it's ways away from the turret. And that's just going to be a failed objective. Flash has to come here from Aegis, as he knows if that charm or that hook lands, he is a dead man. We're fighting around the Dragon Pit. There's no Dragon to take.
Yeah, what do you mean? You stopped the play in mid, so you're pretty happy here. So able to move back down now towards this bottom side. Ferret just trying to see if he can establish vision so that then Holy Phoenix can start to take these turrets. And I think this is where you'll start to see a little bit more control coming through from Seren, where he's able to work with Ferret and just enable Holy Phoenix to take these bot lane turrets. Because, you know, you can see here zoning red off the bot lane turret, and now Holy Phoenix can decimate this and continue to get more gold in his back pocket. Like, Kraken Slayer, way more expensive than an Umbral Glaive, so Holy Phoenix feeling pretty good about himself right now.
Jojo, he's kind of lost by himself. They'll get the teleport out, and they're just going to walk away. That was so well done. They knew that the teleport was available. They said, look, we're going to bait this out, and immediately back up.
Yeah, and now you just get Seren to push in mid, so kind of playing off Fog of War there. They get the push, and they should be able to get another turret play for themselves. And Istanbul Wildcats, I mean, this is completely different from what we saw against them against RNG yesterday. They look so much more confident and playing this so well.
And controlled as well. They're just making right decisions. They're not being forced. I think that's the big thing to see right now is that, yes, during the RNG game yesterday, it's RNG. They are going to force you into bad situations, into you have to choose one or the other. You don't get to choose both. Whereas in this game, they are definitely having a lot more time to figure out what way they want to approach it.
And if there is a team coming from the TCL to try and put your fade in, like, it feels like this is the team, right? You've got Seren, who has been an incredibly strong mid laner in the TCL. You're looking at Holy Phoenix, was 6 TCL titles. He's got 1 MSI and 1 Worlds appearance as well. You know, as the desk was talking about that 2014 where he had actually kind of came on and exploded onto the world stage with Dark Passage back in the day. And now we've got to see if Istanbul Wildcats can live up to what has been such a good point for them.
Well, we are going to see the Rift Herald being started by Aegis. He's going to try and just get himself over the wall real quick, but the full-on engage going to be coming in. The Galio ult has been committed as well. There's going to be the Mordekaiser isolating out Jojo. Not really the target you want as Seren's off on the backside of this. It's kind of 2 fights right now. Starscream picks up his bounty. He gets all those extra nummy stats, and then they can continue the fight. Istanbul Wildcats, despite them losing their jungler, still come out on top.
And that was such a good play as well. This is actually something that you see a lot over in, like, North America, right? When Impact was playing this Mordekaiser, he would oftentimes pick out the support because it prevents the follow-up engage, prevents so much more of this damage from coming through in the CC front. And you can see there Starscream kind of lending himself from that as well. Take the support out of the equation, give that the little bit of back room towards Istanbul Wildcats.
This is the long-range engage. Seren going to have a flash away and should be able to get out with safety, but good opportunistic moves here from Grevtar and, of course, Cheetan.
And now Holy Phoenix just being moved around the map to pick up all the lovely gold. And this is where you start to get a little bit nervous as Red Canids, because as you said, we already said, right, like, they have the opportunity to try and play through side lanes, but this is a team that is a one shot and done. You dive in onto the back line, Cheetan trying to hit from range, Guigo trying to burst out people with Grev Tower, but if you're falling behind, you're not able to do that. Istanbul Wildcats just have so many damage threats, it becomes really tough to carry these fights.
It really, really does, and you can see now the pressure has been put onto them right now. You can see Starscreen moving over. That's a significant chunk of damage going there onto the Mordekaiser, and it is going to be Istanbul Wildcats pushing forward and saying, look, we know we're stronger right now. You can't actually fight us right now. You don't have your big ultimates. You don't have the Hero's Entrance, and you don't have the Hextech Ultimatum.
You don't have the Jhin. Jhin is up on the top side, whereas all members of Istanbul Wildcats were down around this dragon. So already 2 of these objectives set up, and for Red Canids, it's starting to become a little bit tough. And they haven't had the opportunity to really get control of the game, see if they can make plays with Reptar, try and work around Guigo. So at the moment, it's kind of looking like Istanbul Wildcats setting up well for these big 5v5s, for this powerful mid game, which is what we saw from them in the TCL.
Very, very powerful showing right now. 2,000 gold lead, 2 dragons as well. There is a second Rift Herald available, but they're just funneling gold into Holy Phoenix. Because again, like you said, Tristana is still a hyper carry. Tristana will melt towers the longer this game goes on.
I mean, if you have a crit build that's keeping pace with a lethality build, you're feeling pretty happy as Holy Phoenix. And especially when you get towards that 3rd item of the Infinity Edge, like, Holy Phoenix is going to be huge. And we already kind of talked about the ability to carry on these fights so well with the reset between, you know, the ults coming through from the Ahri, the Viego, and just the jump resets for the Tristana. Like, it feels like you just never escape as Red Canids if you end up in these fights.
And the thing is, yeah, you got the second Rift Herald, but there's no plate, so you need to get a tower out of that in order to equal out any kind of real significant advantage. And now that you've seen the Red Canids go bot lane, you can rotate mid.
But Red Canids are trying to collapse on this. Grev Tower is sacking that top wave to see if he can jump onto Istanbul Wildcats.
Here we go. They're going to do just that. There's the Hextech Ultimatum coming in. They're going to have the ultimate as well, and that is Holy Phoenix deleted. Nothing he can do. Starscreen goes into the Death Realm, trying to take down Guigo as he's doing his very, very best. The charm will land there onto the Galio, but he comes back out and immediately gets deleted out of the distance. Out of nowhere, Red just called the play.
And that's exactly what we talked about for Red Canids. They've been so good at just very quickly playing off of 2 lanes, sacking one side of the map to go, right, we're going to jump in, we're going to get these big leads, and we're going to get more after we kill you, and then enter onto the map. And that is so much gold that now has gone over in favor of Red Canids. That gold is now in touching distance, and they don't even lose out on that much top because the wave couldn't be pushed in by the Mordekaiser. You can see it here, right? Grevtar says, screw topside, we're going for the play. Holy Phoenix is deleted. Oh, just gone instantly. And because you don't have that damage, and Red Canids were able to get here first, they can actually pull back, play towards their strengths, and catch out Starscreen as he tries to kill Guigo.
Guigo almost falling down in that Death Realm, but as soon as he doesn't die, the Mordekaiser is in the middle of 5 people. Yeah, honestly, same. It's just kind of a bit of a strange one right there, and it just felt like Istanbul Wildcats were just getting a little too complicit, a little too comfortable with that fight, and they just weren't respecting the big 5v5.
It's just the engage tools that Red Canids have you have to be so careful of, especially if you are Holy Phoenix. Like, I can understand them kind of leaning towards the bottom side of the map because they had a ton of vision. They just didn't expect the how quickly Red Canids can follow up on Guigo. So we'll have to see now if they are going to change their tuning just a little bit with them pushing in mid. Rift Herald is on bot side. You got to have at least another member here for Istanbul Wildcats to try and push against this as 3 members go towards the mid lane.
Yeah, you got Shelly coming down. Very disappointed that she did not get her head bop off, so she's going to go and try again. But this is a bit of a trade on the map right now, and that's going to mean you're going to see a full engage coming out. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. As Fair is the target, they will blow him up, and he will be taken out. That's going to be 2 turrets taken. They still have Shelly. They can crack open the base.
And you still haven't got the resets coming through. They're a little bit late, so they are going to be able to crack this open, and it's just cresting the 20-minute mark. So this is bot side inhibitor going down when you have Baron on the cards.
They have Baron on the cards. Starscreen has to go into his ultimate to Death Realm to try and just keep himself alive, but he's losing this 1v1. And there's a TP coming in as well. Flash from Starscreen, but he's already dead. Now, the inhibitor is being focused, and you have 3 versus 5. Red, they take a very early inhibitor. I thought with the TP, they might have gotten a little bit more feisty, but they take almost everything they wanted.
Red have been playing this so incredibly well, just realizing, look, we can make these quick collapsing plays on towards the mid. We've got the Herald in the bot side, so we can quickly play the map. It just feels like Istanbul Wildcats have been outpaced here, and Red Canids are just bringing the game back so incredibly well. They now have the 2K gold lead.
This is just an interesting one. You can see as well, like, yes, you have a cleanse and a flash on Holy Phoenix, but if he can't get away from these people, you just have nothing to do. And this is just straight up, they recognize the resets haven't come in.
Yeah, they're still pushing it mid, and you're like, hang on a second, we've got these great engage tools. Guigo goes in with the Hextech Ultimatum, takes down one. Starscreen is forced to ult Guigo as well here. But again, I feel like Starscreen really don't want to be ulting the Camille. The Camille can 1v1 you in these scenarios. You can see here, playing it slow, getting that damage through, and you just can't take out Guigo fast enough before you end up popping out of the Death Realm.
We're on back to live. We can already see there, Red Canids, they're just feeling a little bit more frisky, feeling a bit better right now, and they're going to be able to start creating opportunities and movements around these dragons and objectives.
And oh, hang on.
Oh, they're going to go in. They're going to see if they can make Grevtar work for this one here. He goes golden after looking a little bit foolish and forcing Jojo to try and maybe help him out. He's now going to try and return the favor, and this is just all a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, but at the end of it, no one goes down just yet. We are going to have the heal coming out from Chichan as Aegis is just saying, hey guys, I'm taking the dragon, don't worry about it, but now he's a part of this fight. They will turn this one back around, but it's going to be a trade of supports, and now the fight's getting so all over the place. The shutdown comes down onto the gym, but it will be traded back straight away. Guigo on the top side, Grevtar trying to just coerce everyone here, but a charm lands. This fight is still going, Dagda. There's the Death Realm coming back into this. Aegis has nowhere to go, and finally, it's still Istanbul Wildcats.
It was really messy from Red to start it off, though. Cannons try to jump in. They end up blowing the key ultimates too early, and Istanbul Wildcats correctly recognize that. They play it slow, they keep Holy Phoenix safe, and they're able to carry themselves through, and now it's another dragon for Istanbul Wildcats. And I was about to say, hey Red, you're in a great spot. You get to stack mountain dragons. You end up having this dive comp that's going to be super beefy. That's great. But they throw the entire thing away.
And this is just, again, look at it. Weird engage. Grevtar kind of panics, realizes he's caught out. I think he's on this because he thought the charm was going to hit him.
Yeah, and that's why you see the engage from Jojo, right? Jojo's like, all right, I got to go in hard because I have to be the one to tank this up with the ultimate, but now you don't have the Alistair ult, you don't have the Galio ult, and it just means that it's super easy to try and follow up on this. And again, like Jojo taken out of the equation before Starscreen even needs to ult. Cheetan is in the middle of no man's land here and gets cut out as well. It all just feels very scrappy from Red. The panic button's basically been hit right, left, and center as soon as that initial engage went wrong.
And this is the big problem that we're going to have with a lot of these teams, all these, younger and, slightly, lesser known regions, is that you are on the big stage, and these are big moments. You cannot miss, you cannot step forward in that. It just felt like, again, Grevtar just getting a little bit overhypey and then not really knowing how to cover himself. But we're going to go straight back into the action as he gets the taunt down onto the Nautilus, and he's taken down. That's a good two-man Everfrost to try and get the charm down onto this Gallia, who eventually has a Zonya's back up. Starscreen TP's in. Is he going to try and help out his team? It's a 1-for-1. Guigo goes in. Holy Phoenix goes golden as he tries to keep himself alive, but he gets sniped down from the curtain call, and it's all around the place. But at the end of it all, Red Canids still come out on top.
I love these fights. These are so back and forth. There's so many different actions happening all over the place, and you can just about get Holy Phoenix down. Farfetch falls as well in favor of just Grevtar for Red Canids. And thank you for showing us the goal grab, because you can see here, this game will not stop. It's so back and forth.
It will not. And they are going to try and just push in this wave because Seren just has the Orb of Deception, keeps everything nice and healthy. Needs to be careful though, he has no charm, and he recognizes now not really a time for him to go aggressive.
Here's the thing though, right? Because we're starting to get to a stage where, hey look, we're going, hey, Istanbul Wildcats, you're getting a lot of work done, you're getting the key carries fed, like when you look at this Tristana, but you are kind of looking at Guigo having those 2 items completed. He's now at threatened side. They have Tempo and Seren.
They go in, but he does not land the hook. The charm does go down. They're going to have a TP coming off the back of this. Is it going to be Grevtar around the side to try and maybe make this work with the Predator to wins a war? Didn't actually clip him. It was just Aegis with his red buff, able to pick up that kill, and this is so scrappy right now.
But these are great picks from Red Canids, right? You're looking at Baron because you know there's that big wave on bot side that's about to go over in towards the Nexus turrets, and Red have just been doing a phenomenal job of finding these picks, getting the tempo advantage back, and being able to play off multiple lanes and catching Istanbul Wildcats out.
And this is the big thing with the Umbral Glaive. You know you're not on vision. You know that there's no awards around you because you haven't procced it, so they are able to just keep rushing around. They could probably just take this. There's no way you can get in.
And remember what Quickshot said on the desk. Yes, Istanbul Wildcats have shown up so well on the international stage. They have been able to take down CB LOL continuously, but I mean, right now, Red Canids, they're looking pretty good right now.
They are looking solid at the moment. They are down on Dragons, and in a minute and a half, we will have that objective up and available. This is just so close from Guigo. He almost lands the hook shot. You can see how close it gets, and that puts him in a bit of a bad spell.
Yeah, I mean, look, Guigo is in a bad spot, but I mean, Aegis we haven't really seen a huge amount from, but he's got damage with this lethality build. Wins a war just helps to finish him off with the red smite as well, and it's all over the place here for Red Canids. They have control of the map. Now they can start to control the wave states and keep sure that they can like kind of collapse and keep playing the style that we've already seen with them playing off of 2 lanes. And I mean, they don't get the Baron, but vision control already in there for Istanbul Wildcats means that it's going to be a little bit more of a time for Red Canids before they can try and threaten that big objective.
Got time, 50 seconds till that dragon spawns. And again, for Istanbul Wildcats, they can choose not to fight. They can just go, look, give up 1. It's not a big deal. Let's try to get maybe a second or, sorry, excuse me, at this point of the game, a 3rd item onto some key carries. Yeah, I've got the Horizon focus now for Seren, so he's a pretty big threat right now. And again, Holy Phoenix, he is just accumulating wealth. If you're not quite sure what Tristana's passive is that with every level she gains more and more range, more and more safety. So you have to be able to try and shut her down as early as possible.
And that's why Red Canids are looking to shut this play down before Tristana can even get there, but not able to get the engage. They will get mid-priority. And look at the vision control that they have on this bot side of the map as well. It is completely dark for Istanbul Wildcats. They can't go and face check this.
No, they're going to have to try, though. You can see even with the invisibility, Jojo gets hooked up as he tries to make it engage. We've got Guigo going on the backside, but it's going to be a gold far-fetched to stop it. There's the Death Realm there, and you have no longer got a Camille, but you're in a little bit of a trouble here, Starscreen. You're going to come back out into the real world, but just before he does, everyone piles in and he goes golden. It's a double kill for the Viego as they're starting to really ramp up this fight. They're getting the reset and they are slaughtering the Red Canids. It's a full clean 8 for the Istanbul Wildcats, and that could just be the game.
It's Reset City and Istanbul Wildcats are standing tall in the fight. 5 members still pushing in this mid lane, and I think you're right, Oshin. Look at the death timers. Istanbul Wildcats have done us.
All it takes is one good fight, and it was absolute perfection. The TCL continue to have a fantastic record in going up against the CB LOL, and they will take down the Nexus and pick up their first win of MSI 2022.
And you can see how well Istanbul Wildcats were able to set themselves up in these fights. Starscreen instantly ulting the Camille, taking away that combo that the entire Red Canids were trying to work around with the Camille and the Galio. You end up picking off Guigo before he can really be a threat in these fights. And from that point forward, Holy Phoenix, he's got free reign. He's able to do whatever he wants in these fights.
You throw everything in the kitchen sink at Starscreen, and you forget he has a Zonius. It just feels so unfortunate, but that's the difference. That's what makes a win and a loss. Those are the small little moments that can decide whether or not you're going to be remembered as a great team or a good team.
Well, for the TCL, this is a great victory for them over the CB LOL. The fact that they've been able to take down Red Canids and kind of come back from that loss against RNG yesterday, it now keeps this group incredibly interesting because that was a close-fought fight. It's just that unfortunately for the CB LOL, they couldn't quite keep up at the end of that.
Absolutely. I think if you're a PSG Talon fan as well, you're getting absolutely fantastic. Yes, you do play against RNG later today, but you are still now just one game away, effectively. You just need to start picking up, you beat Istanbul Wildcats. It's then a rock, paper, scissors, 1 beats 2, beat 3.
I mean, look, this is where it all comes down to. This is why these best of ones can mean so much as well. But for Turkey, this is going to be such a good stop-off point. Going, look, RNG, the expected first place. Look, we couldn't pick up the win. That sucks, but kind of the expected result.
Yeah.
Now you're coming in against the teams that you're really having that battle for and being able to take down the CBLOL in this kind of style. After they were so dominant against PSG Talent yesterday, you can see how happy they were coming off it because, you know, look, this means that in theory, I mean, if you're looking at rock, paper, scissors, it feels like they just kind of got a step beyond and got themselves out and kind of looking better than the other two.
Yeah, they're the campfire.
Yeah.
Just burn
Is that what it is? Or
yeah, I don't know.
Lizard
man.
Spock, whatever we're going
Lizard
for.
Spock or something like that. I'm sure there's been a million jokes put onto about it. But yeah, a fantastic win for the Istanbul Wildpack. Wildcats even, when they are on the board as they take down the CBLOL's Red Canids. We'll be back after the break with the final match of the day. Last year's semi-finals rematch between RNG and PSG. Stay tuned.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every zero-ping moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. After Turkey beat Brazil, Wildcats took down my boys. No, but more seriously, congratulations on the win. It was a super chaotic game. It was back and forth, but obviously with the pre-game banter between myself and Yinsu.
Congratulations on Yinsu for the win, too.
Thanks for rubbing that one in. I was hoping for Brazilian win, but the truth is, the game was very chaotic. It went back and forth. A lot of individual plays and misplays were punished.
Yes.
And it actually allowed like this ping pong back and forth of control throughout the entire game.
Yeah, multiple fights happened in this exact area because it was a real fight for Dragon control in River. And in the end of the day, just talking about the draft, loved it from the side of the fast-paced Wildcats. I think Mordekaiser as a pick, very seldom used, and a lot of the times, especially with the priority in Galio and Camille, is a great counter. And so a lot of these fights were working well for the Canids because of the fact that they were able to just eliminate Holy Phoenix right from the get-go. And so once Holy Phoenix was allowed to play the game, it started to work well for them.
I mean, in particular, this is a team that, you know, needed everyone else around Holy Phoenix to kind of step up and start playing. And Yinsu in particular, when she was ranting at me about Turkey's players. And you can see at this game, as you mentioned, I do think there's a particular spiciness in Mordekaiser being used to beat a Brazilian representative on the international
There's beauty
stage.
alongside it, right? And even if you just look at the bans, a consistent ban point for teams that go up against the Wildcats.
Oh, you mean Lucian, Callista, Samira, Zaya, all targeted the Holy Phoenix.
It's a little tilting if you're Holy Phoenix.
Yeah.
You could see the frustration in his eyes, and he was just like, please, I'm getting targeted. And it was Starscreen, and it was Saren that were picking up
I do need
the
to move
baton.
us along, and I do think one of the most amazing things that Casters mentioned is the fact that this group is now blown wide open, especially with PSG losing. Before we get to PSG versus RNG in our final match of the day, we get a little bit more about RNG. So let's send it over to Orcs for the Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm.
Where'd he go?
Hey, so what I wanted to show is Xiaohu's excellent map reads and how RNG will be able to find big leads on the back of it, and him having a really heads-up just view on how to move around the map to facilitate his team. So in this clip, we can see with the setup, Wei is making a play towards the bot side of the map, and they are trying to zone off Mako and Viper from the turret and deny them farm. But the critical thing is when we look at the mini-map, we can actually see that the enemy jungler JJ is heading up towards the top side. He actually walked over this ward here. And you can see also that Xiaohu originally was heading towards the mid lane, instead opts to path up towards to cover defensively on this situation. So as we play the clip, we start to see the dive come out from EDG, and this would be a standard cross map where EDG look to match what's happening on the other side of the map. But critically, we see Xiaohu actually goes into the lane and hides in the brush below and looks to counteract the play. Now, I'm going to warn you, the execution here is a little bit scuffed from EDG, so you may want to cover your eyes on that front. Xiaoshang kind of whiffs the ult completely, but the main point here is the play coming out from Xiaohu, the fact that he's there and he's able to turn around the play. So instead of an advantage for EDG on the top side, they end up trading up, and they still manage to deny on the other side of the map, where if we look, Dragon has just been taken there by Wei, and we also see the enemy bot lane denied heavily on this side of the map. And it's plays like these that are so typical from Xiaohu. It's why we've seen a heavy presence on Galio, Chef, and Ryze. So we can make those cross-map plays, and ultimately, it's a big reason why RNG did win the league. So we'll keep our eyes on more plays like this in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The reigning MSI champions are representing their region once again, and today they face a team that pushed them to the limit last time they met.
Gala is attacked and shut down, but is Elder Dragon enough? Mega Knight to the wall, Shockwave back in, the shutdown comes across, Ming is low, but there aren't enough teammates left for PSG.
The hope of the PCS has lost some familiar faces since then, but still managed to win their third straight domestic title.
Brazil is here to dominate. PSG, rather, are getting ripped to pieces.
The LPL representatives are always one of the favorites whenever they come into a tournament, and already they hold 2 MSI titles, the same as T1.
RNG take down the world champ.
我觉得本身就是我们还有那几个大赛区会实力就更强一些吧，然后碰到别的赛区的队伍的话，肯定是实力上会占据一定优势的，然后也有信心影响。
For them, this MSI is about making it back to back and become the only team with 3 MSI titles. Both these teams are expected to finish top 2 in their group, and this game is a sign of what's to come. I may have hit that video with a little bit more intensity than I remember recording. The story and the statements, however, do remain true. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, where Augs joins Raz and I once more. I have some breaking news for everybody that PSG Talent will be playing with a substitute top laner in Azi. This is somebody who has not played all season long, and this is after their, I'm going to be brutal, their obliteration at the counters yesterday. Raz, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it's pretty surprising because he didn't play with him for the regular season. In fact, he's been on the sub lineup, but he has played in the PCS with the Bajaya Dragons. And so, like, the fact that he's had that experience is nice to see. It's not as if they're pulling in a complete rookie. And it must be just based off the information that they've had privately in their scrims. So interested to see what they have there. But I'm puzzled because of the history, the strength that Hanabi has had.
And ultimately, he's gone up against Bin, who is very much a feast of famine player. I think if Bin has a pop-off game and takes advantage of maybe the lack of experience I have with playing with him, it could be a disaster. But on the other side, we've seen Bin make mistakes before, particularly in the LPL, a player who is liable to overtrade and then sometimes get heavily punished by the jungler. Could go either way, but this is still RNG favored.
Could go either way. I'm going to ask you to put some odds to percentages to me of how much.
Ooh,
not now, not right now. Hold the thought, right? Because I do want to set the scenes. Part of the reason that I was so intense and hyped for that video that we ran just beforehand is the fact that PSG and RNG obviously faced off last year at MSI in the semifinals. The series went 3-1 in favor of RNG. These are teams that are no strangers to one another. And I think more crucially, PSG Talent has had several years of pretty impressive performances on the international stage. Since the PCS formed, they've been the most dominant team and have been very competitive against every other region, including wins against some of the big dogs.
Yeah, because all eyes were on PSG consistently, because a lot of the times when you have a team that's dominant in a shallow region, right, when it comes to competitiveness, like, you usually expect poor play. Hasn't been the case for them. In fact, Maple and specifically River and that iteration of the team were the ones that were carrying the baton. They were the ones that were strong and really giving them like some bite. And so the fact that just yesterday being able to see the fact that they are missing that, we need to see a little bit more. So really surprised with the substitution, because I was expecting, like we were talking about a little earlier, that Hanabi was going to be that person. So maybe they see something we don't. He is a carry player. We see he's been playing some Jace and Renekton and all that. But when I say Renekton, I mean, that was in the past, in the prior meta. I don't know what he's going to play.
And I think ultimately the mid-jungle, which is something we've highlighted before from PSG, has been so strong. I feel like that's where the kind of issues have been. I feel like there's been a disconnect between them and the rest of the team. And I feel like, you know, changing more pieces, we'll have to see if it plays out, but ultimately...
Can go either way, right? Can either give you that new perspective away. I'm the silver lining right now. Could give you those, or it could mess with synergy. I do want to quickly look at some kills and some highlights from RNG's game yesterday. They came in pretty hot, and Orcs, I'm going to come straight to you because, you know, of all the LPL representatives, you're the one that's, let's say, down-talking Bin the most.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I will say a lot of international fans will have seen Bin the last time 2020 World Finals got Pentakill was pretty sick. They may have watched the finals in the LPL, really good performance. Last split, though, there was so much time, like this split, sorry, where he just didn't perform.
I can feel your pain.
Yeah,
I can feel it.
He plays like those solo queue top laners where they don't believe the enemy jungler exists. If the enemy top laner walks up and looks slightly appetizing, he goes in for it's so many top laners in China inspired by the Shy. I feel like he's corrupted them. And ultimately, it's been such teething issues for RNG, going from Xiaohu, very good at setting up wave state for them to play around, to Bin, where it's like, well, maybe he does this and carries, maybe he just runs it.
So now, Orcs, I think it's fair to say yesterday's performance very good. I do
100%.
think it's going to be very unlikely, in my opinion, that any team in this group is really going to be able to unsettle them, at least consistently,
I think that's fair.
right? So give me some odds here that the substitute top laner who has not played all year long is going to be able to ruffle the feathers of Bin, maybe get under his skin, maybe have a bit more of an impact than we saw Hanabi have yesterday.
I would honestly say 50%. I think that's...
Wow.
I think that RNG are for sure going to win this game. I think like 95-5, but I think Bin, I am so negative on him. I really love him as a player when he's popping off, but I could honestly see him just getting solo killed.
If you don't love him at his worst, you can't have him at his best.
I've seen him too much at his worst.
You're speaking the truth there, Quick Shot. I like the point of the 95-5. That's where I would land pretty comfortably on that one, just simply because a lot of the times people take the aggressive top laners for granted. And much like in your play that you were kind of breaking down the analysis of, hey, Xiaohu knows, hey, if your top laner is going to get dove or if he's looking for a play, you protect him. And I feel like that has been the beauty of Xiaohu.
I absolutely appreciate the bold statements. I also particularly love the distaste for Bin. It really gets under my skin. Oshin Dagda, tell me if what he's saying is right. Do you believe in Bin, or are you more Ox's side, where he's just going to poop the bed, as they would say?
I don't know. I tend to agree with a lot what Ox says.
I mean, in Ox's own words, it's on Gromp. What he says is just completely true. Look, Bin, I mean, I agree with him, right? Bin just overextends a lot. He does get caught out. And even at the start of the split, we saw kind of RNG trying to play around him to facilitate some of that a little bit. And they're like, yeah, no, we're just going to go bot lane instead.
Yeah, it does feel like every now and again. I always feel it's with LPL casters in general. Everyone's just like super hyped in their own region. And LPL is just like, yeah, but we know what they're like. Yeah. So we know what's going on. But anyway, we are coming in to our 6th and final game of the day. It is going to be RNG going up against PSG, a rematch of the 2021 semi-finals within MSI. A lot has changed. A lot is very, very different. We are expecting RNG to be heavy favorites here, but it's definitely an opportunity here to see if PSG, with the new player, to see what they can maybe make happen.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate for PSG Talon, like going up against realistically the favorites for the group, having to have that substitute come in. I think it's going to be kind of tough as well when you look at just how strong RNG look, because one of the big things that we kind of looked at, like coming in from playoffs, was we thought it wasn't really a meta that suited RNG. Realistically, they're a team that always kind of was more facilitated when Ming could roam, when Ming was able to interact with Wei. We saw them MSI and MSI last year, where they could play around Xiaohu and make sure that they were in a good spot to take over MSI, the reigning champions. But that's not really what we're having in this meta anymore. They're not trying to play around down towards the bottom side. Now they're starting to swap more towards trying to play for these for this kind of like roaming support that can link up away a little bit better.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see now what Ashai can do in this top lane, like we mentioned, or even the desk mentioned as well. Hanabi was someone they were looking to be that catalyst, to be that, bringer of change. Not going to be him. We'll see if Ashai can have a decent time now as we start to see things. I know the Lucian is absolutely busted, but I will just remind everyone that Xiaohu is probably the greatest top lane, actually I would say solo lane Lucian in the entire world. So even if he wasn't busted right now, you still got to ban it.
Yeah, I think definitely fair to try and take these away. Also seeing the Vladimir taken off the board here as well. So definitely we're seeing RNG kind of giving due respect towards PSG Talon. But I am kind of curious to see what the plan is going to be here. Because, I mean, it really did feel like for PSG Talon, they, even over the course of the split, they're all heavily on Unified, being on the Jinxes, the Aphelioses. We see them try to bring Aphelios to the stage yesterday and kind of didn't work out particularly well. So I'm curious now to see what the plan is for PSG Talon, how they try to adapt, and if they try to adapt to the newer style of meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is why we are so heavily, we mentioned as well, we're so heavily leaning towards RNG now favoring the meta. They're a team that don't really like to put a huge amount of emphasis on bot lane. They'll work around it. Gala has had some fantastic plays, but they much prefer to get Ming unlocked, move him around the map, and facilitate the rest of the solo lanes.
Even just the fact that we're kind of seeing these later game scaling junglers coming through, like Ox was talking about it backstage, like Wade loved the Viego. Like, Viego was such a big pick for him in playoffs, and the fact we're kind of seeing, hey, look, you don't have to go for the Lee Sins, the Jarvins, these kind of things, actually kind of help out Wade to a certain extent. So be curious to see as the course of this tournament goes on, how RNG are able to kind of shift themselves towards the newer style. But that's going to be Bin's Camille banned away, and Bin is just never going to get to play this champion.
I was just about to say, as much as Ox might have his grievances with Bin. Bin has had the Camille 100% banned against him from playoffs right up until now. He will never be allowed to play that champion because it's like, yeah, he's not playing super well, but when all of a sudden he gets the Camille, it doesn't matter that you're playing super well because he knows that champion's so damn clean and so damn intensely. But coming back into the draft, we are going to have the Ahri locked in here for the side of Xiaohu, and PSG, they got to try and find some kind of answers to it. It looks like they're leaning towards the Vex and maybe even the Senna.
Yeah, I mean, this is what PSG Talon kind of leaned towards, was the later game compositions. Like, where they excelled in the PCS was these, 5-man team fights around objectives. So trying to see if they can set up for that once more. You've got the Viego with the later game scaling, good answer in the Vex into the Ahri, and you'll definitely be looking to see if as he can kind of fit in towards the traditional style that we've seen where Hanabi kind of plays this frontline engage tool, but being the one to kind of call those engages can be tough if you're the substitute coming in. So I'm wondering if we'll see Kaiwing kind of fall back towards things like the Leona and being that main engage tool for this squad because you've got that new top laner coming in.
The interesting thing, if you don't know anything or a lot about Gala in terms of his regular splits or any kind of tournaments, he picks a champion, and that's his champion. It was a Kai'Sa last MSI, then it was a Felios, now it's the Ezreal. He just has one champion that he picks because he knows he's not the focus of this team, so he's able to get that very safe bottom lane.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got the Nautilus here for Ming as well, which has kind of been that big pick for him in the regular split as well, so maybe we end up seeing Ming go towards that, but Wei gonna go back towards the Folly Bear, a pick that we haven't seen a huge amount in MSI, which I've been kind of surprised that it hasn't been higher priority, but definitely a strong early game jungler that can link up with Xiaohu and start to cause a bit of ruckus for Bey in this mid lane.
We'll see what they want to try and go towards now for PSG. You would imagine they'd want to try and maybe lock in an AD carry. The Xayah makes a lot of sense here. Gives you an awful lot of safety as well as just good pushing early game power.
It is very heavily nerfed, that lethality Xayah coming into this patch, and even though we saw the Xayah earlier on today, it is that crit build that we one time we've seen in that bot lane, and I think it'll actually kind of fit Unified a little bit more because he wants to be that late game carry, late game crit Xayah with the kind of ability to appeal for himself. Can work out super well for Unified, and I think that is still kind of PSG talent going, hey look, we want to try and play for these objective team fights.
Well, we'll have to wait and see now. Where do you want to try and focus? And you'd imagine a couple of top lane bans going towards Bin would be decided they, but no, they're trying to ban away Ming's Karma. And we've started to see this as a bit of a trend. Ming is more traditionally known as a very heavy engaged, support. He's the Alistairs and stuff like that, but the Karma has just kind of become part of his wheelhouse.
Even the Renata as well, kind of being respected a lot against him in playoffs as well, so kind of interesting to see that style, but certainly I think when you've got the Ezreal on the bot side, you want an engage tool, right? Like, you want something that can work well in the roams. Now, Karma can do that to a certain extent, but honestly, I think, as you say, the Alistairs, the Leonas, the Nautiluses, Rakans kind of fit more in towards that style, at least that I'm looking at from RNG here. So I'd love to see the Nautilus ban just give the respect to Ming, because we've kind of been bragging about him a little bit backstage to the other casters. So if we actually do get to see the Nautilus, I mean, you're in for a bit of a treat.
I mean, it had to be first picked against him yesterday, and that didn't go well for the side of the Istanbul Wildcats. So they are going to ban away the Gangplank. Of course, plenty of European fans very familiar with Bin's Gangplank as we come out into this game. And this honestly is just kind of, I feel like RNG are getting what they want right now. I don't really feel like they're going to be pigeonholed into any particular matchups because they've got a wealth of champions to choose from. Yeah, especially when you look towards like Bin in the top side. I mean, we can kind of see him go back towards something like the Gwen if he wants to. Has never really been a guy to go towards things like the Ornn or the Sion. Has always been more of that kind of carry style. We've seen a couple of Gragas's from him that have actually been pretty good, but it feels like he's going to be looking more towards those carry-oriented picks in that top side. Well, the Cannon Ban speaks to me like he might want to go for the Gwen, which might just be a little bit of a bait as well to try and make the blind pick come out here for Azhai, excuse me, as we see what they want to go for. But no, it's going to be the Rakan. So the Rakan gets locked in here, and honestly, I think even if you go Gwen Nautilus here, that's a fantastic team composition for RNG.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like a lot of the times we see the Renata come out as an answer towards the Rakan, because you can kind of just, as the Rakan goes in, you toss out the Berserk and make it really difficult for the follow-up to come through. And that I think could work out pretty well here if you want that forming in the bot side. I think the big question is though, like, what do you want to try and go towards for Bin? Although hovering the Braum here, very different style that we traditionally see from me.
Yeah, gonna lock it in. So a lot more kite ability, a lot more safety in that bot side and around team fights as well. Not exactly the greatest of engages itself, but very powerful.
But that's what I'm saying. That's kind of my big thing here, is you're missing that big engage tool on RNG, right? Because usually we actually see Ming providing that. Even when we look back at, MSI last year, like even when we looked at them in summer as well, it was more about Ming being the engage tool, but you don't have that access now. So you're kind of relying on Bin, who's hovering the Gnar here, to try and set that up. So at least on PSG side, you have a relatively short range composition, so you should be relatively okay to, try and play kite back, get some poke off with this Ezreal, like force PSG to go for the engage, but certainly you're not going to have that big wombo to start things off for RNG.
Well, they've got a little bit of a wombo, but it's what I call like a sometimes wombo. They've got the Gnar, it will have the Mega Gnar to get people to the side of a wall, maybe set up something from there, and if you can catch the Xayah and what I assume is going to be the Gwen locked in here, you could have a fantastic time in your team fight, but PSG do end up locking it in, so they've got two fantastically powerful solo laners and a Viego to try and facilitate as well. A lot of positive early game coming out here from PSG.
Yeah, the PSG definitely going to be looking to get up in your face and look for these engage tools, trying to use Gwen as that that front line with the immune. But I think the big issue that you're probably going to see is that, like, when you get this engage to it from Kaiwing, you try and separate them out, right? You've got the Braum to throw down the Glacial Fissure, try and deny access from a lot of these short-range carries on PSG, and then you kite back with the likes of the Ezreal, you know, buy space for yourself. You've got Xiao who can kind of play flanker here, and then Bin trying to readjust the fight after that initial engage has come through from PSG. So definitely kind of absorb and re-attack here on RNG side. And I'm curious to see if PSG can get this sort of early lead rolling so that then they can get the resets that you want on things like the Vex and the Viego to carry these fights out.
Absolutely. And again, like you said, the absorb and reflect, we'll see how much they can absorb, because I feel like, again, similar to what we saw with most Viego compositions, the Vex has those resets as well. So when you start to get that rolling, start to get that momentum pushing forward, it can become a bit of a snowball that you just cannot hold.
And for PSG Talon, definitely going to want to be trying to step up here today. As you said, I mean, a 3-1 scoreline last time these two teams met in MSI semi-finals. But even when you look at the Worlds as well, losing out to Hanwha, losing out to RNG in the group, so they couldn't progress. It definitely feels like PSG Talon trying to see if they can finally get the better of RNG.
Now we're going to jump on the rift for the 6th and final time of the day. It is our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup of RNG versus PSG Talon. Old rivalries, some old friends, and an awful lot of League of Legends between these two regions. And it does come down to kind of how PSG can start this one off. If the Viego can have that freedom in the early game to just try to, you know, dictate where he wants to go.
I mean, it's very hard against the Volibear, right? Volibear is such a strong early jungler. And I mean, Wei has had a mixed bag, I will say, on things like the Volibear in the early stages. Like, that's why we were kind of talking about the Viego earlier on. Wei can, like, over-aggress in certain skirmishes, especially towards, like, early dragons and these kind of things, not really respecting what RNG are capable of. So I'm curious to see now if Wei can actually have this early impact, because it's what we kind of pointed against top esports. Wei struggling to actually find these early aggressive plays to enable a Volibear pick.
We'll see where we want to go. Both junglers will be starting on the top side of the map and pathing down towards it. And I wouldn't mind to see maybe a little bit, specifically from Wei, as you mentioned, just a little bit of a maybe crazy pathing or something a little bit more different to kind of, you know, catch people off and go for it. But again, RNG yesterday were infallible. They just were just so clean, and they didn't need to over-aggress. It looked dominating from start to finish. And honestly, I think that another performance like that is going to be needed if they want to try and continue that momentum.
And on the flip side for PSG Talon, they've really struggled against Red and these early rotations that we saw with Cheaton moving up towards mid to work with Grevtar, getting picks onto Bay. It felt like Juhan couldn't really get that early control that he needed and get the ball rolling. And unfortunately, this has kind of been something that we've seen a little bit from PSG Talon back home, is kind of the communication between the Koreans hasn't been the best with the rest of the team. They've even talked about it in interviews. And now you're going to add in Asi to that as well. Like, this is actually going to be a bit tough for PSG Talon, especially when you look at the tenure that Hanabi has had. Like, one of the best, if not the best top laner in the PCS, now removed from the squad as well.
I can tell you now, PSG's pot lane's been removed from this lane. They are not allowed to go in. That was just heat-seeking Mystic shots coming out from God. And we saw this in Game 1 as well in their MSI 2022 campaign. This was just so much damage coming out so quickly, and even then so early as well. We don't generally see that kind of, you know, power coming from an Ezreal, especially not pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just remembering the old, like, Lucian Braum, level 2 power spike. But, I mean, realistically, Ezra can kind of do a similar thing, right? The Mystic shots and those auto attacks work pretty well at getting these very quick concussive blows off. And now we're going to see if Ming can kind of find a little bit more of a blow on towards Juhan.
I mean, you got the early priority in mid, you've got a priority in bot. Gotta be careful, though. Blue will go over, Wei's going to be flashed on, knocked up, double stunned. We're going to see now Ming going to stand behind me as he tries to jump over the wall, and that's going to be the Vex taken out. Xiaohu was in tow, and he knew exactly where he needed to be. Now Juhan, he's trying to see if he can get away from this, but the concussive blows make that very, very difficult. You got to go to a doctor, my son, because your head's been cracked open.
And the Triumph comes in for Wei, so he stays up, and now PSG already 2 kills down. A 1,500 gold lead. We're not even 4 minutes into the game.
Do you remember the T1 A's one we had earlier?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that, but with RNG this time.
Gotcha.
You know?
All right. Yeah.
So just to get our expectations set, we got our cool TCL versus CB LOL. Sadly, This is just RNG. They are not playing. They are here for business.
And it is kind of interesting to see like how much respect RNG have coming into this, right? Like banning away the Vladimir in the get-go, making sure that you're not getting comfort picks for PSG. And here, I gotta say, I got a little bit nervous for Wei. I was about to go, everybody said he overextends that a little bit. Well, you know, things happen. But honestly, having the support here for Xiaohu to come across, you've got Galu comes in as well just in time to make sure he can follow up on the play here as well. Ming just about getting out. You don't even have to burn the heal on Gala, just respecting that play the whole time.
Yeah, that's a tough one to kind of swallow right there, because it just comes from very basic lane priorities. You had the push in mid, you had the push bot. You could see in that replay in the minimap, like, Unified couldn't join because how is he going to lose so much? And there's no vision here now as they try to maybe jump on the Xiaohu. Xiaohu does have his flash. You're a level 2 Kai Wing right now. This Rakan doesn't even have his full kit yet.
Yeah, and they just back it off. And as you say, you know, you're looking at Gala Ming already having the control over bot side. Wei doing really well here. Xiaohu having 2 kills as well means he's got that early Ionian Boots of Lucidity in the Dark Seal. Like, Bei is going to struggle in this lane now, and when mid is under this much control, one of the big things we talk about with Xiaohu is actually something we talked about earlier on with Faker, where you look at how Xiaohu and Ox pointed down the desk starts to move around the map, keeping RNG in check, finding these plays to set up as the mastermind for RNG. It becomes so much easier with this lead.
Yeah, with this lead and with these double buffs, he will eventually lose them, but the harassment is there. And you think of RNG, a lot of people tend to think towards Uzi. Cannot blame the man is a god amongst AD carries. However, RNG have 5 titles. Xiaohu has 5 titles. This man has been there. He's the glue. He's the whole reason that no matter who they bring in, it seems to just work. He runs around the map, works around the map so damn well with his team. It just feels like he's just the puppet master.
And I mean, it's the reason why they were so successful in MSI 2021, right? Like him playing top side, playing off things like the Lucian. It was his understanding of how to play side lanes that made RNG the threat that they are. And now that we're seeing a very different style of RNG with Xiaohu moving back to the mid lane again, he's still the one that controls the early game. Make sure that RNG are able to get to the mid game, because RNG, when they hit that point, that's when they're super strong. That's where they're able to play towards neutrals, but that's also where PSG are at their biggest strength. Because when you look at like the way that they actually played back home in the PCS, it was all about, you know, not really getting off the ground very, very quickly, but certainly like looking towards these neutral objectives, trying to find these moments where you can just win out hard at these team fights.
Absolutely, and for PSG, Talon as an organization, you know, it was not, oh, I thought myself as a Gala goes a little bit aggressive as Arcane Shift, has to burn his own flash. A little bit of a mistake there on the bot side, but yes, for PSG Talent, they had to go through the losers bracket. They were actually knocked out of the top side of it and had to earn themselves back into it. So, and then we think about obviously from last year, they had a very, very different roster compared to what it is now, despite there being still a couple of names we recognize.
And one of the big reasons people were talking about that for PSG Talent was, oh, hang on.
Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage. And Ming is feeling himself right now. Pushes forward. The Ignite was ticking. You've got Kuhan coming down here. We are going to see Bin now getting jumped on. The needlework doing work. He's not quite got his mega just yet. He's going to try and go down flash. And Ox can keep his bit down.
I already know Ox is giving just the biggest grin to Quick Shot in the back room. I have worked with this man long enough to know exactly how I
can almost hear his voice now saying, like, what are you doing?
Yeah. The giggle,
with a big giggle coming out. But he doesn't quite die. But again, this is the kind of reason why we have a lot of question marks over Bin sometimes. He just doesn't really respect his 1v1 at the best
And
of
it
times.
feels like, honestly, if you're kind of looking at someone that can also be a big carry alongside Unified in these fights, it is going to be this Gwen. Oh, actually Unified.
No flash on Gala. Oh, okay. Maybe doesn't need flash.
Yeah, I was kind of like, oh boy. But I'm going to come back to this point, because if this Gwen could kind of get up and rolling, you are in a position where, because you've got that immunity with the W, like Xiaohu can't really deal damage to you, Gala who wants to play at range can't really do very much, so you can have the opportunity to kill the front line of RNG very quickly and take over. Problem though is that 23 CS leading the top side, Bin having full push, a plate to himself as well, and Rift Herald.
Oh, they're going straight down to Xiaohu, who's going to have the Spirit Rush to get himself out. Has to use the flash as well. The Rift Herald was taken by Wei, and now Juhan's in a little bit of a bad situation. He needs a flash away, but he's been met, and getting equaled by the side of RNG's way, and that's going to be Ming picking up a kill. Now they can flash in. They're going to try and get Bin up to his Mega Nard. They try and take down Xiaohu. Finally, he falls. The ultimate from Unified alongside the heal as Ming now in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try and get the concussive blows down to try and save the rest of his team. While this is all happening, it's just Bin getting right up to Mega. They jump right down. It's the big beefy boys trying to make it work, but he snipes someone out. No, he cannot. PSG find a fight.
Lads, Gala's a bot lane. Why are we fighting 4 versus 5? You got the kill, you got the Rift Herald, you can back away, you can play nice. But instead, PSG Talon end up fighting back, getting some of these much needed kills. And you can see with that goal going over towards Bay as well. 2 kills now on the Vex. If Vex can get into these fights, blow someone up, you've got a pretty reasonable chance here as PSG with the amount of damage that this Vex can do.
And this is, again, just what you want as a PSG fan. You want to be able to get those very scrappy, all-over-the-place fights where you're getting those resets off, you're getting the Gwen to get up to those, the stacked-up Qs, and this is where it's going to become a bit of an issue for the side of RNG. You cannot disrespect your opponents. You have to be clinical.
And again, as I said, like, you didn't actually have Gala there. Gala had reset, but had decided to go bot side because RNG, in theory, were calling off the play. You had the Rift Herald, you'd already gotten what you came for, but they try and go that bit too far forward, and it does cost them. So now I think the big question is, where do they try and use this Rift Herald, right? Because you're already looking at Gala having full control of the spot lane. It doesn't really feel like you need to get more control there. So it feels like trying to crack open this mid lane turret, like open up roam paths for Xiaohu, could be the best way to go about this.
And though, yes, Asi has been doing very well on this top side, he's still 30 CS down. A kill went over to Bin. It's still rough. It's still very, very rough. And with double AP solo laners, you've mentioned it many, many times, with those Merc treads, it becomes very easy for Bin to try and make this one work. But it's just kind of a little bit of disrespect from Xiaohu. They don't really know where the Viego is, and they just get caught by it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Xiaohu does a good job of getting out of this, right? And one of the big things about with the rework on Ahri is when you start to get these kills, that health bar comes back pretty damn quickly. But again, it's like, this is fine. Now back away. There's no reason to try and chase this, and they don't realize Unified is here, so everyone on RNG flashes galore, but they end up just putting themselves in a great spot for Unified here to try and follow up.
Oh, Bin and Wade trying to make this one work. TT going to be coming in, and it's going to be the Volibear taken very low and taken out. This is regular season RNG.
This is why we've had some issues with
we're never as super confident as everyone else. We're always very realistic with ourselves. But again, it's just RNG kind of going for something that wasn't really there and very unnecessary.
But you can even see, right, Bin nowhere near turning into Mega Nard. He doesn't really want to be in underneath the tower. Wade doesn't even ult the tower, so that's still online and just super messy from RNG. And now, I mean, you look at the gold lead, it's still kind of 2,000 gold for PSG Talon, but it's keeping themselves, from falling further and further behind.
We've got bot lane now picking up. Bin is trying to go a bit forward now, trying to slow down as high as he tries to get a bit more damage. I don't think he's going to be able to do much else than just poke him down, but with a red buff here for the Gwen, makes it a little bit easier to sustain that battle up. So they're going to drop Rift Herald in mid, get that priority, and then look forward to Dragon.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about already, right? Like trying to open up the map for Xiaohu so he can actually get some roams going on the Sari, but also looking towards that second Dragon for RNG. At least when you look like domestically, that's where RNG have been at their strongest, is these neutral objectives. And they've had absolutely insane control over pretty much any neutral that has spawned on the map. And we're seeing it again here, right? Already getting that early Rift Herald for themselves. And when you look at their Drake control back home, it's second in the league at nearly 60% of those Dragons.
Despite all the shenanigans that RNG have decided to go with in this particular game, they are still winning in terms of the gold lead. 3,000, 2 Dragons in their pocket as well. And they've got one more Rift Herald charge to take down that mid turret as they start to roam themselves down. And Ming finds himself a treasure trove of wards and keeps everything in check in this bot side. Gala is finding himself a pretty decent, actually, CS lead, about 20 or so, as he comes up into about the 13-minute mark. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit more funky, because we start to see those first MasterCard Mythics. We start to see those first big item spikes coming out for both sides.
The thing is, though, like, PSG haven't been unaccustomed to coming back into games, right? Like, you look at the way that they played in the playoffs, one of the big criticisms of them was, look, Unified and Kaiwing just couldn't have that same impact that they were able to have during the regular split. They had to come back from these deficits, and it feels like, at least here, with PSG fighting back continuously against RNG, that they aren't completely out of the woods yet. You feel like when you look towards Bay, being able to get up towards the Everfrost, he can actually set up relatively well for these fights. I think the big issue is just going to be, you know, this Gwen falling further and further behind with turret plates going towards Bin. The fact he's got, you know, nearly double the CS of this Gwen as well. That's where I think you're going to start to see issues, especially if Bin starts to go towards things like the Hull Breaker and just take over in that side lane.
Wei thought he could maybe steal away the red buff, was denied at the last second. As you can see, Bin just constantly putting harassment down here. Won't get that final plate and will go Mega to secure himself a nice easy exit. But like I said, that's a 60 CS lead in the top side. That is significant gold that's just being not gained by the Gwen.
And RNG are only looking to push this lead as well, right? You can see Gala moving in towards the mid lane. They're keeping their eyes on the next Rift Tower that's about to spawn. Good damage onto Bay as well. It means it becomes harder to try and keep control of this mid lane with Gala and Sue in as well, to now move across towards this Rift Tower and keep up this neutral objective control.
Well, this will be 4 for 4 in the early game if they're able to secure it, but you can see PSG Talon trying to make sure that they don't give this one up for free. Now Bay in a little bit of trouble here. Charm goes wide, but the Blades official does not. They're going to be able to increase the engage with the quickness and then come back in on top of this. It's a trade of support, though, for your mid laner. You take that as RNG. You will get the Heartbreaker out. Kaiwing has to flash away. They've also committed a TP. That's going to be the Gwen with Ghost and Ultimate coming back into this fight. But look at the poke coming out from Gala right now. These Mystic shots are just doing so much work. You can't re-engage.
And now, RNG have just found their way in onto the tower as well. I mean, there's nobody here to defend it because PSG have taken far too much damage. Rift Tower will go down, means he can actually get the charge onto the second turret here as well. Terror will be traded for Unified in the bot lane, but, you know, 2 for 1 already with Terror, as he's saying, top side also under threat.
This is just, it looks scrappy from RNG, and it is, but then you look at the gold, and they're just catapulting everything ahead.
But this is why they were able to beat top esports, right? It's not the early game, it's how strong their mid game is, how well they can play the map with Puppet Master Xiaohu. And now you're starting to see that, right? Like, yes, they trade one bot side, but with the lead that they have and how dominating Bin is, they're just taking over elsewhere.
5,000 gold lead as we come back and see the replay here. And again, it's very scrappy, it's very all over the place. Bay is already half health when this one starts, so it's already in a pretty dire strait, shall we say, for the side of PSG mid laner.
Yeah, Xiaohu just able to get the final kill, flashing away from Kaiwing so he doesn't get charged. And you can see here, PSG Talon are like, hey, if they overextend, we can make the play, we can go, but so much poke damage comes in so quickly that they're just not able to follow up on it. Now, RNG sitting with that 4,500 gold lead, Dragon in a minute's time, and with the control they have over pushing mid, into leaning into bot side vision, you can set up pretty easily here to make sure you can get that. They just need to make sure they're grouping up with, you know, the 4-man unit from way down to make sure that you're not getting caught out by PSG as you try and set up that vision in the bot side.
And the big thing as well, you're looking at maybe potential item spikes, potential moments for PSG to come back into this. The big one we always talk about with the Xayah specifically is the Eclipse into Muramana. That's not really quite there yet, and you're looking at a Triforce Muramana Ezreal on the opposite side of this. This is going to be rough around those dragon fights.
Yeah, I expected to kind of see the crit Xayah coming through again. Like, lethality Xayah has just been nerfed absolutely completely. The reason that it has been is the 4-second cooldown on the Q into the 6 seconds means that you can't really play around the poke that she was able to, especially even just getting the number of feathers down that you need to, plus the nerf to the actual feather damage as well. Like, she's just been so hurt.
Has not been able to rectify or recreate the days of old, the reminiscing days of spring 2022. You can see now Juhan trying to see if he can catch out Wei, but no one really going to go for this. And this is a Hex Dragon Soul. So there's some creative ways you can go for this, but they're going to have the charm. The Glacier Fisher comes down. That's going to be Juhan dead straight away. TP coming in. That's going to be the Mega Gnar coming off of this one. And he gets straight in on top of the fight. The Gwen tries to make something work, but it's just not good enough. There was a TP from Bay, but it wasn't anywhere near the fight.
Yeah, Bay says, hey, and quickly dips out of the back of that fight. He wanted nothing to do with it. But that's what we're talking about, right? You can see RNG where the engage comes through from PSG. They kind of scatter across the board. Xiaohu backs away. Wei ults over the wall. They split up from the initial burst damage from PSG, and then they can start to readjust themselves in the fight with Bing coming through. Now you're on third Dragon. You've already got really good control. We're only 18 minutes into the game. They just get to now set up their vision control nicely for Baron and just wait 5 minutes for this Hextech Soul to come through.
Yeah, it is. Again, pure domination coming out from RNG. Not as clean as yesterday, but damn well still as good as they are just catapulting pushing themselves so far forward. And again, they just know they have full vision control, so they can set up a pick whenever they want.
Yeah, and they do get a really nice pick, but watch how they start to play the rest of this, right? You get a ton of PSG trying to jump on top of them. Wei hops over the wall, Xiao Hu backs out, and they're just waiting for these big ultimates to be cleared out. And unfortunately, as the Gwen goes over the wall, Bin has managed to arrive with the Nara, and now Kaiwing
not caught out just yet. Bei does come over and help him out. They get the Spirit Rush out of Xiao Hu as well. Luckily for Kaiwing, he didn't have a flash to burn. It's coming up very soon, but yeah, this is starting to get a bit rough, and for RNG, they're just kind of playing with their food. They know where they need to be. They know they can out-muscle the side of PSG whenever they really want to, and Wei now just trying to see if he can just take away as many buffs as possible from Juhan.
And again, I mean, we're just kind of seeing what Gala and Ming can do when they get their hands on this Ezreal pick, because it just opens up Ming to go for these like level 1, level 2 plays we saw with Wei invading into the jungle. You get this bleed, and since then RNG, a little bit messy, but definitely you can see the threat that they are when Ming is out and open up on the map a little bit easier.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing this, RNG Gala just trying to do so much damage. Kaiwing goes for it, but it's just not quite able to get on top of the Ezreal. Ticking down, will just survive, but that was your quickness. That was the flash that we just talked about, burned off cooldown.
That was pretty much everything, right? Like the easy setup for PSG. Now you're kind of hoping Bei can land some long-range ult to get in towards the backline with the flash burn by Gala, but we'll have to see, because that is still no easy task.
It is not, and we're going to see now Wei just kind of pushing PSG away. You do have a Gwen, though, and Xayah. They will be able to clear out these minions pretty damn effectively, and they're just going to wait for the next wave. They've got 3 minutes to the next dragon spawns. Honestly, they got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I mean, they just get to chill here, push this in. Bin's TP will be back up in time for the dragon, so he can always go up after they get this terror reset, move into this top side, keep pressure on towards the tier 2, and you don't really feel the pressure as RNG to quickly start this, right? Because you have complete control of the map.
Here we go, Shadow Surge lands on the Gala, he gets speared, he gets taken down, the turret was taken in the meantime. We're going to see now Juhan cannot get any more reset. There's Bin on the backside of this with some good feathers from Unified, but a 3-man into the wall. Bin almost turns it back around, but it's too many resets, too much damage, and Gwen is immune as PSG finally find them a fight.
That was huge from Bei, being able to find that ultimate, sneaking on towards Gala, and demolish the main source of damage from RNG. And just like that, PSG, they find that brief moment of respite and get the ace, but they need so much more.
They need that probably about 3 more times. We can have a look at this fight right now, because it all starts with Gala just walking too far forward.
Yeah, ends up arcade shifting forward. Bei lands it as soon as his feet hit ground and destroys the Ezreal. And from this point forward, right, Shenhu is doing his best, but you just don't have the damage to try and carry through this fight. We talked about how much work this Gwen could get done when she's immune in the front line, and even though you get this great ultimate from Bin, Xiaohu just can't follow up because of Asi's positioning, and they're able to take the fight.
And again, RNG, they disrespected their opponent. I think Gala got way too aggressive right there and just went too far forward, causing such a big slip up there. And despite Bin getting that 3-man ultimate into the wall, it looked like they could have turned it back around. But again, like you said, the resets from the Vex, and of course the Gwen just shredding through people was far too much.
You're still looking, though, at a minute until this Dragon Soul. And already RNG pushing in onto this bot side off of Xiaohu's pressure, starting to set up that vision control. We've already saw what RNG could do off of one quick pick with Juhan overextending at the last Dragon. So you've got to find some sort of way here as PSG to contest this vision, but it just becomes so difficult to do with Bin, as we already mentioned, established on this top side and pressuring the tier 2.
You got the pressure in mid, pressure in top. Everywhere has got pressure. You are definitely...
Don't sing it. Don't sing it. I know where you're going. No, no.
All right. Next time. But 20 seconds till this dragon spawns. We have a quick look. You still don't have flash on Gala or Ming or Bin for that example, but you use basically everything in that last fight as well for PSG. You don't have great engage. You are relying on a big shadow surge for Bei to get in on top with this Vex and get the Zhonya's off. You do have it stopwatch here for the Gwens. That could be pivotal in this fight, but it's going to be close.
But here's the thing, right? Like, RNG just get to keep you pushed back here. Xiaohu able to poke, Ming able to slow you down, Bin even threatened with the Mega Dart, and then the Dragon's already gone.
It's already gone. You're already too late to find it. It's going to be Exol. They got the slow and the damage coming down. There's a Great Glacial Fissure right up the middle of that choke point, and everything's already been used by PSG to try and get away. You don't have any more tools to fight. You have to use them to survive. Double kill going to Xiaohu on this Ahri, and you gotta feel like that's gonna be the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, it's Soul, it's gonna be Baron as well as RNG start to move over, and PSG, they tried their damnedest being able to get that one nice fight in bot side, but it just isn't going to be enough. RNG again looking to push themselves to 2-0 at the end of our second day.
I've got the Baron, they'll reset. Of course, we'll see a replay of that fight, I'm sure, as well, but this is just going to be a formality at this point for RNG. And again, PSG, at least they showed life. I see some great stuff coming in as well for Ashai. This guy was looking pretty damn good on this Gwen and isn't quite done with it just yet.
I will say he struggled a small bit in the late phase, you know, just a 60 CS lead.
I was going to say nearly 100 CS down, nearly.
But, Gala, I'll be alright. But I just don't know how much RNG are actually going to be able to get out of this Red Bull Baron power play, because you look at how much of the base for PSG remains, there's not exactly a huge amount, and when you think as well about the opportunity to look for poke with Gala underneath these towers, the siege is pretty damn strong, but you'll see here, Ming, that was beautiful. Completely catches Unified out. He's stuck on the slow, separates him from the team, and then Xiaohu flashing forward, getting these resets on the Ahri ult, and able to chase down so many members of PSG.
This is the RNG we expected. This is the RNG we saw yesterday. Again, it took a little bit of small little scuffs, you know. They're not 100% clean going home to their mom, but they are definitely feeling proud of what they've been able to do today. And again, it's just RNG just being RNG. Yes, the early game kind of sucked, but it didn't matter. Unless you get caught out like here, but Wade's got himself a stopwatch, and he's going to be able to turn it back around. This time, though, you ain't got your team, Juhan, to keep you alive. With the Hextech Soul, they're slowing everyone down, and yeah, you had to go for something. Honestly, PSG talent, I admire the effort.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see some teams who would just kind of try and turtle, sit back in their base and not do a huge amount, but you got to try and do something in these positions. Maybe you can find some picks, maybe you can slow it down, but already 3,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, the turrets are starting to fall, and you don't even have Juhan up for another 15 seconds.
Yep, and you're getting assaulted in mid and in top. You will lose the inhibitor in top side. You may even lose your Gwen in the mid lane as he goes forward. Xiaohu knows how that W works, and the Gwen is no longer immune. Now Xiaohu wants a little bit more blood. We're going to see them trying, just honestly saying, look, you're evicted. Get out of your house. You don't live here anymore.
Yeah, we're on the wrong side of the map. PSG look like they're trying to siege up, but RNG are like, no, you're not allowed in here anymore. And now with the top lane inhibitor going down, mid soon to follow, the base is in shambles for PSG talent.
Still got Baron buff up for another 50 seconds. You've got minion waves in mid and top. It looks like they're going to just try and reset, use the gold they've just newly accrued, and just dot their I's and cross their T's.
I mean, I don't know how much more you really need for RNG, right? Like, Void Stab completed for Xiaohu, the needlessly large rod in there as well. I mean, you've got 3 items already completed for RNG.
Oh, wait for Ben. Where is he? There he is. Good man. He wasn't late. He wasn't late. You just had, you know, you had to sprint for the
we're
train.
going again.
Here we go. Choo-choo. Let's go.
I mean, look, this is the best school day trip I've ever
honestly. It's just the pure giddiness you get when you're just excited to see how this stuff, you get on the train and stuff like that with all your mates. And yeah, they're just going to be able to use the Hex Rift to get themselves pushed down bot side. And yeah, PSG, you got to go for a final stand at some point.
I mean, I think that might have fallen already, but their base is starting to go. They can't really hold on to this.
Oh my Jesus! That is one Mystic shot. Unified has to go into his ultimate. We do see the Arcane Barrage coming across the side of the team, but now with triple in him, a little bit of minions left for them as well. Gala is feeling confident. Gala is feeling good, and we're going to see the final fight coming out for PSG. Can they delay this fight? As we can see the Shadow Surge all the way out to the backside, but the charm was good as Bay finally takes down Gala. They are trying to get the resets going here, and Juhan's doing some very good work and keeping himself alive. They can't get the Vex out though, and eventually it was a valiant effort. They will end up having to back away, and I don't think they can survive much longer.
No, that is going to be it. RNG at the end of day 2 are going to hit that 2-0.
Oh, we've got to wait for 2 seconds right now because these health bars are a little bit low. Never mind. They're going to get the push in on top of this one now. The Flash, the Charm, the only person who could have done any possible damage is dead. RNG 2-0, PSG 0-2 at the end of day 2.
Yeah, and you can see it there, right? The difference between RNG's early game versus RNG's mid game. We saw a little bit of the fumbles coming through, but way overextending that bit too far, trying to go a bit over aggressive. But when we get to the mid game, it's clean, it's clinical, and it just looks like a completely different team.
It does, and I think that's why I personally am so excited to see the best early game team in the entire tournament, T1, against the best map playing team in the tournament. This is going to be such an interesting one of which one's stronger, which one's better, and we have to wait a while. It's a little bit until the Rumble starts, but still something to look forward to.
Yeah, also some of the most storied mid laners as well, with Shehu potentially going up against Faker would be a nice little time. But unfortunately for PSG Talon, like, this game just kind of ran away from themselves, even at the early stages. You look at how RNG have to play off their mid and bot prior, get into the fade, get these early kills, and even having the substitute step in, kind of throwing a wrench into the works as well. It feels like we didn't really get to see all the PSG Talon could have brought to the main
Absolutely,
stage.
And for the PCS, it feels like a little bit of a fall from grace. I'm not going to blame them. They've had their entire, like, some of their best players gutted from the league, brought out and told, like, you know, ourselves in the LPL. Some of them went over to LCS. It does feel like you are starting to kind of, you know, scrape the bottom of the barrel sometimes, and it is going to be a tough transition. It's going to feel a little sad sometimes when you used to be in MSI semifinals, and there was a question mark about whether you get out of groups.
Well, that's the thing, right? We see River and Maple already taken away because they've gone further afield. Then you look as well at Hanabi, who wasn't able to get into this either, where now you're kind of missing like so much of that dominant roster that made it. The only ones really remaining are Unified and Kaiwing, and unfortunately, going up against Gala and Ming, they just couldn't get their footing in that lane.
No, it is tough. And for RNG, another good step. Pretty expected to see them going for right now. And again, they just seem to be kind of, you know, basically picking up where they left off in spring. That's exactly kind of what we saw of them in spring. A little rocky in the early game, but then they just become so clean and so clinical.
Yeah, and I think, again, for PSG Talon, it looks a little bit unfortunate just because you're going, hey, look, Red and Istanbul Wildcats, that was a very close game, a very fun game, but when PSG Talon haven't been able to get themselves in any of these wins now, 0 and 2, you're kind of looking going, well, what have you got left?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. RNG now stands undefeated in their group and closes out day 2 of the MSI 2022 group stage. After the break, we'll be sending it over to MSI Cooldown to take a look at all of the games that happened today.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. Go riders, go right, gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shade, to the origami wine, 조용 like her, 이런 라면, 그렇게 만들어 평 water. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up, take notes. Don't tell me now, I got everything I want to. Don't stop me now, I'm a juggernaut. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, don't turn around. We'll see it now, saying everything we want to. We'll take your time, we won't hesitate. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Got you, we turn the page, because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page, because we want to. Yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Tired of living in this age. We're tired of losing, turn the page. We're tired of repeating this day. I drive you out of this city. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah.
that we leave this place in love. Because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place in love. Got you, we turn the page because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place in love. And welcome back to MSI Cooldown, where Augs, Raz, and I will close out day 2 of MSI 2022, where many teams have won 2 games or potentially lost 2 games. Let's start by briefly talking about that win, RNG over PSG. I think PSG put up a little bit more of a fight than I actually was expecting. However, it may have been because of some donations, some gifts on behalf of RNG, in particular. Waze Volley.
What was the occasion?
Dude, I thought I Will Dominate 2 was fantastic. Will RNG survive Waze Volley?
I honestly, I wish I'd lost. I wish they'd lost, and I wish this had been a lesson to Way to stop picking Volley Bear. I had to sit through playoffs where this guy will pick it 2 games in a row. Tian will absolutely body him into the ground. The champ is useless if you don't get success early. And then he's like, oh, for MSI, let's pick it again. The meta shifted. Look how much the Volley Bear prior was dropped, and you're still picking this. I was like, this
can you believe
I
the
could feel the
LPL
impact
cost
of
is like,
that.
I wish they'd lost?
It would be a lesson. It would be a lesson he needs. Stop.
It will be interesting, though, because I think the key for me here is that, like, as the G2 and EG reps that are completely unbiased,
of course,
assuming they make it through, if they face RNG or when they face RNG, like, we want them to pick Volley Bear, right? We're hoping that can play.
They get no support from me. If Waylocks and Volley Bear and they lose, I will say good.
Yeah. Raz, final thoughts on the
goodness.
RNG win over PSG, and
That
maybe
sounds-
touch on the substitute top laner for PSG as well.
Oh, of course, yeah. For Azia coming in, it's a little baffling. I think he played well under the circumstances.
Yeah.
It's just that it feels like PSG as a team is scrambling for answers at this stage of the tournament.
Well, definitely the case. We'd mentioned G2 and EG. I think game 1 of the day was arguably the most exciting. When we take a look at the early game, G2 absolutely smashing. They get a gigantic lead, and then Raz, this Baron call is almost a gigantic blunder that at least gave EG a shot at winning.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. I felt like that entire game was just the inspired show. And so when you saw that 20% HP Camille from Broken Blade, I was like, we have a chance. That's there, Baron buff. Not even though we were in a gold deficit, inhibitors taken down, and there were multiple base defenses that I just hate coming out of the side of G2.
And honestly, as much as it wasn't a win for EG, I think it gave them hope, right? The fact that there was that comeback, even though it didn't last for the full game, they're going to play G2 2 more times, and I think this is just a real sign that they can take at least a game of them, so the hope is they'll find some momentum in the second half.
And I think one of the things that I was particularly impressed by, Caps' Galio, I'm always one of these people that when I see Caps or Faker or these supportive champions, a little part of my soul wants to go in a corner and cry. Because I feel like there is opportunity that's lost. However, during the course of this game, Caps was averaging higher than 10 CS a minute. He was like roaming and still maintaining a CS lead over Joji Pyun, and his Caps really helped support the team.
I feel like they must enjoy playing Galio so much. Like, you have these high skill-intensive champions you're playing, then you switch to Galio, you got Predator, you just one-hit the wave, you're running over, like, look at me.
There's mechanics there.
There is mechanics, but it just, I feel like it's so much fun,
Galio
honestly.
enthusiast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it's interesting. In the Targamas interview, he was talking about the fact that that was just the call of the moment.
Yeah.
The fact that they felt like they didn't know how to play the comp out, right? And that was a good lesson for them. I think it's great to take those lessons and experiences early, But it was just nice the fact that they were able to, at that moment, have that confidence to be like, yeah, we can take that turn.
You just gave me the excellent excuse. They picked a comp, they're not practiced, they didn't really know how to play. That's why they blew the 9K gold.
Yeah,
right?
It's definitely not a trend with G2 during the regular season.
What I will say though is the Pyke priority is a surprise to me. Yinsu had her finger on the pulse. She talked about Pyke a lot beforehand, and I definitely was a bit dismissive pre-tournament. But Targamas is like blocking it super early. It's something that I'm interested to see what the answer is, not only from EG and Order, but how much it gets respected in Rumble stage, how long it sticks around for.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a punish to it. I know in this group, the laning phase is not going to be punished, so we'll see if that's going to be the trend later on, if that's something they can do. Or we've seen a few teams that are able to do this where it's like, who cares about the laning phase? Go it towards the mid lane and top lane, especially when you have Caps and Broken Blade on your team to be able to get them further ahead. The weapon on G2 is Broken Blade and Caps, and I feel like that seems to be the understanding from Targamas, and it's working well for them.
And Targamas doing pretty well by themselves, boy. Don't sell them short.
The one thing I will say is with the Pyke, it's a very feast or famine pick, right? And if you're not able to make engages happen, you're kind of just sitting there. So I feel like especially when you look at teams like T1, where Caitlyn has been such a priority in the Korean meta, if they have a hard punish lane like that, or something like Ezreal Karma, and you don't find the early pressure, like we saw the level 1 against EG, I feel like they could really struggle. So I think maybe later in the Rumble stage, that's where we see it punished.
These naysayers. I know I'm a G2 apologist right now, but if Saigon Buffaloes can punish T1's bottom lane, I tell you G2 can as well. Of course, these teams do need to make it to Rumble stage before those things will happen. We've got many more group stages to go. And of course, this is going to be a very bittersweet segment because on one hand, congratulations to the TCL. They pick up a win. They're on the board. They pick up their 9th victory against the CB LOL. The all-time head-to-head is now 9-6. But that game was chaotic. Orcs, I know I didn't get to speak to you about the reaction to it, but honestly, it could have gone either way. Control swung throughout, and there was no clear control, clean victory, really.
Yeah, it was such a back and forth, and there were some brilliant engages, right, from the Camille Galio again, where they were finding pivotal targets, and it was a good answer into the likes of things like the Tristana, things like the Ahri, being able to pin them down so they can't use the escapes. But ultimately, I think such a massive factor was this Mordekaiser, who just in those team fights could disrupt your engage and then force a 1v1.
Yeah, great to see Starstream and Saren just basically stepping up. In moments where Holy Phoenix was feeling a lot of the pressure, the comp was built to kill him, and also in drafts consistently, we were seeing teams just eliminate a lot of his champion pool and his effectiveness. But here we go. This is what made this team so strong in domestic play. It isn't just Holy Phoenix. The praise was around Saren, and he was able to do that in the Ahri.
I mean, Raz, I'm so glad you brought up the drop, because I think RNG banned 3 bot laners towards Holy Phoenix yesterday. Today, the Wildcats, the Red Cannons, they banned 4 ADCs towards him. I mean, definitely being like, we know who the danger player is, get rid of it, but it didn't have an effect today. What I do think is important, because of that loss and because of the fact PSG are now 1 behind, it does make that race for second very interesting as the group stage plays out. And of course, the substitution will add this extra element of doubt now as both Turkey and Brazil have to go, what are PCS going to do? You know, who's going to play? You know, it may impact their prep as we look a little further forward. And again, kudos to Yinsu. I begrudgingly say you picked the stronger region today, but there will be a bounce back and hopefully we'll be able to catch back up.
It's a 1-0 on that one.
I mean, is there any indications that we can draw from the few games they've played, or is it still going to be up in the air and like PSG can play spoiler to Brazil and Turkey for that second seed to Rumble?
I think PSG could still potentially play spoiler as much as, you know, they had a pretty strong showing against RNG. I think that's something they definitely contested them. Still not the same PSG we saw last MSI, but I feel like no team in that group can rest on their laurels.
Final thoughts there?
Mentioned consistency earlier on, even though we saw greatness from Canada in the, just yesterday. It seems like that still needs to be the focus. These team fights are way too back and forth, so I want to see what the adaptation is tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, huge kudos to Turkey for taking on Brazil with Mordekaiser. That's fantastic. For more on that Wildcats victory from earlier, Yinsu was joined by Holy Phoenix in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Trevor. I'm now joined by Holy Phoenix. Hi, Holy Phoenix. Welcome back to MSI. Last time you played MSI, you guys weren't able to quite overcome the Brazilian teams, but today you have gotten your revenge. How great does it feel to be able to beat them in this rivalry?
Our revenge is not over yet. Until we 2-0 them, we will just keep tryharding. But this win feels good. Of course, it wasn't an easy game, but winning versus Brazil is really a big thing for Turkey. And this is our first match. Second is on the way.
well, it definitely wasn't easy for you. You know, in the draft phase, they were target banning all of your champions. Were you expecting that, and how did you kind of react to it?
Yesterday, RNG also banned those 3 champions, and then I picked Jhin, and Brazil also picked Jhin, so it was like 4 of my maybe best champions gone away. But I have a lot of things in my pocket since I am playing this game for over 10 years, I think. So in some point of the time, I was like OTP at one of those champions, so I don't really mind. They can ban 10 champions, I will just get 11.
Maybe the next team you play against is going to ban 5 of your champions just to try and stop you. Last time we saw you on the international...
They can try.
Yeah. Last time we saw you on the international stage, it was very much the Holy Phoenix show. You know, the Wildcats were all about you. But this time around, your teammates are really stepping up. So could you talk to me a little bit more about how you guys improved as a team over the last year?
I think the thing about last year was I was the only one with international experience. But this year, everyone has international experience. Also, this is our 1.5 year together, which makes our team a bit better. And I think Serene and Ferret are really good mid-jungle. They have really good synergy, and they become really good players. Also, Starscreen improved a lot with the international experience. I think the best thing was scrimming with good teams like LEC teams and playing MSI last year, so we know what our mistakes was. Last year I think we tried things that were not fit to us because other teams in MSI were playing it, but this year we are just keeping it Turkish style.
I love that. And lastly, as you know, everyone at home in Turkey, they're watching you, they're supporting you. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
I love all of them. I will make you guys proud. Sizi seviyorum.
Thank you so much, Holy Phoenix. Seni seviyorum as well. Thank you for joining me, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
you know that as well, all right.
Tabe, kanka, tabe.
See you.
Thank you very much to Holy Phoenix. And Trevor, this was a great win, and I hope you enjoyed that one. Back to you on the desk.
I do not appreciate your sassiness. I do not appreciate that tone. Young lady, that was not appropriate. But Holy Phoenix was fantastic. You know, gave you a hard time. You're going to have a difficult time tomorrow. No chance. No difficulty, you know. Definitely in great spirits and a great mood. I mean, what I'm really happy about, right, is that as we were preparing for this event, doing our research, Yinsu came in and was very excited about the Turkish region, bringing you a love from Valorant and an understanding of the scene. Layering that on top of TCL, but that rivalry between TCL and Brazil, it is one that we've always been aware of. We had the opportunity to give it that oomph.
Yes.
And in this chapter, TCL came out on top, unfortunately, once again. I mean, Holy Phoenix definitely happy, definitely under a lot of pressure, but crucially, his team stepping up to help pick up that win.
And I love that interview for a few of those reasons, right? Not only shouting out his players, specifically Farfetch and Starscreen, just in general, this player, he felt like his team leveled up from the international experience. Yeah. He felt like his mid-jungle is incredibly strong, or his jungle support duo was incredibly strong. So, like, there's a lot of credit being given to them, while also saying, I've played this game for 10 years. Yeah. So I've got more champions in the tank.
If they ban 10, I'll just get number 11.
Such a good line, honestly.
And over my 10 years, I've been a one-trick pony on everything. So, you know, at some point, like, that's not the definition of one-trick pony. Nevertheless, I do want to move us along. Talk about a few things. I asked both Raz and Augs to give me some insights into some of their key takeaways for the day. And gentlemen, I'm going to point to Galio just over there. If you can look up really quickly at Galio, because the reason I'm highlighting him is not only because, well,
he is big.
He's joined. It's Galio. Hello. But also, Caps had a fantastic performance. And I think today, Raz, when I asked you the question, you said Galio Camille is what you want to talk about.
Yes.
Why? Tell me.
I mean, it's one of those things. You mentioned it earlier, actually, just yesterday. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, right?
Yeah.
It's a very straightforward composition. It's something that we're seeing. We talked about a little earlier on about Caps specifically talking about it, saying that, hey, they may not have played this composition throughout the year or had experience on it, but he felt confident with it, specifically wanting to experiment in it. We also just saw a little earlier on where it just bullies the top side of the map and side lanes in general. If you ever want to poke your head towards it, Danny felt the pain, in particular, on his Ezreal, because not only can it play through side lanes, but also in team fights can eviscerate the AD, just a target option. So I love the fact that it is now just showing its face in an international event, where a lot of the times throughout most regions, just no play was shown.
And honestly, I feel like maybe it could be inspired by RNG and scrims, because they didn't really get much chances to play it, because Camille is permanently banned against Bin. Like, it is just a perma ban throughout playoffs. He wouldn't get his hands on Camille, and yet they'd still play Galio. Like, to me, in my mind, Camille Galio is like ideal for them. So I feel like that might be a little bit of
lady over there.
for it.
Oh, there she is.
There she is.
Oh,
there we go.
Where the hell Galio go?
No, I mean, he's chilling in the back now,
Okay, fair.
waiting for this next turn to fight. But I mean, the combination works. Raz, can we build a little bit now? Camille, I think when the G2 comp, I think it was the G2 comp came in, all LPL cast was just like, this is just RNG cosplay. This would be perfect for them. This meta is amazing.
Yep.
So what are the answers then? Like, if this is expected comp that could be seeing its face again, what do you want to see into it?
So tankier options, like the Scion or Ornn, are usually pretty good because they can eat the damage, and at least if they're expecting, it's pretty easy to expect the duo to come the set play of like pushing mid and being aware of it. The jungle's usually going to be a part of the play. Then you can usually stuff the play towards topside. I think some of the drafts today made it really difficult. In particular, when Evil Genius was picking, they still needed to carry top lane, so they picked Gwen.
Yeah.
Hard, but I love the option from Starscreen of going the Mordekaiser, which is an OG counter. Because, hey, if you're going to bring the Galio, let me just have some one-on-one time with the Camille and make her life suffer. So I want to see a little bit of that. Or if you can, pick those tank options in the draft, then awesome. I'd love to see a little bit more of that.
And honestly, even the Mordekaiser, like when it comes to team fights, the Camille Galio is like a two-part thing.
Yes.
If you ult the Camille, it just means that you've kind of disrupted that. Whoever they target can get away.
Well, definitely works out in their favor. We'll see how much it gets utilized over the course of the rest of the group stage. Orcs, I'm going to turn to you now. Talk about the Umbral Blade, Glaive Braid, Graves, Umbral Glaive. The itemization that's giving us all difficulty backstage. I'm just going to call it UG. The Umbral Glaive Graves.
More of the fact that you can clear wards so quickly, so effectively. We've seen multiple times teams, DFM did this, G2 also did this both yesterday, where they sweep all the vision around the Baron, and then they just rush it. And it's like, it's so hard to contest vision, typically against sweepers, but when they're one-hit wards and they can just proc the passive to clear more wards, it's like, it offers so much control while also giving insane combat power.
Orcs, I'm not the smartest at League of Legends, so help me understand. How surprised or shocked should I be about the prevalence we're seeing pretty much across games, right? Is this a team thing? Is this regional? Is this a meta thing? Help me put it on scale.
Yeah, I think ultimately the buff was really significant. I think that's why it's came in. And going into this, I expected to see Graves because a lot of people were playing it in solo queue, but seeing the Jhin and seeing the Pyke pick up in priority was a bit more of a surprise. But I think it's just so strong. I mean, you think about, everyone always talks about macro decisions and vision in League of Legends, how important it is. The fact you can deny it so heavily, you suffocate the enemy team. And if you do snowball on a pick like Graves or Pyke, who do snowball very effectively, it's just so hard to contest against.
Final thoughts, Raz, before we move on?
Yeah, it's the combination of just the recipe being really effective. So it's like you'll always feel strong at every step of the way. And as you mentioned, cheap. So it's just one of those things that people have to recognize it, be patient around it. I want to see more Pyke. I want to see if that's going to be something that spreads around.
I want to see more Pyke as well. Cheap as chips. The Umbral Glaives, Graves Blade. Let's take a look at the standings after day 2 of MSI 22, where a number of teams will have 2 wins. The number of other teams will have 2 losses. I just like the 2 twos. More seriously, though, Buffalo's win over DFM was gigantic in Group A. That throws the door wide open, not only for the Saigon Buffaloes, who were victorious in the matchup, but also for Team A's to potentially look for some surprises or potentially throw a spanner in the works. One thing I do want to call out is both T1, RNG, and G2, all former MSI champions, remain undefeated. The expectations on who was at the top of the group is true, but second in the group is now a little bit more up in the air, Orcs.
Yeah, I think particularly for Group B, where a lot of people are looking at PSG Talon as maybe living up to their previous hype and being able to take second. So then a bit of a rough spot, still definitely able to claw that one back, but got a lot of work to do, especially when there's 2 teams above you in the standings.
Definitely makes it a lot more exciting. Just on a 2-pronged fact, just yesterday we saw how damn good Red Canids were, and then today we see that slapback from the Fast Pay Wildcats and that regional history and the rivalry that's there. Even just hearing from Holy Phoenix how much he feels
You can feel it,
yes.
Right? So we need to see who's going to come out on top. And of course, we need a few more games to figure that out. Tomorrow's schedule, 6 more matches coming your way, starting 9:45 Berlin time with Countdown. Once again, Evil Geniuses will open the day. They play against Order, but this time around, Order will have 2 games in a row. They face off against G2. I mean, Raz, which matchup are you most looking forward to when we look at tomorrow?
I would say, just based off our last conversation, PSG Talent and Fast Pay Wildcats, we need to see some life in PSG Talent. At some point, this needs to be that game.
Orcs,
yeah,
which game do you think is the most likely to have an upset?
Oh.
There's a tough one.
I would probably say Order Evil Geniuses. I am convinced Order are going to take games off EG and maybe even G2 as well.
I'm with you 100%. I can honestly see Order winning both at least one game against each.
And I know, I feel like they were close in that first one where they had the Karthus draft and then they just kind of fumbled at Baron.
Yeah.
I feel like it's possible. Might not happen tomorrow, but I'm definitely waiting for him ready.
Just because I have you here and I have the power to do this, Raz doesn't get to talk now. Oh! What do Order need to do to beat Evil Geniuses? That's going to be the last thing we talk about before I throw.
I feel like ultimately you can either target the mid or you can target the bot lane, but I want to see fast-paced gameplay, right? When they had a strong mid laner with like the Yone and they had the Karthus to play around it, they could really find momentum. But we've seen G2 make it work, right? You have textbook examples of how to beat this team.
I will let you in because it's just not fair. Evil Geniuses versus Order, odds of them being upset tomorrow.
That's not happening. It's quick, simple confidence. I'm even pulling it from the interview that we saw early on for Jojo Chan.
There we go.
There it is.
That's it. Okay, we'll find out. That is, of course, going to be opening up the day tomorrow, followed by G2 Order. That is a wrap for us here for day 2 of MSI. Please do not worry. There'll be more League of Legends starting with, once again, Order versus Evil Geniuses. Enjoy the sunshine, everybody. Summer is here in the Northern Hemisphere. We'll see you soon. That was awesome. Good job.
I'm feeling it.
It's real.